Chapter 1301. What are you trying to do? Chun Ji's mouth was mangled and he could not speak. However, this did not mean that he could not use his voice transmission. When he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with fear. Where was the arrogance from before? Duan Lingtian did not speak. He used his actions to answer Chun Ji's question. Whoosh! For swords flew out at the same time. They were so fast that most people could only hear the sound of the swords whistling through the air. Only a few people could hear the complete sound of the swords whistling through the air. Poof! 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 Blood splattered all over Chun Ji's body. Hideous bloody holes appeared on both his arms and legs at the same time. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Chun Ji, on the other hand, let out a series of blood-curdling screams. However, because his mouth was mangled, his screams were extremely strange. One could tell from his trembling body and hideous expression that he was in great pain. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he did not glare at Duan Lingtian like before. He only had one thought left in his mind. I don't want to die. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chun Ji endured the inhumane pain as he looked at Duan Lingtian and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to him. However, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he did not hear it. He raised the sword in his hand unhurriedly, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold light that did not contain any emotion. Why isn't Chun Ji admitting defeat? Many of the onlookers were stunned. The situation was so clear, yet Chun Ji still refused to admit defeat. Was he looking for death? That's not right. Chun Ji's mouth has been mangled. It's difficult for him to admit defeat now. That's right. Even if he sends a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to admit defeat, Duan Lingtian can still continue to kill him. He can just say that he did not hear it. Soon, many people realized what was going on. No wonder he wanted to rip Chun Ji's mouth apart. He was afraid that Chun Ji would admit defeat. If he wanted to kill Chun Ji, he would have done so a long time ago. Now, it's obvious that he wants to slowly torture Chun Ji before killing him. He twisted Chun Ji's mouth because he was worried that Chun Ji would admit defeat. Many people had guessed this. Thinking of this, many people only felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet, straight to their heads. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces and eyes were full of fear. The whispers of the crowd fell into Chun Ji's ears, causing him to come back to his senses. At that moment, Chun Ji turned his head to look at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island with much difficulty. While enduring the inhumane pain, he said through voice transmission, "Third Island Master, save me! Save me! I admit defeat! I admit defeat!" Chun Ji continuously sent voice transmissions, and his tone was filled with anxiety. Whoosh! Just as Chun Ji was pleading for help from the third Island Master, a sword ray pierced through the sky and sliced him into two. The whole process was clean and tidy. At that moment, the sky above the vast and boundless sea was dead silent. Although there were many people, it was as calm as the sea. Splash! Splash! When the two halves of Chun Ji's body fell to the ground, the sound of two bodies falling into the water finally woke the crowd up. Before that, Duan Lingtian did not forget to collect the spoils of war. He put away the spatial ring and quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Chun Ji's hands, one by one, without leaving anything behind. As the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Chun Ji must have many good things in his hands. The third island master looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Although he did not plan to pay attention to Chun Ji's voice transmission, the speed at which he killed Chun Ji was faster than the speed at which he reacted. Even if he wanted to save Chun Ji, it was already too late, let alone the fact that he did not plan to save Chun Ji. How dare you kill the only son of the second island master? The third island master sized up Duan Lingtian. His heart was filled with shock and joy at the same time. This was because he had wanted Qinji to die since a long time ago. However, due to the promise he made to the first island master, he could not touch Qinji. Now that there was someone who could do it for him, it was only natural that he was happy. The young man standing nearby, the third island master's grandson, had a bright smile on his face. In the end, he laughed a little crazily. Qinji is dead. Qinji is dead. Qinji is finally dead. Kai, or did you see that? After killing Qinji, Duan Lingtian was considered to have entered the top 10. Third Island Master. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition's rule that allows killing is set by the Hidden Fog Island. I know Qinji is the only son of the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. You won't seek revenge from me because of his death, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island from afar and asked when he returned to Lingxian Peak and the rest. Of course not. The third Island Master shook his head. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition is a matter of life and death. Even if my grandson and my direct disciple died in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, I won't seek revenge from the person who killed them. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Whoosh! At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. I can't believe he killed Qinji. Although he killed Qinji in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition and has a valid reason. Even if the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island doesn't kill him openly, he'll definitely kill him secretly to avenge his only son. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Apart from shock, the gazes that fell on Duan Lingtian were filled with pity. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian had the audacity to kill the only son of the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. He was digging his own grave. It was impossible for him to survive. However, was Duan Lingtian really crazy? Naturally, he was not crazy. There are so many people here. Even if the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island finds out about this, he won't be able to kill me. I'll bring Kerr and little Fei away from here after I obtain the 10 Saint Stones. As long as I'm far away from the Hidden Fog Island, why would I be afraid of the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. He was not a reckless person. Since he chose to kill Qinji, he had a plan to deal with everything. Of course, this was only his current plan. He really killed Qinji. This means that the powerhouse from the Hidden Fog Island won't help him anymore. After the Hidden Fog Martial Competition ends, I'll follow him and kill him. Chilling Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed coldly. And the 2 little bitches next to him, I'll kill them as well. Could this brat be a demon emperor? This doesn't seem like something the cowardly human Emperor Wu would do. Demon Emperor Man Wu guessed in shock. The Shifter Emperor was formed from the cultivation of a shifter. A demon, on the other hand, was a demon beast. Compared to humans, demon beasts were more hot-tempered. Even if they possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans, they were not as docile as humans. That was why Demon Emperor Man Wu guessed so. He's Emperor Wu. At this moment, Qing Xian Emperor Wu, who was next to him, spoke calmly. He's a human. Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked. He's not just a human. He's an extremely talented human. Qing Xian Emperor Wu said. Qing Xian, you know him? Demon Emperor Man Wu was stunned. Qing Xian Emperor Wu only smiled and did not answer Demon Emperor Man Wu. Damn it! How did this Duan Lingtian become so strong? Zhou Yi's expression was extremely ugly. With his strength, it's impossible for me to suppress him and force him to tell me the secret of the mysterious stone tablet. If it's something else, I can ask Laming Emperor Wu to help me. However, this is related to the mysterious stone tablet. I can't ask Laming Emperor Wu to help me. Zhou Yi knew very well. Once Martial Emperor Laming found out about the profundity of the mysterious stone tablet in his hand, he would definitely take it for himself. That was not something he wanted to see. If that's the case, I can only give up. He made up his mind with difficulty. The choice he was facing now was like a beggar who had not eaten for a few days and suddenly saw a delicious roast chicken. Just as he was about to eat the roast chicken, someone told him that there was poison in the roast chicken. If he ate it, he would die from the poison. At this time, he could only choose to give up. Brother Ling Tian, you're too impulsive. Yang Hui smiled bitterly. I won't allow anyone to profane my woman. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said nonchalantly. His tone was firm. Kerr and Li Fei stood next to Duan Lingtian. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes were filled with tenderness. They leaned on Duan Lingtian's sides and held Duan Lingtian's arms. They were willing to live and die with their man. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition will continue. At this moment, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island announced the continuation of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Perhaps he was affected by the bloody scene earlier. In the following battles, the participants did not seem to hold back anymore. They attacked with all their might, and all of them were killing moves. Soon, a few of Emperor Wu's powerhouses died. Innate ability. Suddenly, an exclamation came and woke up Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and with a single glance he noticed that a black lotus had shot out from between the black-clothed young man's brows and flashed towards his opponent. The black lotus shot through the air and spun continuously as it shot out. Faced with the menacing black lotus, the black-clad young man's opponent, a blue-clad middle-aged man, hurriedly activated his energy to block it. However, the defensive barrier formed by his energy could not stop the Black Lotus at all. The Black Lotus passed through the defensive barrier without any resistance. The defensive barrier was still in place, but the Black Lotus had already entered the blue-clad middle-aged man's body. Although it did not leave any wounds on his body, it still made his body tremble. In the next moment, he fell silently with his eyes wide open. It's a soul attack innate ability. Duan Lingtian was shocked. The Black Lotus was the black-clad young man's innate ability. It was activated by his spiritual energy and was a spiritual energy attack. In other words, it was a soul attack. Unless an ordinary Emperor Wu's powerhouse specialized in soul attacks, it would be difficult for them to deal with an opponent who was also an Emperor Wu's powerhouse with soul attacks. However, it was different for those who possessed soul attack innate ability. Chapter 1302. The innate divine ability that attacked the soul was powerful and strange. Once it was cast, it would kill anyone who did not have a higher cultivation base and spiritual energy than him. Most importantly, the origin energy and profundity could not block the soul attack because they were two different types of energy. The soul attack was more illusory. The origin energy and profundity, on the other hand, were real energy. They were both Emperor Wu Realm Level 2 martial artists, and they were evenly matched in the beginning. However, when the black-clad young man cast his innate divine ability, he killed his opponent in just a blink of an eye. What a terrifying innate divine ability! That's the innate divine ability that attacks the soul. It's impossible to defend against it. Unless one's spiritual energy is higher than his, it's impossible to escape death if one encounters him. Even if one's spiritual energy is higher than his, as long as it's not too much higher, he can still use his innate divine ability to heavily injure his opponent's soul. He can then defeat his opponent when his opponent is in a daze. The spectators reacted and discussed among themselves. They looked at the black-clad young man with fear in their eyes. It was exactly as they had said. Later on, when the black-clad young man entered the top 10 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, he encountered a Level 3 Emperor Wu Realm Level 3 martial artist. Although his innate divine ability did not kill his opponent, it affected his opponent. When his opponent was affected, the black-clad young man made his move and heavily injured his opponent before defeating him. As expected of a variant, Duan Lingtian exclaimed, I wonder where Qing Xian Emperor Wu got this disciple from. Since the Hidden Fog martial competition started, there have been 3 variants. However, their innate divine abilities are far from his. Yang Hui could not help but sigh. Zhou Yi. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Zhou Yi enter the ring. However, Zhou Yi's opponent was a level 2 Emperor Wu, realm level 2 martial artist. His opponent defeated him easily. Zhou Yi, why didn't you use your quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? After Zhou Yi lost the qualification to enter the top 10, he returned to Emperor Wu's side. This caused Emperor Wu to be displeased. In his opinion, Zhou Yi did not use his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon because he did not use his full strength. Master, even if I use a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, I'm still no match for him, Zhou Yi said with a bitter smile. Of course, he was just looking for an excuse. The reason he did not use the stone tablet in his hand that was comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was because he was worried he would expose it to Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be targeted by Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he did not want to let Duan Lingtian know that the stone tablet was in his possession before he knew the secret behind it. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it would be easy for him to snatch the stone tablet from him, even if he had the protection of Emperor Wu. Once the other party became enraged and told the Emperor Wu about the secret of the steel, as well as the fact that he possessed the steel in his hands would definitely be taken away by the Emperor Wu. That was not what he wanted to see. He did not want the steel that he had painstakingly obtained to be taken away by the Thunder Emperor Wu. Only he knew how great of a price he had paid for that steel. As time went by, the top 10 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition, including Duan Lingtian, were determined. As Yang Hui's first direct disciple, Zhou Di did not make it to the top 10 from Lingxian Peak. He had no fate with the Saint Stone. Although Lingxian Emperor Wu was a little disappointed, he did not blame Zhou Di. This was because many of the people who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition today had entered the Emperor Wu stage. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was the only one from Lingxian Peak who made it to the top 10. Among the people from Qiuli Mountain, Emperor Wu's disciples under Emperor Wu, only one of them made it to the top 10. It was Dong Hu. Su Rong was the only one from Yuhan Valley who made it to the top 10. Lan Bai was the only one from Thundercloud Peak who made it to the top 10. There were a total of 2 people under Qing Xian Emperor Wu's command, including the black-clad young man who knew the innate ability of soul attack, who made it to the top 10. On Cloud Continent, there were a total of 6 human martial artists who made it to the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Of course, there was another human martial artist who made it to the top 10. She was the direct disciple of the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. She was the pale-faced young woman who had a bloody attack. The remaining 3 spots were occupied by 1 Demon Emperor powerhouse from Hidden Fog Island and 2 Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent. One of the 2 Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent was the direct disciple of Demon Emperor Manwu. Everyone, the Hidden Fog martial competition is coming to an end. The 3rd round of the martial competition, which is also the last round, will determine the ranking of the top 10. As the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island spoke at a moderate pace, the atmosphere in the surroundings was ignited. Many people widened their eyes as they looked forward to the start of the 3rd round of the martial competition. There would be a brutal elimination battle in the 3rd round of the martial competition. Soon after, those who made it to the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition each obtained 9 special tokens from the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. The rules of the last round of the martial competition were simple. Any one of them could issue a challenge to the other 9. Once they defeated their opponent, they would be able to obtain a token from their opponent, and so on and so forth. Only by defeating 9 people and obtaining 9 tokens would one be able to obtain the 1st place in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Apart from that, The other 8 people who have just fought can't challenge them in the next round. These are the rules of the 3rd round of the martial competition. The 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island continued. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell all of you. Nobody is allowed to kill each other in the 3rd round of the martial competition. With your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to do that. If you kill someone, not only will you lose the right to continue participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition, but your cultivation base will also be crippled. I hope all of you won't make a mistake. When the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 3rd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition, which was also the last round of the martial competition, officially began. The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, stood in different places with cold gazes. For a long time, nobody made the first move. Gradually, many of the onlookers became impatient. Why isn't it starting yet? Aren't we allowed to rest for the next round after a battle? Why are all of you so inactive? Quick! If this continues, the sky will turn dark soon. More and more people urged Duan Lingtian and the other 9 people to make the first move. Although Duan Lingtian heard the urging, he did not care about it at all. It was as though he had turned a deaf ear to them. However, there were still people who could not take it anymore and made the first move. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a burly figure flew out and made the first move. It was Dong Hu, the direct disciple of the master of Qiuli Mountain, Emperor Wu. He had fought with Duan Lingtian before and was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he did not even look at Duan Lingtian after he made the first move. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Su Rong, the direct disciple of Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley. She was also the only direct disciple in Yuhan Valley who had entered Emperor Wu's level. As the only one among the 10 who had advanced to the first stage of Emperor Wu's level, Dong Hu's strength was proven. This Su Rong, her cultivation of Han Bing's divine sword technique is not bad. Dong Hu won't last more than 30 breaths if he goes up against her. Duan Lingtian had seen Su Rong's attack earlier. Naturally, he could tell the depth of her strength. As for Dong Hu, he had fought with him before and knew his strength better than anyone else. As someone who had merged with the memories of Emperor Wu from reincarnation, Duan Lingtian's judgment was far better than an ordinary person's. It was just as he had expected. After Su Rong and Dong Hu fought for more than 20 breaths, Su Rong defeated Dong Hu and obtained one of Dong Hu's tokens. She became the first person to possess 10 tokens at the same time. As for Dong Hu, who had lost 1 token and only had 8 tokens left, he had a bitter expression on his face. Based on the current situation, I might be at the bottom this time. Dong Hu smiled bitterly to himself. Although he felt helpless, he knew that he had to accept the fact. After Su Rong defeated Dong Hu, the second battle continued. As Dong Hu was the first to issue a challenge, the second person went up very quickly. It was one of the 2 people under Qing Xian Emperor Wu who had entered the top 10. It was the young man in black who knew how to attack the soul. After the young man in black left the arena, the first person he chose was Lan Bai from Thundercloud Peak. Lan Bai did not look too good after being chosen by him. This was because she had no chance of winning against him. Fortunately, killing was prohibited in the 3rd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Otherwise, she would not have the guts to fight with the young man in black. This was because all of the young man's opponents had died before this. Those who were weaker were killed by his origin energy and profundity. Those who were stronger were killed by his soul attack innate ability. Lan Bai had just left the arena. Before she could make a move, she was affected by the young man in black's innate ability. She was stunned for a moment before she was sent flying by the young man in black. She was severely injured. The young man in black had obtained one of Lan Bai's tokens. The Hidden Fog martial competition continued. The next person to enter the arena was the direct disciple of the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island, She was the young lady who had been ruthless and bloody since the beginning. Before this, none of her opponents survived as well. However, killing was prohibited in this round of the martial competition. Unless she wanted her cultivation base to be destroyed, she would not kill anymore. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He noticed that the young lady's gaze was on him. She wants to challenge me first. Duan Lingtian immediately became alert. However, the young lady's gaze quickly shifted to the other direct disciple of Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. She locked her gaze on him and wanted to challenge him. Although they were both at Emperor Wu, Realm Level 3, the battle between the two revealed who was stronger very quickly. Chapter 1303. The last round of the hidden fog martial arts competition was getting more and more intense. After a while, someone took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. Among the 10 people in the top 10, there were 3 people who were feared the most. They were the young man in black under Qing Xian Emperor Wu, the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of the hidden fog island, and Duan Lingtian. Therefore, very few people took the initiative to challenge them. However, the young man in black and the direct disciple of the 3rd island master of the hidden fog island, the young lady, took the initiative to choose their opponents many times. They fought more frequently than Duan Lingtian. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not participate in the first round. However, in the end, there were still people who chose him. Dong Hu. Currently, he had lost to 6 people. The remaining 3 people, including Duan Lingtian, were the 3 people who were feared the most. Although the young man in black under Qing Xian Emperor Wu's command had a weaker cultivation base, his innate gift of soul attack was extremely mysterious. He could often catch people off guard. The direct disciple of the 3rd island master of the hidden fog island, the young lady, attacked cleanly. Her strength was comparable to an ordinary level for Emperor Wu. Until now, both of them had not lost a single battle. As for Duan Lingtian, he had not taken the initiative to participate in the battle even once. Nobody had challenged him, so naturally he had not lost a single battle. Dong Hu's challenge was the first time someone had challenged him. This Dong Hu is really bold. That's right. He even dares to challenge Duan Lingtian from Lingxian Peak. He's really looking for death. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Qinji was still vivid in their minds. Therefore, more people thought that Dong Hu was looking for death by challenging Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would not kill him due to the rules of the last round. However, he would definitely not end well. However, after Dong Hu challenged Duan Lingtian, before Duan Lingtian could make a move, what happened next was out of everyone's expectations. I admit defeat. A moment ago, Dong Hu had challenged Duan Lingtian, but before the Duan Lingtian could leave the arena, he had admitted defeat. This was the first time something like this had happened in the last round of the hidden fog martial competition. The challenger admitted defeat in a clean manner. Immediately, some people secretly scolded Dong Hu for being a coward, while others secretly praised Dong Hu for being sensible. In any case, the Duan Lingtian had won a match and obtained a token. The number of tokens in his hand had increased from 9 to 10. At the same time, among the remaining 8 people, there were a few who could only challenge Duan Lingtian. Like Dong Hu, they had no choice. The second person to challenge Duan Lingtian was the female disciple of Thundercloud Peak, Lan Bai. Lan Bai, whose cultivation base was at the 2nd level of Emperor Wu Realm, had fought with the Duan Lingtian before, but because the Duan Lingtian intentionally went easy on her, she obtained the final victory. I hope you'll give it your all in this battle. Lan Bai stared at the Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. The fact that the Duan Lingtian had easily killed the opponent who had defeated her and purposely lost to her had attracted a lot of gossip that enraged her. Although she knew she was no match for the Duan Lingtian, she still hoped to be defeated fair and square. She had her dignity. Give it my all. The Duan Lingtian raised his brows and looked deeply at Lan Bai. When he saw the seriousness in the girl's eyes, he nodded. I will. The Duan Lingtian had given Lan Bai enough respect in this battle. He did not use any spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength. Before Lan Bai could react, she was sent flying by the Duan Lingtian. She was severely injured and defeated. It was clean and neat. Apart from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and the group of elders who came to watch the show, only the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent could see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. This little fellow, he was still holding back when he fought with Qinji earlier? Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked. Compared to the shock on Demon Emperor Man Wu's face, Qingxian Emperor Wu was much calmer. He watched calmly from the beginning until the end. Thank you. Although Lan Bai was severely injured and defeated by the Duan Lingtian, she did not resent the Duan Lingtian at all. After thanking him, she retreated. How did this Duan Lingtian become so powerful? Zhou Yi's expression was grave. As a thundercloud peak disciple, he knew Lan Bai's strength very well. However, someone as powerful as Lan Bai was not a match for the Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Zhou Yi felt a chill run up from the bottom of his feet to his head. At this moment, he felt even more fortunate that he did not fight with the Duan Lingtian before Qinji fought with the Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Brother Ling Tian's strength. Yang Hui was shocked. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was powerful, he thought that Duan Lingtian had used all his strength when he fought with Qinji. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be holding back. Brother Ling Tian's current strength. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. Yang Hui's heart trembled as this thought appeared in his mind. Once this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress. How long has it been? Brother Ling Tian has already grown to such a level. Yang Hui's heart was filled with shock. Apart from Ke and Li Fei, the Emperor Wu of Yuhan was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's strength. With his strength, only the variant under the Qingxian Emperor Wu and the direct disciple of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island can threaten him. Yesterday, the Emperor Wu of Yuhan had fought with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course, if she knew that the person who broke her heaven and earth wipeout was not the red-robed old man, but Duan Lingtian, she would not think that way. After defeating Lan Bai, Duan Lingtian returned to the two little girls' side. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and sighed. During the battle with Lan Bai's valiant figure reminded him of Feng Tianwu. Wasn't Tianwu taken away by the first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island? Logically speaking, she should be here since the Hidden Fog Island is hosting such a lively event. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see any trace of Feng Tianwu. Brother Yang, do you know the first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Yang Hui. Of course I do. Yang Hui nodded. The first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island used to be a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on our Cloud Continent. His title was Crimson Flame, and people called him Crimson Flame Emperor Wu. He was considered a powerhouse of the older generation. When he was famous in the inner land of Cloud Continent, I had just broken through to the martial Monarch stage. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Yang Hui asked curiously. Have you seen him before? Duan Lingtian asked again. I've seen him once. Yang Hui nodded. Is he among the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who are watching? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation. Although he did not know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, Yang Hui still looked at the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who were standing in the distance and glanced at them one by one. He's not. In the end, Yang Hui shook his head. Duan Lingtian was instantly disappointed. It seems like Tian Wu really didn't come. Perhaps she's in closed-door cultivation now. Duan Lingtian guessed. The last round of the Hidden Fog Martial competition was still ongoing. Since the others had no choice, they could only challenge Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian did not reject any of them and defeated them one by one. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian obtained another 5 tokens, including the tokens that Dong, who from Chiu Li Mountain and Lan by from Thundercloud Peak contributed. He had obtained a total of 7 tokens. As long as he obtained 2 more tokens, he would be ranked first in the Hidden Fog Martial competition today. At the same time, the black-clad young man under Qing Xian Emperor Wu and the direct disciple of the 3rd Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island had obtained 7 tokens each. In the last round of the martial competition, any 2 people could only fight 1 round each. Therefore, obtaining 7 tokens meant that the 3 of them had defeated 7 people each. The top 3 of the Hidden Fog Martial competition today are out. Many people had anticipation on their faces as they looked forward to the start of the battle for the top 3. As for the ranking from 4th to 10th, it was out now. After the Hidden Fog Martial competition ended, they would hand in their tokens and the ranking would be announced. The group of people who were watching formed a circle in the air. In the middle of the void, there were 3 people standing in a triangular formation. The 3 of them stood there calmly, as though they would not be affected even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Finally, the direct disciple of the 3rd Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island, the ruthless young lady, took a step forward. Her eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. She's going to challenge Duan Lingtian? Immediately, many people's hearts moved as they guessed. Duan Lingtian was the only one who did not think the young lady would take the initiative to challenge him. This was because he did not see any battle intent in the young lady's eyes when she looked at him. I'm grateful that you've avenged my junior sister. Although I won't go easy on you, I won't challenge you for the time being. Get ready. I'll fight you after I defeat him. A gloomy voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice was strange and sufficient to cause one's hair to stand on end. However, Duan Lingtian did not show any change in his expression as he nodded at the young lady. Naturally, it was only on the surface that he did not show any change. His heart was filled with shock. Now he finally understood why the 3rd Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island was not angry when he witnessed Chen Ji being killed by him. Instead, he was calm. It turned out that Chen Ji had harmed his female disciple before. Recalling Chen Ji's reputation on the Hidden Fog Island, it was easy for him to guess what Chen Ji had done. If that's the case, I've indeed avenged him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. East Island of the Hidden Fog Island. I want to see the 2nd Island Master. An anxious voice came from the sky and broke the silence in the valley. The 2nd Island Master is in closed-door cultivation. You can tell me if there's anything. An old voice resonated. An old man appeared and stopped the middle-aged man who was falling from the sky with an anxious expression on his face. The middle-aged man had a token with the word "Core" carved on it, hanging on his waist. Chapter 1304. Lung Yin. On the calm surface of the sea, a young woman with a cold expression stared at the young man opposite her as she spoke slowly. She was introducing herself. The fact that she was introducing herself was enough to show that the opponent in front of her had gained her approval. So her name is Lung Yin. At once, many people from Cloud Continent came to a realization. Lung Yin was the direct disciple of the 3rd Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. She was once in the top 3 of the Hidden Fog Martial competition. Anyone whose age could be measured by the age measuring pearl was eligible to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial competition. The age measuring pearl could measure the age of a person below the age of 70. As everyone knew, once a human martial artist cultivated to the martial monarch stage, he would be able to retain his youth forever. Therefore, it was not reliable to judge one's age based on appearance alone. As for demon beasts, there was no doubt that it was even more exaggerated. Once a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage, It was considered as transforming into a demon. It could transform into a human or a human of any age. It could even transform into a 3-year-old child. Wang Yu, the young man, the most powerful person under Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, introduced himself in response to Leng Yin. As soon as Wang Yu's words left his mouth, Leng Yun had already made her move. Under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Leng Yun made the first move. Not only did she unleash all of her energy, but a quasi-royal grade spirit claw also appeared and gripped her hand tightly. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian could only hear the ear-piercing sound of sharp weapons tearing through the air wherever Leng Yun passed by. The sharp claws on her hand shot out beams of light and transformed into claw shadows that filled the sky. In just a blink of an eye, Leng Yun arrived in front of Wang Yu. The sharp claws on her hand slashed down menacingly as though they were tearing the sky apart. As someone who was at the 3rd level of Emperor Wu stage, Leng Yun's ability was much stronger than Wang Yu. Wang Yu was only at the 2nd level of Emperor Wu stage. If it was not for the fact that he was a variant and possessed innate divine ability, it was impossible for him to enter the top 3 of the hidden fog martial competition. Facing Leng Yun, who was stronger than him and came with a menacing aura, Wang Yu was abnormally calm. When Leng Yun moved and shot towards him like a sharp arrow, he still stood where he was without any intention of dodging. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Innate divine power. The moment Leng Yun got close to him, he used his spiritual power to activate his innate ability. The demonic black lotus reappeared and faced the menacing Leng Yun head-on. When Leng Yun arrived in front of Wang Yu, the black lotus was also very close to her. Leng Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. Now, she was confident that she could severely injure Wang Yu the moment the black lotus entered her body. However, because she couldn't kill anyone, she didn't have the confidence to make Wang Yu lose the ability to attack her after severely injuring Wang Yu. So she chose to avoid it. She's going to lose. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had seen Leng Yun's situation clearly. If her attack landed, it would not be difficult for her to severely injure Wang Yu. She might even cause Wang Yu to lose the ability to continue fighting. However, she had chosen to avoid it because she was afraid of Wang Yu's innate ability. You can't just dodge an innate ability as you wish. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. This was because in the 2 reincarnations of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had encountered more than one variant who possessed innate abilities that could attack the soul. Therefore, he knew how terrifying this innate ability was. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Leng Yin gave up on attacking Wang Yu. She wanted to avoid it, but she soon regretted it. She discovered that the black lotus was not only moving faster and faster, but it was also sticking to her like gangrene. No matter where she dodged, it would follow her closely. Sky-ripping mysticine claw. Soon, Leng Yin also realized that if this continued, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Therefore, she tried to salvage the situation and attacked Wang Yu again. Sharp claws tore through the air and claw shadows filled the sky. Unfortunately, this time, Wang Yu had already dodged, causing her to miss her target. At this time, the Black Lotus's speed had caught up with Leng Yun's speed. Not only that, but its speed was also increasing. This was the mystery of an innate ability. Once it was used, its speed was not on the same level as the user's own speed. Unless one's strength was much stronger than the variant, it was almost impossible to avoid the innate ability. Duan Lingtian knew this from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It was because of this that he thought Leng Yun would lose. Because of a wrong choice, Leng Yun lost in the end. She was completely defeated. After the Black Lotus increased its speed several times, it finally caught up with her and merged into her body, causing her to be in a daze. Just when she was in a daze, Wang Yu made his move in time and defeated her. Wang Yu won. So this is the power of the soul attack innate ability. What a terrifying innate ability. It's not on the same level as the other variants' assist-type innate abilities. Of course, today, among the variants who know innate ability, Wang Yu is the only one who entered the top 3. After Wang Yu defeated Lin Yin, many people discussed how terrifying Wang Yu's innate ability was. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lin Yin returned to the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and lowered her head guiltily. It's my fault for not warning you. However, you've learned from your mistakes. I hope you'll remember today's lesson. The soul attack innate ability isn't something you can dodge just because you want to. The 3rd island master said. He did not blame Ling Yun at all. At the same time, the 3rd island master said loudly, "Rest for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the last round of the martial arts competition will continue. Brother Ling Tian, are you confident? Even if I were to fight that Wang Yu, I wouldn't dare to say that I'd be able to defeat him." Yang Hui asked Duan Ling Tian. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with dread. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Won't you find out when you continue watching? Wang Yu, this Duan Ling Tian isn't simple. If you fight him like how you fought Ling Yin, you'll definitely lose. Wang Yu, who was resting by the side, heard a clear voice transmission by his ears. He could tell that it was the voice of his master, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Master, I understand. Wang Yu hurriedly replied. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he muttered, You'd better not lose to Lung Yin, otherwise I'll be disappointed. A quarter of an hour passed very quickly. This time, the one who took the initiative to enter the arena was still Lung Yin. After the previous rest, Lung Yin's injuries had completely recovered. Now, Lung Yin could only choose Duan Ling Tian as her opponent. Facing Duan Ling Tian, who flew out and stood opposite her, Lung Yin slowly opened her mouth. Lung Yin, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian, I won't show mercy to you just because you've avenged my junior sister. Lung Yin said through voice transmission. As you wish. Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face as he replied indifferently. His indifference infuriated Lung Yin, causing her eyes to be filled with rage. Subsequently, without any hesitation, she executed her movement technique and charged towards Duan Ling Tian. The quasi-royal grade sharp claw in her hand tore through the air as she executed the sky-ripping dark Yin claw once again. The sky-ripping dark Yin claw was a heaven rank-high grade offensive martial skill, and Lung Yin had already cultivated it to perfection. It was precisely because of this that she could forcefully pull out a person's heart from his chest with her bare hands. Now that she was using the quasi-royal grade sharp claw, the might of the sky-ripping dark Yin claw had increased to a whole new level. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Lung Yin charged towards Duan Ling Tian, it was as though a huge goshawk was descending. Accompanying it were claw shadows that filled the sky as though she wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian apart. The sharp claw tore through the air and set off a fierce gust of wind. It swept across the sky and enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's purple robe fluttered along with the wind. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Ling Tian stood in the same spot as he faced Lung Yin's overwhelming attack. He did not move at all. Under the gaze of a group of powerful Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor experts, Duan Ling Tian casually took out a sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword split into 9 swords and revolved around his body. Suddenly, the 9 swords that revolved around Duan Ling Tian's body swept out together. 9 tribulations, sword control technique. 9 dragons, radiant flash. Facing the claw shadows that were formed by Lung Yin's sky-ripping dark Yin claw that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. He immediately executed 2 sets of heaven rank-high, grade, offensive martial skills. Both sets of heaven rank-high, grade, offensive martial skills were not weaker than Lang Yun's sky-ripping dark Yin claw. Boom! 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 A series of deafening bangs suddenly rang out. It was Duan Lingtian's attack that collided with Lang Yun's attack. As the bangs rang out, waves of rolling shock waves swept out and raged in all directions. Suddenly, the group of onlookers felt a gust of wind blowing in their faces. Those with weaker cultivations were blown far away. Even more people were blown back by the wind. What a brilliant martial skill! The two sets of martial skills that Duan Lingtian had cast. 9 swords in unison that transformed into 81 divine dragons before they shot out 162 ultimate flashes of light, shocking all the martial emperors and demon emperors present at the scene. Bang! Soon, a loud bang rang out and attracted everyone's attention. Many Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor experts clearly saw that after Duan Lingtian blocked Ling Yun's sky-ripping dark Yin claw, the sword in his hand shook and the sword body slammed out. The sword body slammed out as if it had the help of God. It was like a huge mountain collapsing, pressing down on Lang Yun. Lang Yun did not have time to react. She was hit by the power of Duan Lingtian's sword body. After a loud bang, she flew out like an arrow from a bow. She was battered and exhausted. Barf! As Lang Yun flew out, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her already pale face became even paler. The outcome was decided. From the moment he confronted Lang Yun to the moment he defeated Lang Yun, Duan Lingtian stood there and did not move his feet at all. This caused the onlookers to be inexplicably shocked. Wang Yu. After defeating Lang Yun, before the onlookers could react, Duan Lingtian looked directly at Wang Yu. The 9 swords merged into one and fell into his hand. Chapter 1305. His feet did not move at all as he used his spiritual energy to wield his sword and cast a sword technique to defeat Lang Yun, who was Emperor Wu's 3rd-level realm martial artist. Duan Lingtian's strength shocked everyone once again. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of Emperor Wu realm. Of course, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lang Yun in such a short time. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with surprise and shock. However, their gazes soon changed again. They were filled with anticipation. The 3rd place of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition today is Lang Yun. Now, all that's left is the final battle between Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu to determine the 1st place. The 1st place of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition was about to be born. Everyone was looking forward to it. Amazing! Amazing! Demon Emperor Man Wu exclaimed as he looked at Qing Xian, Emperor Wu. Qing Xian, Wang Yu is your favorite direct disciple. Do you think he can defeat Duan Lingtian? It's hard to say. Qing Xian, Emperor Wu shook his head. Even you don't have confidence in Wang Yu? Demon Emperor Man Wu was stunned. If he's up against someone else, I have confidence in him. However, this Duan Lingtian. When Martial Emperor Qing Xian reached the end of his sentence, he did not continue. However, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with mixed feelings and dread. He could not see through this purple-clad young man. Everyone's attention was on the 2 young men who were staring at each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yu calmly. This was an anomaly who possessed the innate ability to attack the soul. A bow had appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. The bow was as black as ink, and the bowstring was crimson red. It was surrounded by a crimson mist that emitted a bloody aura. From the looks of it, the sword is not his forte. His forte is the bow. Looking at Duan Lingtian holding a strong bow, Wang Yu thought to himself. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand. Milky white origin energy pulsed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 5-colored energy that emitted waves of swift and fierce aura. A moment later, the five-colored power condensed and turned into an arrow. The sword chi around it was oppressive, like a sharp sword instead of an arrow. "Let's begin." Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yu and said calmly. Now, Wang Yu's strength had also skyrocketed, and his movements were not slower than Duan Lingtian's. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded. His eyes suddenly narrowed as wisps of incomparably strange light flickered in them. At the same time, the five-colored arrow condensed in Duan Lingtian's right hand landed on the bow in his left hand, and he knocked the bowstring. Creak! Creak! With a series of strange sounds, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring and drew a full moon. His eyes looked directly at Wang Yu, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Gifted superpower! As Wang Yu's eyes flashed, a black lotus appeared out of thin air. As if it had turned into a black lightning bolt, it shot directly at Duan Lingtian fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the black lotus had crossed half the distance and was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank even further. At the same time, he released the arrow condensed from his own strength in his hand. Colossal aerolite arrow. With a clang, the air in the area where the bowstring vibrated became turbulent, like ripples on the surface of a calm lake caused by a stone. Swoosh! The five-colored arrow pierced through the air, emitting waves of swift and fierce aura that swept out. Is he out of his mind? When the arrow pierced through the air, there were only 3 people who could clearly see the trajectory of the arrow. This was the first thought that popped up in the minds of 2 of the 3 people. These 2 people were the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu. As for the 3rd person, it was Qing Xian Emperor Wu. The reason why the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu lost their composure and even thought that Duan Lingtian had gone mad was because the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot was not aimed at Wang Yu. The arrow pierced through the air and was aimed at the black lotus that was as black as ink. It was also Wang Yu's gifted superpower. Although the remaining group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses could not see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's arrow clearly, they quickly caught a glimpse of it. Soon, they confirmed that the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot was aimed at the black lotus that pierced through the air. Doesn't he know that origin energy and profundity can't touch the gifted superpower? In order to shatter the gifted superpower, one must use extremely powerful spiritual power to succeed. This Duan Lingtian is really out of his mind. Does he think that he can shatter the gifted superpower just like that? In the blink of an eye, many people had the same thought. Most of them were mocking Duan Lingtian for being naive. Some of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. However, the mocking smiles on the corners of their mouths quickly froze. This was because they clearly saw that as the five-colored arrow pierced through the air, the black lotus was directly shattered and vanished without a trace. How's this possible? The group of people could not help but exclaim, "How's this possible?" Even Wang Yu, who had cast his gifted superpower to condense the black lotus to attack Duan Lingtian, was stunned. He could not wrap his head around what had just happened. Initially, he already had a plan to deal with Duan Lingtian. After casting his innate ability, he immediately cast his movement martial skill at full speed when Duan Lingtian made his move. He tried his best to avoid Duan Lingtian's attack. As long as he was not defeated by his gifted superpower, he would be invincible. However, at this moment, whoosh, as a gust of wind blew in his face, Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. The energy in his body that had weakened earlier surged again. He wanted to escape immediately. It's too late. At this moment, a voice entered Wang Yu's ears. Although the voice was calm and emotionless, it sounded like the voice of a devil when it entered Wang Yu's ears. It sent chills down his spine. Bang! Soon after, Wang Yu heard a loud bang. It was accompanied by intense pain that spread from his chest to every part of his body. Subsequently, he felt himself flying out as though he was riding on the clouds. The sweetness in his throat became more and more rapid. He could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was none other than the movement martial skill, dragon soaring 9 heavens, that Duan Ling Tian had cast when Wang Yu was in a daze. He had appeared in front of Wang Yu and struck out with his palm, easily sending him flying. Wang Yu flew for more than 100 meters before he could stabilize himself. He was in a sorry state, and his face was even paler. After he took out a healing pill and consumed it, the outcome of the battle was decided. Duan Lingtian won and obtained the honor of being the champion of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. At this moment, the entire place was in an uproar, especially the people from Lingxian Peak. Everyone from Lingxian Peak, including Emperor Wu Yonghui, had smiles on their faces. No matter what, Duan Lingtian represented Lingxian Peak in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. He shared the honor and disgrace with them. When Duan Lingtian defeated Wang Yu in a clean manner, everyone's eyes shifted to him in unison. He had become the center of attention in the entire place. Duan Lingtian is really a monster. That's right. Whether it was defeating Leng Yun or Wang Yu, it didn't take him long. His strength is so strong that it's completely beyond our imagination. To think that Chen Ji wanted to kill him, he's really overestimating himself. The group of onlookers discussed animatedly. The topics revolved around the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Soon after, one of Emperor Wu's powerhouses reacted and exclaimed in a low voice, "I wonder how he managed to break Wang Yu's innate ability." That's right. I still can't figure out that arrow. With just one arrow, he managed to break Wang Yu's innate ability. It's like a stroke of genius. By right, origin energy and profundity shouldn't be able to touch a soul attack innate ability, let alone break it. Duan Lingtian's arrow isn't simple at all. More and more people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrow. It was as though the arrow was assisted by God. Some of the people with lower cultivation bases, who initially did not see any clues, began to realize how amazing Duan Lingtian's performance was when they heard the discussions among Emperor Wu's powerhouses. The arrow skill that he used earlier seems a little familiar. Yu Han's Emperor Wu frowned. She had a feeling that the arrow skill that Duan Lingtian had used earlier was familiar to her, but she could not recall it at the moment. Naturally, it was not that she could not recall it. It was just that she could not connect the arrow that broke her heaven and earth wipeout with the arrow skill that Duan Lingtian had used earlier. This was because the arrow yesterday was even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying because Duan Lingtian had used an arrow that was a royal grade spirit weapon at the same time. However, he had held back today. He only used his own energy to form an arrow to attack. Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor, who recommended the top 10 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, please come forward and collect your rewards. As for the participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, the top 30 participants will be rewarded in 10 days. Just when most of the people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island announced loudly, causing everyone to shift their attention away from Duan Lingtian. Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor, who recommended the top 10 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, immediately took a spatial ring from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Our rewards will only be given out in 10 days. One of the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition frowned unhappily. Just when the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition were feeling gloomy, Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring from Yang Hui. After he dripped his blood on it to claim ownership, he saw 10 little stones shining with white light lying quietly on the ring. These are the saint stones. Duan Lingtian was stunned. I remember there were 2 of these little stones in the spatial ring of Chanji, the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Who is it? Who killed my son? Chapter 1306. Along with the thunderous roar was an old man who was over 70 years old. The old man wore a silver robe and had a majestic look on his face. At this moment, his face was filled with killing intent. The moment the silver-robed old man appeared, everyone present could feel the tension in the air. Second Island Master. The group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples and Inner Island disciples could not help but exclaim softly when they saw the silver-robed old man. Second Island Master. Second Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. Whether it was the other people from Hidden Fog Island or the group of people from Cloud Continent, all of them knew the identity of the person who had just arrived. It was Chun Bei, the second Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. He was also the father of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chun Ji, who was killed not long ago. When they thought of Chun Ji, many people quietly shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian. The person who killed Chun Ji was Duan Lingtian. You're the one who killed my son. As the second Island Master of Hidden Fog Island, Chun Bei's observation skills were shocking. In just a blink of an eye, he followed many people's gazes and noticed Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Duan Lingtian was fine. He had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised. However, the group of people from Lingxian Peak, led by Yang, we had a change of expression. Even Kerr and Li Fei broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. The grudge of his son's death was irreconcilable. They knew very well. The second Island Master of Hidden Fog Island was here to avenge his son. He wanted to kill me, so why can't I kill him? Duan Lingtian replied calmly in the face of Chun Bei's murderous aura. His face was calm. My son wanted to kill you, so you could only submit to him. That's the wisest choice. You'll be the only one who'll die. Unfortunately, you made the most foolish choice. You killed my son, so I'll kill your entire family. Chun Bei said coldly, after I kill you, I'll kill your family and all of your friends and family. Chun Bei's words caused an uproar. Even the group of people from the Hidden Fog Island felt that Chun Bei was overbearing. If Chun Bei's son wanted to kill someone, the others could only submit? What kind of logic was this? On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally changed and turned gloomy. At this moment, he felt it even more deeply. The strong were respected, and this wasn't just the iron law of Cloud Continent. Even if they left Cloud Continent and came to the overseas Saint Islands, the saying that the strong were respected still applied. Second Island Master. Just as Chun Bei's eyes were filled with killing intent and his silver robe fluttered as he prepared to attack Duan Lingtian, the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island stepped forward and blocked Chun Bei's path. Fan Gwen, are you trying to stop me? Chun Bei asked coldly as he stared coldly at the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. Fong One was the name of the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. Second Island Master, I know you want to kill him, but there's one thing I need to remind you. He was the champion of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. You should know what that means. Fong Wen ignored the cold light in Chun Bei's eyes and said lightly, So what? I only know that he has to pay with his life for killing my son. Right now, I'm not killing him as the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. I'm killing him as a father. The cold light in Chun Bei's eyes intensified. I won't let anything happen to him as long as I'm here. Fong Wen shook his head. If that's the case, I'll kill you as well. Don't think I don't know. You didn't stop him when he killed my son because you haven't forgotten the grudge from the past. Chun Bei's silver robe fluttered even more violently as the killing intent on his body soared into the sky. What a joke! Apart from the battle for the top 10, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition doesn't care about life and death. Your son Chun Ji wasn't the only one who died in the battle for the top 10. Chun Ji was killed because his skills were inferior. What does that have to do with me? Fong Wen sneered. Boom! Just as Fong Wen's voice fell, Chun Bei could no longer suppress his anger, and it roared out. His silver robe fluttered to the extreme as though it was burning with a silver flame. A vast energy rose around his body and emitted a terrifying aura. The group of powerhouses on Cloud Continent, including Qing Xian Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor Manwu, had a change of expression. They could clearly sense Chen Bei's powerful strength. He's at least Emperor Wu stage 8th level or above. Demon Emperor Man Wu's heart skipped a beat. Duan Lingtian will definitely die if the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island makes a move. However, it's beyond my expectations that he's here. With the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island stopping him, he shouldn't be able to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. If that's the case, let me do it for him. Flames of greed burned deep in Emperor Wu's cold eyes. She had never forgotten her goal. She wanted the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. Right now, his spatial ring doesn't only contain the treasures that he left behind as the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. Earlier, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu also gave him the spatial ring that contained the Saint Stone. That spatial ring was also casually put into his own spatial ring. Perhaps the others did not notice all of this. However, Cold Emperor Wu had been staring at Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Naturally, she saw everything clearly. Initially, she planned to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand after the crowd dispersed. However, Chen Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, had appeared. She had no choice but to make her move first. Now, she was only waiting for the two Hidden Fog Islands' island masters to fight. Once they fought, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. At that time, she would kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. Cold Emperor Wu could not help but feel excited when she thought of this. Chen Bei, you really dare to make a move? Don't forget why the Hidden Fog Martial competition is held today. If you ruin this, the first island master won't let you go. Fong Wen's face turned grave when he saw Chen Bei accumulating his strength and was ready to make a move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost as soon as Fong Wen was done speaking, several swift figures appeared and landed beside Fong Wen, blocking Chen Bei's path. Apart from Duan Lingtian, most of the people were shocked by this scene. The group of people who blocked Chen Bei's path with Fong Wen was none other than the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders. Second Island Master, please reconsider. The group of Hidden Fog Island's elders said to Chen Bei in unison. Their voices sounded like a clap of thunder. While most of the people were shocked and confused, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, "It's just as I expected. The Hidden Fog Martial competition isn't that simple." In fact, when he heard about the Hidden Fog Martial competition, he had already guessed that it would not be that simple. Putting aside the rewards for the participants who ranked first in the Hidden Fog Martial competition, Duan Lingtian's imagination ran wild even though the rewards for the referees were enough. The Saint Stone can help an Emperor Stage powerhouse to elevate his cultivation base. You can imagine how precious it is. However, the Hidden Fog Island offered the Saint Stone to tempt the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent to bring their people to the Hidden Fog Martial competition. Who would believe that the Hidden Fog Island has no ulterior motive after going through so much trouble? Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he was still in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent, he had fought for many years for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and won the honor of being number 1 in the end. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by the Skywolf Fort in the northern desert. They used a large number of concept fragments to tempt the young powerhouses of the 10 dynasties to join. The reason why the Skywolf Fort was willing to offer concept fragments and hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was because of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If it was not for Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the Skywolf Fort would not have held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The reason why the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and offered a large number of concept fragments was because of the profundity fragment. The profundity fragment in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With this experience, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The Hidden Fog Island today was just like the Skywolf Fort back then. The Hidden Fog martial competition today was just like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties back then. Just like the Skywolf Fort, the Hidden Fog Island must have their own agenda. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate when he killed Qinji. He was not surprised that Chun Bei, the second island master of the Skywolf Fort, would appear and seek revenge from him. In fact, he had expected this to happen. However, he was not worried. This was because he knew that as long as he displayed his value in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he would be valued by the Hidden Fog Island. When that time came, he would be extremely valuable to the Hidden Fog Island. The Hidden Fog Island would not sacrifice him before they achieved their goal of holding the martial competition. Now that he ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition with his own strength, he had proven his value to the greatest extent. Therefore, he was not worried that Qinbei would kill him. Of course, even if the Hidden Fog Island protected him for some reason, he was prepared to leave the Hidden Fog Island quietly after the martial competition ended. He would be free from the Hidden Fog Island's restraints. For some reason, he had a feeling that the Hidden Fog Island's goal was not as simple as the Skywolf Fort's goal back then. He had a bad feeling about this. If he stayed in the Hidden Fog Island and allowed them to do whatever they wanted, something bad might happen to him. Once I leave the Hidden Fog Island, even if I lose the Hidden Fog Island's protection, this Chen Bei might not be able to find me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was exactly what he had planned from the start. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate when he killed Qinji. He did not even show much emotion. He had already thought of a way out. Do you think you can stop me? Chun Bei asked coldly as he stared at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fongwen, and the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders. Humph! Just as Qin Bei was about to attack Fongwen and the others, a cold snort that seemed to come from all directions entered everyone's ears. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. That's Chapter 1307. A gigantic human silhouette appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It stood there like a small hill. The human silhouette was an old man in a golden robe. There was a golden mole between the old man's brows. It was dazzling like a small sun. They can't stop you, but can I? The pair of illusory eyes of the golden-robed old man's silhouette flashed. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and landed on Qinbei. It was as though a gigantic rock had fallen from his gaze. It was so oppressive that Chun Bei's expression changed drastically. First Island Master. Qin Bei took a deep breath and bowed respectfully at the silhouette in the sky. There was fear in his eyes. At the same time, he said anxiously, "Qin Bei dares not." First Island Master. At the same time, the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders and disciples, including Fongwen, the third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island, bowed at the silhouette in the sky. He stood in the sky with a majestic aura. He's the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island? He doesn't seem to be a real person. I wonder what technique he has. I've heard that the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island has a mystical ability that ordinary people can't imagine. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, he really lives up to his reputation. How terrifying! The real person hasn't shown up yet. It's just a silhouette, but it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Everyone present, including the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, deeply realized how terrifying the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island was. He's the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island? What technique is this? Duan Lingtian could not help but mutter softly as he looked at the human silhouette in the sky. Apart from shock, His heart was filled with doubt. This old man is a powerhouse at the peak of the innate stage. He only needs one more step to reach the mortal shedding stage. At this moment, a voice resonated from Duan Lingtian's body. It was Wang Ba who spoke. Peak of the innate stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. According to the words of your mortal continent, it is the peak of the Emperor Wu realm. In the Tao martial saint land, he can be considered to have entered the peak of the innate stage. He's only one step away from the mortal shedding stage. Wang Ba continued. As for the skill he's using now, it's the innate illusion, which can be mastered by any martial cultivator who has reached the peak of the greater heaven realm. Innate illusion. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's the use of this innate phantom? The innate illusory body doesn't have much use in the Tao martial saint land other than to confuse people. However, it can be used to scare people in a place ruled by mortals, just like now. Wang Ba added. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He could understand Wang Ba's words. The innate illusory body was very common in the Tao martial saint land, but it was extremely rare in the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands where mortals ruled. However, when Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-robed old man's figure in the sky again, his heart was still filled with shock. The peak of the Emperor Wu stage, this golden-robed old man, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, was actually at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. It's very likely that he's the one who's leading the Hidden Fog martial competition. What does he need us to do when he's at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Just like that time when Emperor Wu's secret treasure was opened in the northern desert, forces such as Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, and Five Elements Sect had recruited young powerhouses just for the sake of obtaining the profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. All of this was because the powerhouses from the various forces were unable to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Emperor Wu's secret treasure only allowed those below the age of 40 to enter. This time, the Hidden Fog martial competition also has an age requirement. Those below the age of 70. Don't tell me that there's a place similar to Emperor Wu's secret treasure that's about to open? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought about this. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so coincidental. Then, what does the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island want from us? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. You don't dare? Is there anything that you don't dare to do, Qinbei? At this moment, the golden-robed old man's silhouette in the sky spoke again. He mocked Qinbei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. First island master, I just want to kill the enemy who killed my son with my own hands. Qinbei took a deep breath and said, Qinbei, although you're not the one who's leading the Hidden Fog martial competition, I remember you were there when I set the rules of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Do you need me to repeat the rules of the Hidden Fog martial competition for you? The golden-robed old man asked. His tone was as cold as ice. First island master, I'm confused. Qinbei had a panicked expression on his face. At the same time, he lowered his head silently. He looked like a child who was being recognized in front of an adult. There's a difference in the severity of the matter. Remember, apart from being Chun-Ji's father, you're also the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. The golden-robed old man left these words behind before he disappeared. The human-shaped silhouette in the sky disappeared without a trace. At this moment, most of the people present finally heaved a sigh of relief. The appearance of the golden-robed old man was just a silhouette, but it was enough to make them feel suffocated. Second island master, do you still want to continue? Fong Wen looked at Qinbei and asked nonchalantly, Humph. Qinbei snorted softly. He stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before he turned around and left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. It seems like this Qinbei still hasn't given up. I can't stay on the Hidden Fog Island anymore. Now that the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island has stepped in, he shouldn't dare to kill me for the time being. However, once I lose my value, be it the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island or the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, they won't be able to protect me anymore. At that time, Qin Bei will definitely kill me. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. He planned to find an opportunity to leave in the next few days. The first island master of the Hidden Fog Island is so terrifying. Duan Lingtian won the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition, and he's actually protected by him. It seems like I'll have to find another suitable opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression turned grave. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He was afraid of the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Initially, she thought Duan Lingtian had offended the Hidden Fog Island by killing Qinji and would not be protected by the powerhouses of the Hidden Fog Island. It was only now that she realized she was wrong. It seems like the Hidden Fog Island's purpose of holding the Hidden Fog martial competition isn't that simple. At this moment, Yuhan Emperor Wu also guessed something. No matter what, the Hidden Fog martial competition had come to an end. Everyone left one after another. 10 days later, the rewards for the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition would be given out. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 29 people were looking forward to it. Brother Yang, here are 3 saint stones. Please accept them. On the way back, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and passed the spatial ring that contained the 3 saint stones to Yang Hui. Apart from the 10 saint stones that were rewarded for the Hidden Fog martial competition, he had also obtained 2 saint stones from Qin Ji's spatial ring. There were a total of 12 saint stones. Therefore, he decided to give 3 to Yang Hui. No matter what, it was all thanks to Yang Hui that he was able to come to the Hidden Fog Island and participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Naturally, Yang Hui wanted the 3 saint stones. However, he politely declined in the end. However, after Duan Lingtian insisted, he finally accepted it. He thanked Duan Lingtian sincerely. "Thank you, Brother Lingtian." Yang Hui subconsciously lowered his attitude when he faced Duan Lingtian. Naturally, all of this was because of the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. He had only suspected it before this. However, now Yang Hui could confirm it. Duan Lingtian's strength was no longer inferior to his. If they were to fight to the death, he might not be Duan Lingtian's match. After returning to the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island, Duan Lingtian did not rush to leave with Kerr and Li Fei. The Hidden Fog martial competition had just ended. It was undoubtedly unwise to leave now. "Kerr, little Fei, I'll bring both of you out of the Hidden Fog Island in 5 days and return to Cloud Continent." After Duan Lingtian informed the 2 girls, he entered his room and began to cultivate 9 dragons war sovereign technique, divine dragon form. The divine dragon form was the 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It was also the last form. According to Emperor Wu's memory, the divine dragon form could be cultivated until the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. The divine dragon form is the mental cultivation method that I started cultivating when I was at the martial Monarch stage. Even if I can cultivate until the peak of the Emperor Wu stage, what about after the peak of the Emperor Wu stage? The peak of the Emperor Wu stage is only the peak of the innate stage in the Tao martial saint land. After the innate stage, there's still the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage. After the saint rudiment stage, there's still the saint stage. If Duan Lingtian used to think that the Emperor Wu stage was the peak that he could reach. However, the current him did not think so. His horizons were much wider than before. This saint stone, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a saint stone. He had already learned about the saint stone's function from Yang Hui. It could rapidly raise one's cultivation base. Holding the saint stone in his hand as he cultivated, Duan Lingtian circulated the mental cultivation method of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form. He could clearly feel a powerful energy surging into his body from the Saint Stone. It felt like it did not take long before he broke through the bottleneck that was only one step away from breaking through to the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. In just a blink of an eye, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body changed. His cultivation base successfully entered the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. I broke through just like that. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his expression was slightly dazed. The breakthrough this time gave him a feeling that it was very unreal. I feel like the speed at which this Saint Stone helped me raise my cultivation base is even more exaggerated than the rebirth pill. However, it's also consumed very quickly. It's only been a short while, and I've already consumed half of it. Duan Lingtian could clearly see that the Saint Stone in his hand had dimmed a little as his cultivation base had broken through to the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. It seemed like it had consumed a lot of energy. I wonder how long I've been cultivating. It feels like only 1 or 2 days. After leaving the house, Duan Lingtian learned from the 2 girls that he had been cultivating for 3 days. No wonder they say that time flies when one cultivates. It seems like it's true. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. Chapter 1308. The people from Lei Yun Peak stayed in a forest on the east side of the southern island of the hidden Fog Island. They stayed in a spacious mansion that stood in the forest. The people from the hidden Fog Island had arranged for them to stay in this mansion. Not far from the west side of the mansion, a figure stood in the air. He was looking in the direction of the mansion through the forest. Zhou Yi. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just rushed over. Duan Lingtian only had one purpose in coming here, and that was to kill Zhou Yi and take the Devil's Seal tablet back from him. The Devil's Seal tablet belonged to him in the first place. If he had not lost his mind and lost the Devil's Seal tablet in the Lost Stone Forest, the Devil's Seal tablet would still be in his hands now. Now he only wanted to take back what belonged to him. He did not have a good impression of Zhou Yi. If Zhou Yi had not taken Tianwu away, he would not have gone to the Lost Stone Forest. If he had not gone to the Lost Stone Forest, he would not have used the Devil's Seal tablet by force. The side effect of using the Devil's Seal tablet for the 3rd time almost cost him his life. He still had lingering fears when he thought about it. However, Duan Lingtian waited for a long time, but Zhou Yi did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Thunder Emperor Wu's ability is not inferior to Frosty Emperor Wu. Although I've made a breakthrough to the 2nd level Emperor Wu stage, I don't have the confidence to fight him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to wait here for the rabbit to appear. If he had the confidence to defeat Thunder Emperor Wu, he would have barged into the mansion in front of him and killed Zhou Yi to take back the Devil's Seal tablet that belonged to him. After a while, Duan Lingtian noticed someone coming out of the mansion in front of him. When he saw the person, his eyes that lit up suddenly dimmed again. This was because this person was not Zhou Yi. Instead, he was one of the 9 Martial Emperor's disciples that Martial Emperor Lei Ming brought along. Seeing that the person who came out was about to leave, Duan Lingtian had an idea. Waiting for Zhou Yi like this isn't a good idea after all. I'll start with him. Seeing the Thundercloud Peak disciple leave, Duan Lingtian quietly followed. Soon, he stopped the Thundercloud Peak disciples. Duan Lingtian, what do you want? When the Thundercloud Peak's disciple saw Duan Lingtian, he had a vigilant expression on his face. He was afraid of this purple-clad young man who had won first place in the hidden Fog Martial competition 3 days ago. I just want to make a deal with you. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke to the Thundercloud Peak disciples. What business? The Thundercloud Peak disciple asked. Help me lure Zhou Yi out. Once it's done, I'll give you 2,000 supreme grade primal stones. What do you think? Duan Lingtian said, 2,000 supreme grade, primal stones. When the Thundercloud Peak's disciple heard this, his breathing quickened. He was only an ordinary disciple under Emperor Wu's command. He was not Emperor Wu's direct disciple. To him, 2,000 supreme grade primal stones was a huge fortune. Soon after, the Thundercloud Peak's disciple's breathing stabilized as he said, Zhou Yi is Emperor Wu's direct disciple. If I harm him, Emperor Wu won't let me off. 3,000 supreme grade primal stones. Duan Lingtian interrupted him. As long as you can lure him out without alerting anyone, I'll kill him to prevent any future trouble. At that time, the dead can't testify. Who would know that you lured him out for me to kill? Duan Lingtian continued. All right. When the Thundercloud Peak's disciple heard Duan Lingtian's promise of 3,000 supreme grade primal stones, he could no longer suppress the greed in his heart and agreed decisively. Zhou Yi had always been the target of his jealousy. Now that he had the chance to trick him, it was beneficial to him. There was no harm in doing so. Here are 1,000 supreme grade primal stones. Consider it a deposit. I'll give you the other 2,000 supreme grade primal stones after this is done. Let me remind you, don't try to play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot even if you have Emperor Wu's protection. Duan Lingtian threatened when he reached the end of his sentence. I'm sure you've seen how much the Hidden Fog Island values me 3 days ago. In order to protect me, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Emperor Wu, who's at the peak of the Hidden Fog Island, even personally came. And the peak of the Emperor Wu stage? The Thundercloud Peak's disciple's eyes narrowed. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. 3 days ago, although he could see that the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island's ability was not simple, he did not expect him to be at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. If such a powerhouse wanted to, he could kill their Thundercloud Peak's Thunder Emperor Wu in just a blink of an eye. Go, Duan Lingtian said again. After the Thundercloud Peak's disciple took the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 supreme grade primal stones, he turned around and returned to the mansion where the people from Thundercloud Peak were staying. As for Duan Lingtian, he followed far behind and hid at the side of the mansion. I hope he can really lure Zhou Yi out. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hid behind the forest and looked in the direction of the mansion from afar. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw the Thundercloud Peak's disciple appear. There was another person who appeared with him. Just by looking at the back, he could tell it was Zhou Yi. After the two of them appeared, they left the mansion and headed north. After confirming that there was no one following them, Duan Lingtian made his move and followed them from afar. Soon after, he stopped them in a forest far away from the mansion. Zhou Yi. After appearing, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi calmly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on Zhou Yi's face. He did not expect to be so unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian as soon as he stepped out of the door. Whoosh! At this moment, he noticed that Duan Lingtian shot a ray of light at him with just a raise of his hand. Origin energy and profundity rose from his body as he tried to block it. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he noticed that the Thundercloud Peak's disciple next to him had raised his hand to block the ray of light shot out by Duan Lingtian before flying away and disappearing before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. When the ray of light approached him, he realized it was a spatial ring. At this moment, he realized he had been deceived. Damn it, I can't believe I didn't guard against him. Now he could roughly guess what was going on. The Thundercloud Peak's disciple must have bribed Duan Lingtian and helped Duan Lingtian lure him out. When Zhou Yi recalled the powerful strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed 3 days ago, he felt a chill run up his spine from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Duan Lingtian, it was my fault for what happened back then. However, it was Emperor Wu who asked me to capture Miss Tianwu and bring her to Lost Stone Forest. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and pushed all the blame to Emperor Wu. 3 days ago, before the hidden fog martial competition began, I met Emperor Wu once. He's not as powerful as I am, and his life is hanging by a thread. In order to survive, he told me everything. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Yi indifferently and said slowly, including why you betrayed Lost Stone Forest. Horror dawned on Zhou Yi when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Run. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi turned around and fled. What a joke! Since Duan Lingtian already knew everything, then the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit was not as simple as taking revenge on him for kidnapping Feng Tianwu. He was here for the mysterious stone tablet. If he stayed, not only would the mysterious stone tablet be taken away, but he would also be killed. However, would he be able to escape? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in Zhou Yi's path again and blocked his way. Duan Lingtian, I can give you the thing that you want. Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically. Zhou Yi's expression changed again. He realized it was impossible for him to escape under Duan Lingtian's nose. He immediately wanted to take out the Devil Seal tablet and beg Duan Lingtian to spare his life. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of letting him finish. He interrupted him. There's no need for you to say anything else. You'll definitely die today. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's body moved. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and charged at Zhou Yi as though he was going to swallow him whole. No. Zhou Yi's face was filled with despair as he let out a cry. Boom! Just as Zhou Yi cried out in alarm, he heard a loud bang. Immediately after, a vast, rolling shockwave landed on his body and sent him flying. Zhou Yi thought he would definitely die. The outcome would be the same whether he defended or not. Therefore, he did not deliberately defend himself against Duan Lingtian's attack. Because of this, he was blasted far away. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Zhou Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as he ignored the intense pain from the impact of the shockwave. His face was filled with ecstasy. After his ecstasy, he gradually calmed down. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he should be able to blast me into pieces with just one blow. But when Zhou Yi came to a halt and looked into the distance, he saw a figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian, blocking his path. Although the figure was a little blurry due to the distance, he could still recognize the silhouette of Martial Emperor Lei Ming's back with just a glance. I hope he can kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will still be a huge threat to me if he's alive. Zhou Yi thought to himself. However, Zhou Yi did not go over. He merely watched from afar. This Duan Lingtian shouldn't be hiding his strength, right? An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he recalled how Duan Lingtian had displayed his strength step by step 3 days ago and how he had shocked him time and time again. No, I can't stay. Who knows if this Duan Lingtian is still hiding his strength? If he's really hiding his strength, and his true strength is enough to kill Thunder Emperor Wu, then won't I be dead for sure? Run. I must run. Just in case, I must run. When Zhou Yi thought of this, he no longer hesitated and turned to flee. However, he had forgotten one thing. Chapter 1309. Duan Lingtian. What enmity do you have with Zhou Yi? Why do you want to kill him? Thunderclap Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not answer Thunderclap Emperor Wu because he saw Zhou Yi's silhouette leaving. Anxious, he hurriedly moved to chase after Zhou Yi. No matter what, he could not let Zhou Yi escape. It would be fine if Zhou Yi escaped back to the Thundercloud Peak's residence. However, if he escaped from the Hidden Fog Island, how would he be able to find Zhou Yi and take back the Devil Seal tablet in the vast land? However, he was stopped by Thunderclap Emperor Wu as soon as he moved. Get lost! Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety. All he wanted to do was to chase after Zhou Yi, kill him, and take back the Devil Seal tablet. He did not have time to think about the Thunderclap Emperor who was blocking his way. He simply threw a punch at him. Boom! Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that charged out swiftly and crashed into Martial Emperor Lei Ming. It was as if the ground had collapsed when the punch was thrown out. However, Thunderclap Emperor Wu easily blocked Duan Lingtian's attack with a loud bang. Moreover, after Thunderclap Emperor Wu's energy crushed Duan Lingtian's energy, there was still a large portion of it left. It landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! As expected, Duan Lingtian was sent flying. His vital energy and blood were surging in his body. The intense pain that came from all over his body caused him to snap back to his senses. He hastily took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it. In just a short moment, Duan Lingtian's injuries were mostly healed. Thunderclap Emperor Wu. After he stopped moving, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with extreme coldness. He would not allow anyone to stop him from killing Zhou Yi. Whoosh! A bow and an arrow appeared in Duan Lingtian's hands out of thin air. It was his royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. As soon as the bow and arrow appeared in his hand, he pulled it into a full moon shape. Colossal aerolite arrow. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shot an arrow that was as black as ink in his hand. It was like a black electric snake streaking across the sky. It was so fast that Thunderclap Emperor Wu's expression changed, who was originally calm. In a hurry, Thunderclap Emperor Wu took out his quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon and cast his most powerful technique to barely block Duan Lingtian's arrow. However, the remaining energy from the quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon still caused his body to tremble violently. He didn't unleash his full force. When Duan Lingtian had not Lingtian had with him, he was to Lingtian's his, fear to his. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shot another arrow. It was the same arrow that he shot earlier. As soon as it returned to his hand, he shot it out again. After shooting the arrow, Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 arrows were shot at Emperor Wu. It was as though he would not stop until he killed Emperor Wu. That's not right. With his strength, even if he cast an advanced heaven-class martial skill, it shouldn't be this powerful. Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who had once again made his move to block the 3 arrows that Duan Lingtian shot out, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Soon after, he finally realized what was going on. Saint-grade martial tactic. That's right. It's a Saint-grade martial tactic. When Thunderclap Emperor Wu realized what was going on, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had shot 3 arrows at Emperor Wu's vital points, gave up on Emperor Wu and dashed in the direction where Zhou Yi had escaped. After Thunderclap Emperor Wu dodged the 3 arrows, they returned to his hand. Zhou Yi. After flying for a while, Zhou Yi's figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's sight again. Whoosh! A piercing sound of wind whistling could be heard. It was obviously coming from behind. Duan Lingtian knew that Thunderclap Emperor Wu had caught up with him. I don't care anymore. Even if I have to give up an arrow, I must kill Zhou Yi. Duan Lingtian, who felt that time was running out, raised his hand and knocked an arrow on the strong bow in his hand. He aimed it at Zhou Yi's back. Stop! A thunderous voice came from behind Duan Lingtian and was getting closer. It's too late. Duan Lingtian sneered. The arrow in his hand whistled through the air and disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time when he let go of the arrow, he saw Zhou Yi, who was running for his life, trembling before he fell to the ground. He's finally dead. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw this scene, as he was extremely confident in his archery skill. The arrow earlier had penetrated Zhou Yi's heart. However, the royal-grade spirit arrow was nowhere to be seen. Since Zhou Yi was far away from him, He could not retrieve the arrow that killed Zhou Yi through the inscription formation that was inscribed on the bow and arrow. Although it was a pity, he did not feel any heartache. In his opinion, the fact that the arrow was able to kill Zhou Yi was already considered to have fulfilled its mission. In fact, the arrow had not only killed Zhou Yi, but it had also left behind the Devil Seal tablet for Duan Ling Tian. If the arrow was gone, he could look for ink steel to refine it. However, if the Devil Seal tablet was gone, he would not be able to refine it as he wished. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a wave of rolling airwaves that came from behind him woke Duan Ling Tian up, causing him to hastily take out another arrow and shoot it out from his bow. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian flew out and landed on the arrow. With the help of the arrow's speed, he managed to dodge the thunderous attack that Thunderclap Emperor Wu gave him. Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe you actually know the Saint grade martial tactic. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Thunderclap Emperor Wu shouted. The quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in his hand shook, and a storm-like attack swept out fiercely toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Thunderclap Emperor Wu had already killed Zhou Yi the moment he made his move. He did not kill Zhou Yi just to avenge him. More importantly, it was because of the Saint grade martial tactic that Duan Ling Tian had cast. At Thunderclap Emperor Wu's level, he was especially sensitive to certain things. For example, the Saint grade martial tactic. After confirming that Duan Ling Tian had cast the Saint grade martial tactic, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not to ask Duan Ling Tian to hand over the Saint grade martial tactic. This was because he knew the Saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated through the Saint token. Moreover, those who had obtained the Saint token must have a powerhouse backing them up. That powerhouse was most likely someone who stood at the peak of Emperor Wu's level. Even if he was not, he must be someone who was close to the peak of Emperor Wu's level. He was not someone he could afford to offend. For this reason, after confirming that Duan Ling Tian had cast the Saint grade martial tactic, the first thought that appeared in his mind was to kill Duan Ling Tian to silence him. Who knew if Duan Ling Tian would ask that powerhouse to make a move on him in the future? This concerned his life, so he could not afford to gamble. Moreover, after killing Duan Ling Tian, he would be able to confirm whether Duan Ling Tian had the Saint token or not. If Duan Ling Tian had the Saint token, it would undoubtedly be a great bonus. Even if he did not, he would still be able to avoid a life-or-death situation. Kill! At this moment, there was only one thought left in Thunderclap Emperor Wu's mind, and that was to kill Duan Ling Tian to prevent future trouble. Due to the fact that he was determined to kill Duan Ling Tian, Thunderclap Emperor Wu attacked again without holding back. He suppressed Duan Ling Tian until he was forced to retreat again and again. He was in a precarious situation and could lose his life at any time. Although the colossal aerolite arrow was a Saint grade martial tactic, and it was a human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic, Duan Ling Tian had only grasped the surface of it. Faced with Thunderclap Emperor Wu, who was at the 5th level of Emperor Wu stage, Duan Ling Tian began to feel an immense pressure as time passed by. Don't tell me that Duan Ling Tian, am going to die here today? Duan Ling Tian, who was sent flying again by Thunderclap Emperor Wu, had a bitter expression on his face as he spat out a mouthful of blood again as his internal organs trembled. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Bastard, you really can't help me? Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Ba, who was hiding in his body. Boy, I can't help it. My soul isn't something that can be carried by your body. Once it occupies your body will instantly explode into dust. At that time, both of us will die. Wang Ba's voice resonated with a hint of helplessness. Also, my soul doesn't have carrier, so I can't use my soul attack. Can't your soul attack his soul directly? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Brat, my soul can attack his soul, and I can even destroy his soul. At this point, Wang Ba was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. Then why aren't you making a move? Boy, although I can use my own soul to destroy his soul, At that time, I'll passively occupy his body. His body won't be able to carry my soul and will still explode into dust. Once his body explodes into dust, my soul will be destroyed as well. I won't do something that will send me to my death. Wang Ba said again. He made it very clear. If he wanted to save Duan Lingtian, he could only choose to perish together with Thunderclap Emperor Wu. Of course, he was not willing to do that. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately dismissed the idea of asking Wang Ba for help. As for Wang Ba's choice, he was not surprised. He and Wang Ba did not have a life and death relationship. It was only natural that Wang Ba would not be willing to sacrifice himself for him. If he was in Wang Ba's position, he knew he would make the same choice as Wang Ba. Then, after I'm killed, will you die? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Wang Ba said, if you're killed by him and not by my soul, the vitality in your body will disappear, and my soul won't passively occupy your body. At that time, I can choose to enter his body and use it as a host. Wang Ba said again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely understood. Even if he died, Wang Ba would not die. What a pity. Boy, if you can cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow to the next level, it won't be difficult for you to fight him to a draw. Wang Ba sighed. Boy, don't blame me. In the end, Wang Ba added, if you can live, no one is willing to die, even if I'm only a remnant soul now. Obviously, he did not think Duan Lingtian could escape this calamity. Although Duan Lingtian felt that Wang Ba's choice was right, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. Chapter 1310. When Duan Lingtian saw that the Thunderclap Emperor Wu had attacked again, and he did not have the time to retract his arrow and shoot it, despair filled his eyes. His life was hanging by a thread. Familiar figures appeared in his mind. The first person to appear was someone even he did not expect. It was his mother in this life, Li Ro. The second person to appear was Ker, Li Fei, and Tian Wu. There were also the two little pythons, the little golden mouse, his cheapskate father, and his old friends. Their voices and smiles were still vivid in his mind. But Duan Lingtian felt that they were so far away at this moment. He was afraid that he would not be able to see them again in this life. Farewell. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He was completely disheartened. At this moment, the Thunderclap Emperor was very close to him. Duan Lingtian could even feel the aura of death approaching him. Duan Lingtian, who was completely disheartened and ready to die, quickly realized that the Thunderclap Emperor Wu's attack did not land on him, just as he was in a daze. Scram! A familiar and tender voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian only felt a huge force, accompanied by waves of cold air, sweeping toward him. Although it was not targeted at him, it still sent him flying. Waves of vast, rolling shock waves shook his internal organs and made him dizzy. He flew out as if he was riding on clouds and mist. He only managed to stabilize his body after a while. When he flew out on clouds and mist, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed. He seemed to have understood something. The arrow pierces through clouds and mist without any resistance. This is... In Duan Lingtian's mind, the records of the colossal aerolite arrow's general principles flashed past one by one. At this moment, many things that had been confusing him in the past suddenly became clear. All of this was just the feeling of riding on clouds and mist that he had just experienced. When he was sent flying by the shock waves, the sudden feeling made him understand. His comprehension of the colossal aerolite arrow. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He did not have time to look at the person who saved him. He took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it. With a lift of his hand, he knocked the arrow again. Creak! The bowstring trembled and was pulled into a full moon. Colossal aerolite arrow. The arrow shot out and disappeared in a flash in the air. When it appeared again, it was already behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming in the distance. With just a thought, the arrow returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, a hideous bloody hole appeared on Martial Emperor Lei Ming's chest. He was looking at the person who saved Duan Lingtian, but he didn't have time to react. His body was pierced by an arrow. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have time to react. Although there was suspicion of a sneak attack, if the person who shot this arrow was not strong enough, it would not have been successful. No. Impossible. Thunder Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with blood flowing out of his mouth. His eyes and face were filled with disbelief. He could not figure out how a person who could not fight back at all and was almost killed by him could unleash such a powerful attack. He did not notice the arrow at all. In the end, Martial Emperor Lei Ming closed his eyes and fell to the ground. He had fallen forever. The famous Martial Emperor Lei Ming of the Cloud Continent had fallen just like that. He died in the hands of a young man. Even at the moment before he died, he could not figure it out. How could the young man who was almost killed by him unleash such a powerful attack? If the young man could unleash such a powerful attack from the beginning, no matter how weak he was, he could have fought to a draw with him. He would not have been suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back. In fact, Thunder Emperor Wu was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even Duan Lingtian could not figure it out as well. He would be enlightened in that instant. That moment of enlightenment helped his colossal aerolite arrow break through to a whole new level. It allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. After his colossal aerolite arrow leveled up, his strength was not inferior to Thunder Emperor Wu's. When Thunder Emperor Wu's attention was not on him, he shot the arrow at lightning speed. Thunder Emperor Wu did not even have time to react before he was shot dead. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Thunder Emperor Wu being killed by his arrow. He looked at the bow in his hand and could not regain his senses for a long time. Thunder Emperor Wu was an existence who was on par with Yuhan Emperor Wu. The Emperor Wu powerhouse, who was said to be ranked in the top 3 on Cloud Continent, died in his hands just like that. For a time, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to accept this fact. Be brother Lingtian. In the distance, the young girl hovering in the air, not far away from where Martial Emperor Lei Ming fell, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard the voice. He looked at the young lady who had appeared in time to save him. The young lady was dressed in yellow. She looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her eyes were sparkling. With just one look, one could tell she was a mischievous person who did not know her place. There was a cold aura around the young lady's body. The young lady in yellow was none other than Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai, who came from Cloud Continent. Brother Lingtian, you actually know the Saint Grade martial tactic? After a short moment, Han Xuanai withdrew the icy cold aura that she released and arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. She was slightly surprised as she sized Duan Lingtian up from head to toe and asked curiously, Xuanai, why are you here? At that moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. I couldn't find Brother Lingtian on Cloud Continent. I heard Brother Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog Island, so I came here. Brother Lingtian, you haven't answered my question yet. Han Xuanai frowned and said, that Saint Grade martial tactic, my father left it to me. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Han Xuanai from head to toe and asked, Xuanai, I remember you told me last time that you've been maintaining this appearance because you've cultivated a special technique. Now that you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, why can't you return to normal? I have to enter the mortal shedding stage first. Han Xuanai said with a bitter face, Brother Lingtian, since you know the Saint Grade martial tactic, you must know about the mortal shedding stage, right? Yes, I do. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he seemed to have recalled something and said, wait for me for a while. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian flew out and took the spatial ring from the thunderclap Emperor Wu's body before destroying it. Then he went to take Zhou Yi's spatial ring and did the same thing. making Zhou Yi follow in the footsteps of the thunderclap Emperor Wu. After performing the blood ownership claim on Zhou Yi's spatial ring and confirming that the Devil Seal tablet was inside, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. The Devil Seal tablet is finally back. When Duan Lingtian took Zhou Yi's spatial ring and turned to look at Han Xuanai, he was stunned again. At this moment, there was another person next to Han Xuanai. It was a little girl, dressed in white. The little girl looked no more than 10 years old, and her eyes were sparkling. However, when the little girl in white looked at him, there was a hint of excitement on her delicate little face. When he recalled what Emperor Wu had said to him 3 days ago, he guessed the identity of the little girl in white. Brother Ling Tian, guess who she is? Han Xuanai brought the little girl in white forward and asked Duan Ling Tian mysteriously with a smile on her face. Little White, I didn't expect you to be able to transform into a human. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little girl in white and sighed. I still remember when I first met you. You were just a little girl. Duan Ling Tian greeted the little girl as he gestured with his hands. Brother. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian recognized her, the little girl in white could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She flew out and hugged Duan Ling Tian like a koala. To her, Duan Ling Tian was her closest kin. Ever since she could remember, Duan Ling Tian had always been by her side. When she was born, she even treated Duan Ling Tian as her father. Duan Ling Tian smiled from the bottom of his heart. He patted Little White's head and said gently, Little White, I'm sure Kerr will be very happy to see you. Sister Kerr? Little White's eyes lit up. She asked in anticipation, Brother, where's Sister Kerr? She's on the Hidden Fog Island too. I'll bring you to see her later. But why is it only you and Xuanai? Where's Little Gold and Little Black? Duan Ling Tian looked around as he spoke. How boring. Brother Ling Tian recognized me so quickly. Han Xuanai said a little unhappily. Although she was already over 20 years old, she was still a child at heart. Brother, how did you recognize me? Little White asked curiously. When Han Xuanai heard this, she also looked at Duan Ling Tian. She found it a little unbelievable that Duan Ling Tian was able to recognize Little White with just a glance earlier. If it wasn't for Emperor Wu Shiqi, I wouldn't have recognized you either. Duan Ling Tian smiled and told the two girls about his encounter with Emperor Wu Shiqi 3 days ago. So it's him. The two girls finally understood. Sister Xuanai, you and Little White should have killed that Emperor Wu Shiqi back then. Now, we can't even maintain our mystery anymore. How boring. At this moment, a dissatisfied girl's voice sounded. A little girl dressed in gold appeared before Duan Ling Tian. Unlike the little girl in white, the little girl in gold looked more like Han Xuanai. They were both mischievous. Little Gold. Upon hearing the little girl in gold's voice, Duan Ling Tian immediately guessed her identity. This was because her voice did not change much from before. Between Little Gold and Little Black, only Little Gold was female. As for Little Black, it was a male snake. Brother. When Little Gold looked at Duan Ling Tian, she was also excited. She flew out and pushed Little White, who was in Duan Ling Tian's arms, to the side. She hugged Duan Ling Tian tightly. Brother, Little Gold missed you so much. In the past, although Little Gold and Duan Ling Tian would fight occasionally, they were very close. Brother. At some point in time, a cool little boy dressed in black appeared. His appearance was somewhat similar to Xiaobai's. Chapter 1311. Little Black. Duan Ling Tian looked at the cool little boy in black. It was easy for him to guess his identity. The arrival of Xuanai and the 3 little fellows was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Duan Ling Tian. Since the 3 little fellows missed Kerr and Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian did not have time to chat with Han Xuanai before he brought them back to the mansion where the people from Lingxian Peak were staying. They returned to their courtyard. Young master, they are. Kerr was elated when she saw Duan Lingtian return. However, she was stunned when she saw the 4 people behind Duan Lingtian. Li Fei heard Kerr's voice and knew that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, she was stunned when she saw the 4 people behind Duan Lingtian. Han Xuanai and the other 3 were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Kerr and Li Fei. Sister Kerr, Sister Li Fei. Soon after, Little White leaped into Kerr's arms while Little Gold leaped into Li Fei's arms. The 2 little fellows were very excited. It was as though they had returned home after wandering for many years. The 2 little fellows' actions had undoubtedly frightened the 2 little fellows. After Duan Lingtian's explanation, the 2 little fellows reacted. As it turned out, the 2 little girls were the little white python and the little gold mouse from back then. Little White, I didn't expect it to be you. You're Little Black, right? Kerr was naturally very happy that Little White had returned. Soon after, her gaze landed on the cool little boy in black who was looking at her excitedly. Sister Kerr. Little Black greeted Kerr excitedly. Back then, when he and his sister, Little White, were just born, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Kerr. Due to this reason, they had an extraordinary affection for Duan Lingtian and Kerr. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian and Kerr were not only their brother and sister, but they were also their father and mother. They were the people they respected the most and the most important people in their hearts. Little Gold, compared to before, you've completely changed. I can't even recognize you, Li Fei said to Little Gold. When Duan Lingtian saw the 2 little girls were getting along with the 3 little fellows, he beckoned Han Xuanai over and walked to the side. He immediately shifted his gaze to Han Xuanai and asked, Xuanai, if I'm not mistaken, you're from the Dao Martial Arts Saint Land? Big Brother Lingtian, you guessed it? Han Xuanai was a little surprised. I'd be an idiot if I still can't guess it. Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. Initially, I thought you're from the Han clan, one of the 2 great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. Han clan. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes gleamed as she said, although I'm not from the tiny Han clan, our clan has some ties with them. The Han clan's ancestor can be considered as someone from our clan. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. It did not cross his mind that the Han clan's ancestor was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Han clan was one of the 2 great ancient clans on Cloud Continent. Back then, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had interacted with them before, so he knew them quite well. However, even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not know that the Han clan's ancestor was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu did not even know about the Dao Martial Saint Land. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian also learned from Han Xuanai when she brought the 3 little fellows back and what she did with the 3 little fellows on Cloud Continent. The Lingtian sect, the number 1 sect on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian was completely shocked when he learned that the Lingtian sect had become the number 1 sect on Cloud Continent under the leadership of Han Xuanai, the acting sect leader. However, when he thought about it again, he felt relieved when he recalled his current strength. With his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to lead the Lingtian sect to become the number 1 sect on Cloud Continent. With my current strength among the known Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, only the Qing Xian Emperor Wu can defeat me. As for the Chilling Emperor Wu, he'll only be able to fight me to a draw at most. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. Naturally, this was only the known Emperor Wu powerhouses. The Cloud Continent was so big that there must be many Emperor Wu powerhouses who lived in seclusion. It was not impossible for some of them to defeat the Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also learned some other things from Han Xuanai. This included the fact that Han Jing, the Han clan's disciple who annihilated the Northern Mountains Lu clan in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent, had arrived at the Lingtian sect and was killed by her. I didn't expect so many things to happen when I wasn't around. Xuanai, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the Ling Tian sect would no longer exist. Duan Lingtian sighed as his eyes flashed. He did not care if the Ling Tian sect was gone. What he cared about was the people in the Ling Tian sect who were forced by the Han clan's disciple, Han Jing, to stay and die with the Ling Tian sect. Brother Ling Tian, why are you being so courteous with me? Han Xuanai shook her head and smiled. Then her mischievous eyes gleamed as she asked, Brother Ling Tian, you said that the saint-grade martial tactic that you're cultivating was passed down to you by your father. Isn't your father from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent? How would he know the saint-grade martial tactic? The saint-grade martial tactic belonged to the Dao martial saint land. Even if the Cloud Continent had it, it was only in the hands of the two great ancient clans. Naturally, that was only the situation on the surface. As far as she knew, apart from the two great ancient clans, there was another person who cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic on the Cloud Continent. That person was somewhat related to her. My father is indeed from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. However, he's not around since I can remember. He's only reappeared after more than 20 years. Duan Lingtian told Han Xuanai everything about Duan Rufeng's return and how Duan Rufeng brought his mother away. He also mentioned the things that Duan Rufeng left for him. 3 Dao talismans left behind by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator? Han Xuanai was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Lingtian, it seems like your father isn't a simple person in the Dao martial saint land. The Dao talismans left behind by Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivators are not something that ordinary people can obtain. At the very least, ordinary mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, Dao cultivators, devil cultivators, and even those at the paramount mortal shedding stage, it's very difficult for them to obtain a Dao talisman inscribed by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Not every Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator can inscribe a Dao talisman. Han Xuanai said, based on what you said, my father must be at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. Duan Lingtian asked. At the very least, he must be at the Saint Rudiment stage. Han Xuanai nodded. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Han Xuanai's confirmation. It did not cross his mind that his cheapskate father was at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. According to Wang Ba, the Saint Rudiment stage was at the Saint Rudiment stage. After the Saint Rudiment stage was the Saint stage. Once one made a breakthrough to the Saint stage, one would be a powerful Saint stage powerhouse. A Saint stage powerhouse was so powerful that it was not difficult for them to split mountains and rivers, burn rivers and boil seas. While Duan Lingtian was surprised by his cheapskate father's strength, he was also curious about the force behind Han Xuanai. Xuanai, what kind of force is your clan in the Dao martial saint land? Is it very powerful? It's all right. When Brother Lingtian goes to the Dao martial saint land in the future, I'll invite you to my house as a guest. You'll know by then. Han Xuanai kept him in suspense when she reached the end of her sentence. Yes, it's all thanks to Qing Nu that the 3 little fellows are able to achieve what they have today. At that time, I'll thank her in person. Duan Lingtian still remembered the old woman who followed Han Xuanai around back then. It was because she asked the 3 little fellows to leave with her that the 3 little fellows were able to achieve what they had today. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Brother Lingtian, judging by your current strength, I'm sure you must have had a fortuitous encounter all these years. I think even if they didn't leave with Qing Nu back then, they wouldn't be much weaker than they are now. Han Xuanai smiled. What's their cultivation base now? Duan Lingtian was curious about this. When he first saw the 3 little fellows, he had already sensed the aura of a demon emperor from them. Since they were all at the emperor stage, he did not use his spiritual energy to probe them. However, he was still curious about the 3 little fellows' strength. Little White and Little Gold are at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. As for Little Black, he had already broken through to the 8th level Demon Emperor stage half a month ago. Han Shuanai said, 7th level Demon Emperor stage? 8th level Demon Emperor stage? Han Shuanai's words stunned Duan Lingtian. When he came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to look at the three little fellows who were getting along well with Ku-er and Li Fei. His heart was filled with shock. Their strength is actually so strong. Subsequently, Han Shuanai said something that stunned Duan Lingtian. With Little White and Little Gold's progress, they should be able to break through to the 8th level Demon Emperor stage within 3 months. Han Shuanai said. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally returned to his senses from his shock. He looked at Han Shuanai and asked, Shuanai, your current strength, you shouldn't be any weaker than them, right? Han Shuanai smiled mysteriously and did not respond to Duan Lingtian. Although she did not respond, Duan Lingtian already had an answer in his heart. He could not help but curse in his heart. What a bunch of freaks! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was no longer a monster or a genius. Compared to the four little fellows, he was nothing. Brother Lingtian, did you know? You've been used. Han Shuanai seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden as she said, You followed Martial Emperor Lingxian from Lingxian Peak to the Hidden Fog Martial Competition on the Hidden Fog Island because he wanted the Saint Stone. I heard from the few old fellows in the Han clan that the Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu obtained the Saint Stone from the Hidden Fog Island without telling you. They won't give the Saint Stone to people like you who work for them. Chapter 1312. I'll go look for that spirit profound Emperor Wu now and take all the Saint Stones that Brother Lingtian won for him. Han Shuanai said, as she prepared to dash out of the courtyard. Shuanai, you've misunderstood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally reacted and stopped her. It's true that I won the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition 3 days ago, but the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu gave me all the Saint Stones that I won. There's a total of 10 stones, not one less. He's my friend. Before I came to the Hidden Fog Island, I already knew that the most precious prize in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition is the Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian said, The reason I came to the Hidden Fog Martial Competition is for the Saint Stones. Han Shuanai nodded as realization dawned on her. Now that Brother Lingtian said this, that Spirit Profound Emperor Wu seems like a good person. Since he's Brother Lingtian's friend, I won't look for him to settle this matter. Settle this matter? You won't look for him to settle this matter? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Shuanai, did he offend you? Humph. He brought Brother Lingtian away from the Cloud Continent and caused Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold, and I had to spend a lot of time looking for him. Initially, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but since he's Brother Lingtian's friend, I'll let him go for Brother Lingtian's sake. Han Shuanai said matter-of-factly. After listening to Han Shuanai's words, Duan Lingtian secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Hui, the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. If Yang Hui was targeted by this little devil, even if he did not die, he would most likely lose a layer of skin. This was something that he had deeply felt back then. Soon, Duan Lingtian introduced Han Shuanai to Kerr and Li Fei, and also introduced them to Han Shuanai. Sister Kerr, Sister Fei. Han Shuanai, who looked like a little witch in front of others, was very sweet in front of Kerr and Li Fei. She kept calling them sister, which made Kerr and Li Fei burst with joy. Not long after, the 3 women started fighting. The arrival of Han Shuanai and the 3 little fellows was undoubtedly a big surprise for Duan Lingtian. I originally planned to leave in 2 days. Duan Lingtian told Han Shuanai about how he had killed the son of Qinbei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. He did not hide anything from her. He planned to leave because he was worried Qinbei would make a move on him after he lost his value. Brother Ling Tian, I'm very curious about the purpose of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. You don't have to leave the Hidden Fog Island in a hurry. As for that Chin Bei, you don't have to worry about him. It's fine if he lets go of his hatred. But if he dares to seek revenge from you, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. When Han Shuanai reached the end of her sentence, her true colors as a little devil were revealed on her pink face. Strands of icy cold aura were unconsciously emitted from her body, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from shuddering. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was also very curious about the purpose of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. It should be known that the Hidden Fog Island had taken out many Saint Stones for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. The Saint Stones could help Emperor Wu to raise his cultivation base rapidly. It was an extremely rare treasure. Xuan Nai, do the Saint Stones come from the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The Saint Stones were similar to Origin Stones. He had noticed this long ago. However, the heaven and earth origin energy contained in the Saint Stones could not be compared to the Origin Stones. Take the Supreme Grade Origin Stones as an example. If the heaven and earth origin energy in the Supreme Grade Origin Stones was a small stream, then the heaven and earth origin energy in the Saint Stones was equivalent to a vast ocean. The two were not on the same level at all. Yes, Han Shuanai nodded. The Saint Stones are mostly produced in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Of course, the Hidden Fog Island is one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, and there's a Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserve buried underground. On average, a Saint Stone would be produced every few years. There are also 2 Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserves that can produce Saint Stones on the Cloud Continent. They're in the hands of the 2 great ancient clans, respectively. Due to this reason, they're not interested in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. They don't lack Saint Stones. Han Shuanai said, I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. In that case, although the Reincarnation Emperor was more or less related to the 2 great ancient clans back then, the people from the 2 great ancient clans never mentioned the Saint Stones to him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, there was no record of the Saint Stones in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. In that case, there are many people who have entered the 7th level Emperor Wu stage or above in the 2 great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously with a gleam in his eyes. The last time I killed Han Li from the Han clan, he sent out a communication jade slip before he died. After that, an old man at the 8th level Emperor Wu stage came from the Han clan. Even little gold was no match for him. Han Shuanai said, the 8th level Emperor Wu stage. Although Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. That old man isn't the strongest person in the Han clan. Han Shuanai continued. Duan Ling Tian's scalp went numb when he heard that. His heart was filled with shock. It seems like even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu back then didn't really come into contact with the real powerhouse in the Han clan. Standing at the peak of the Cloud Continent, now it seems like it's all just a joke. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu back then could only be considered as the number 1 Emperor stage powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. There were many people who were more powerful than him in the 2 great ancient clans. However, the 2 great ancient clans kept a low profile and did not expose the real powerhouses in their clans. To be honest, it's all thanks to the Han clan that I know Brother Ling Tian came to the Hidden Fog Island this time. Duan Ling Tian felt his scalp go numb when he heard what Han Shuanai said. According to Han Shuanai, she actually mobilized the forces of the 2 great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent just to look for him. How powerful were the 2 great ancient clans? But they actually listened to Han Shuanai, a little girl's orders. However, when he thought about it again and recalled Han Shuanai's background, he felt relieved. Perhaps they found out about Xuanai's identity. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Of course, it's also possible that Xuanai's strength is enough to suppress the powerhouses in the two great ancient clans and force them to help. With Xuanai's personality as a little devil, it was not impossible for him to speculate. Saint stones are produced from supreme-grade origin stone mines. It's extremely rare. Are there any saint stone mines in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Han Xuanai. Of course there are. Han Xuanai nodded. However, saint stone mines are usually in the hands of powerful forces. Even the weakest forces who control saint stone mines have the strength to annihilate the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent and the four great overseas saint islands, including the Hidden Fog Island, in just one night. So powerful. Duan Lingtian turned pale with fright. Powerhouses like Emperor Wu are nothing in the eyes of those forces. Han Xuanai added. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Han Xuanai's words. The strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land was beyond his imagination. Naturally, while he was marveling at the strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was also looking forward to the day when he would step foot on the Dao Martial Saint Land. That day shouldn't be too far away, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. That evening, Duan Lingtian took the time to call the two little girls together. It was time to explain some things to them and even be frank with them. Little Fei, let me tell you about the things that happened to me after the two of you left the Seven-Star Sword Sect. After reuniting with the two girls, although he spent most of his time by their side, he did not have the time to tell them about the things that happened to him after they left. Duan Lingtian hugged the two girls in his arms and began to tell them about the things that happened after that. He started from the annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. When the two girls heard that the Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated, horror dawned on their faces. They did not expect that such a tragedy would happen to the Seven-Star Sword Sect after they left. When they heard that the senior officials of the Seven-Star Sword Sect were willing to lay down their lives for the sake of their man's survival, tears streamed down their faces like rain. Only when they heard Duan Lingtian say that he took revenge for the Seven-Star Sword Sect and even rebuilt the Seven-Star Sword Sect did their tears stop. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian mentioned Feng Tianwu to them. At the beginning, was fine, but Li Fei was filled with enmity towards Feng Tianwu. When she heard that Feng Tianwu had forcefully erupted with the strength of her fire spirit body for the sake of Duan Lingtian and was willing to give up her life, causing her to lose her memories in the end, the enmity in Li Fei's heart towards Feng Tianwu vanished without a trace. All that was left was pity. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of his other experiences. Every time he spoke of a dangerous situation, the beautiful faces of the two girls couldn't help but tighten, and their eyes were filled with worry. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian would be able to turn danger into safety, they still could not help but feel worried. He also told the two girls about Han Xuanai's matter. The two girls were shocked when they learned that Han Xuanai came from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. Before this, they had already learned about the Dao Martial Saint Land from Duan Lingtian. They also knew that their parents-in-law were in the Dao Martial Saint Land now. After spending an entire night, Duan Lingtian finally translated the main experiences of these past few years into words and told them to the two little girls in his embrace. Scoundrel, I can't believe that you've experienced so many things along the way. Compared to what you've experienced, and my experiences are a little monotonous. Li Fei sighed emotionally. When she and left the Seven-Star Sword Sect, they went to the Yinyang Sect. After that, they left the Yinyang Sect and went to Yuhan Valley. After leaving Yuhan Valley, they came to the Hidden Fog Island. Compared to Duan Lingtian's experiences, their experiences were indeed monotonous. Young master. Chapter 13:13. Early in the morning, everything came to life as the sun shrouded the land. The two girls listened to Duan Lingtian's words for the entire night and were on tenterhooks for the entire night. After Duan Lingtian stopped talking, it did not take long for them to fall into a deep sleep. Duan Lingtian did not disturb the two girls and allowed them to lie on his body as they stared blankly at the ceiling. Saint Stone Reserve? His heart was filled with shock when he recalled what Han Shuanai had told him earlier. One Saint Stone was enough to help a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist break through to the second-level Emperor Wu stage in one go. One could imagine how powerful the heaven and earth origin energy it contained was. The Saint Stone was undoubtedly a precious treasure on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands. However, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was a special reserve that could be mined by anyone. Bastard. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian released Wang Ba's soul that he had sealed with his spiritual energy. When he was with the two girls, he did not like having a fourth person present, even though Wang Ba was just a remnant soul. Boy, you sealed me again. I'll tell you one more time. When you're with these two girls, I won't even peek. Wang Ba said angrily as soon as he came out. Previously, after Duan Lingtian had reunited with the two girls, he had sealed Wang Ba before they had sex, so that Wang Ba could not pay attention to what was happening outside. At that time, Wang Ba was very displeased. Do you want to have a taste of being sealed again? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. The moment Wang Ba heard this, he became speechless immediately. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Although he was a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land when he was at his peak, he was currently just a remnant soul. I called you out to ask you if the Saint Stone Reserve in the Dao Martial Saint Land produces this kind of Saint Stone. Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba as he took out a holy stone. This Saint Stone was the Saint Stone from the Hidden Fog Island. Not necessarily. Wang Ba responded faintly. Although he didn't want to answer Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to not answer. He didn't want to be sealed again. Not necessarily. Duan Lingtian frowned. The Saint Stone in your hand is only a low-grade Saint Stone. It usually comes from a low-grade Saint Stone mine. Of course, such a Saint Stone would occasionally appear in a supreme-grade origin stone mine. Wang Ba said, Low-grade Saint Stone? Just a low-grade Saint Stone? Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never thought that the Saint Stone that could help Emperor Wu improve his cultivation so quickly was only a low-grade Saint Stone. A low-grade Saint Stone had accumulated such a terrifying amount of heaven and earth origin energy. What if it was a medium-grade Saint Stone? Would the heaven and earth origin energy not be even more terrifying? After learning from Wang Ba that the Saint Stones in his hand were all low-grade Saint Stones, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. At this moment he could feel it deeply. He was so insignificant to the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was so insignificant that it made him feel suffocated. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed since the end of the Hidden Fog Martial competition. This day was also the day that the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog Martial competition would receive their awards. It was the day that Fong Wen, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, had agreed to meet them. It was the same place where the Hidden Fog Martial competition was held, on the calm sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Fong Wen had been waiting there since early in the morning. There were two people following behind him like shadows. They were his grandson and his direct disciple, Lung Yin. As Duan Lingtian and the others arrived late, those who were supposed to be here had all arrived. A few days ago, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui, had introduced the yellow-clad girl and the three little fellows who had appeared next to Duan Lingtian. They could be considered to have integrated into the group of people from Ling Xian Peak. It did not seem out of place. Where's Emperor Wu from the Thunder City? His direct disciple, who's at the Emperor Wu stage, doesn't seem to be here as well. Soon after, someone noticed that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi were not here. Apart from one of the 9 people from Thundercloud Peak, all 8 of them, including Lan Bai, kept looking around. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation. They had only discovered that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi had left quietly today. Initially, they thought that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi had arrived earlier. However, when they arrived, they realized that the two of them were not here. They could not help but feel worried. Even when Fong Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, spoke, Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi still did not appear. The group of people from Thundercloud Peak had an ominous feeling in their hearts. One of them had bright gleams in his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void and land on the purple figure in the distance. Could it be that not only did he kill Zhou Yi, but he also killed Lord Emperor Wu? The moment he thought of this, his heart trembled. Thundercloud Emperor Wu was at the 5th level Emperor Wu stage. Among all the Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, he could be ranked in the top 3. He died just like that? He still could not believe it. Perhaps Lord Emperor Wu had something to do and left at the last minute. He began to console himself. He did not believe that the purple-clad young man could kill Emperor Wu. If his ability is stronger than Emperor Wu, why did he spend so many origin stones on me to lure Zhou Yi out? The moment he thought of this, he calmed down. The fact that Emperor Wu and Zhou Yi did not appear only affected the group of people from Thundercloud Peak. As for the others, they were not affected at all. Fong Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, quickly began to distribute the rewards to the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Among them, Zhou Yi was missing. Fong Wen did not care about this. If the people who were missing were in the top 10 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, perhaps he would care. However, those who were not in the top 10 were not worthy of his attention as the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. What's the reward? After Duan Lingtian returned to the group of people from Lingxian Peak after receiving the reward, Yang Hui's eyes gleamed as he asked curiously, "It's just a large amount of supreme grade origin stones, many grade 1 pills, and grade 1 spirit weapons." Duan Lingtian replied to Yang Hui. These things were not very attractive to him, and even to others, they were not very attractive to him. Everyone, now, it's time for me to tell you the purpose of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Suddenly, Fong Wen's voice resonated and attracted everyone's attention. It's coming. Duan Lingtian knew Fong Wen was about to get to the point. The Hidden Fog Island had spent a lot to hold the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, let alone Duan Lingtian. Even the Hidden Fog Island's disciples would not believe it if they said they did not have any ulterior motives. Han Shu and I, who stood next to Duan Lingtian, also looked at Fong Wen. The others looked at Fong Wen one by one. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition this time is indeed a little strange. I heard that the Hidden Fog Island has never held a martial competition like this before. A direct disciple of Emperor Wu from Cloud Continent said softly, "That's right. I guess that the Hidden Fog Island must have some ulterior motive for holding the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Now it seems like it's true. I wonder what the Hidden Fog Island is trying to do. No matter what, all of us who are in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition are completely trapped." The onlookers whispered among themselves. Many of them looked worried. They were afraid the Hidden Fog Island would ask them to do something dangerous. Some of them were even thinking about how they could escape. As everyone knows, there are a total of 4 overseas Saint Islands, including our Hidden Fog Island. Fong Wen continued, "Among the 4 overseas Saint Islands, apart from our Hidden Fog Island, there are 2 other overseas Saint Islands that are close to the other 2 mortal continents. As for the last overseas Saint Island, it's right in the middle of the 3 overseas Saint Islands." Fong Wen said, "It's close to the other 2 mortal continents." Mortal continent? What's that? It was the first time many of them had heard of the term mortal continent. Confusion filled their faces. "For example, Our hidden fog island is close to one of the three mortal continents, Cloud Continent, Fongwen continued. Yes, three mortal continents. Soon after, a powerhouse from Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent questioned, Third Island Master, according to what you just said, there are two other continents like our Cloud Continent in this world. If we're talking about continents, there are more than two. However, if we're talking about mortal continents, there are only two. Fong Wen nodded. What? Fong Wen's words shocked most of the people from Cloud Continent. It was their first time hearing that apart from their hometown, Cloud Continent, there were two other continents that were similar to theirs. Cloud Continent is surrounded by the ocean, and the ocean is endless. We have no idea what's on the other side of the ocean. Perhaps on the other side of the ocean there's another continent that's similar to our Cloud Continent. If there's really one, I wonder if they're like the people of Cloud Continent who worship the martial Tao and respect the strong. Gradually, more and more people believed Fong Wen's words. Unlike your Cloud Continent, whether it's humans or demon beasts on Cloud Continent, they worship the martial Tao. All of you can be called martial cultivators. Because of this, Cloud Continent is ruled by a group of martial cultivators. Fong Wen said, the other two mortal continents that are similar to Cloud Continent are different. As far as I know, one of the mortal continents is ruled by a group of Tao cultivators who use the heaven and earth energy to fight their enemies. Tao cultivators? Fong Wen's words caused everyone to be at a loss. What's a Tao cultivator? This was the same question in their minds. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm. He had long known about the existence of Tao cultivators, so he was not surprised. The other two mortal continents mentioned by the third island master of Hidden Fog Island must be the two mortal continents that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang mentioned. Chapter 13-14. Feng Qingyang was the person who left the word sword in Duan Lingtian's hometown. He called himself the Sword Saint. Duan Lingtian benefited a lot from the word sword. It could be said that the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian comprehended now was all thanks to him. If Feng Qingyang's message was true, it meant that he used to be someone who stood at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. Three continents. One is led by martial cultivators. One is led by Tao cultivators, and one is led by both martial cultivators and Tao cultivators. At this moment, the people present on the scene learned about this from Fong Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. At this moment, not only the people from Cloud Continent, but even the Hidden Fog Island's disciples were shocked. I can't believe that there are two other continents apart from our Cloud Continent. Moreover, there are martial cultivators like us in those two continents as well. There's also Tao cultivators. Many people were shocked. However, Fong Wen did not finish a sentence. While our Hidden Fog Island is holding the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, the other two overseas Saint Islands are also holding similar martial competitions. They'll also select the most outstanding 30 people. The two overseas Saint Islands are adjacent to the other two continents. The 60 people they'll select will come from the other two continents. They'll join the 30 people we'll select from Hidden Fog Island and head to Half Moon Island. Fong Wen continued. Half Moon Island? Many of Emperor Wu's disciples from Cloud Continent were puzzled. Half Moon Island is also one of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. It's located in the center of the 3 overseas Saint Islands, including our Hidden Fog Island. It's the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. The island master of Half Moon Island, Lord Diong, is the strongest powerhouse in the overseas Saint Islands. Fong Wen was filled with respect when he reached this point. The island master of Half Moon Island, Diong, the strongest powerhouse in the overseas Saint Islands? The moment Fong Wen's words left his mouth, apart from those who already knew about this, the others were shocked. Half Moon Island, the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands? The island master of Half Moon Island, the powerhouse named Diyong, is the strongest overseas powerhouse? Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. The first island master of the Hidden Fog Island seems to be at the peak of Emperor Wu. The island master of Half Moon Island is widely acknowledged as the #1 powerhouse overseas. Doesn't that mean his ability is more powerful than the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, who is at the peak of Emperor Wu? He is an existence that surpasses the peak of Emperor Wu's realm. According to the Tao Martial Saint Land, it's an existence above the peak of the innate stage. After the innate stage is the mortal shedding stage. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's face turned serious. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition held by our Hidden Fog Island and the martial competitions held by the other 2 overseas Saint Islands are all because of the island master of Half Moon Island, Lord Diyong. Fong Wen explained the reason for holding the Hidden Fog Martial Arts Competition. Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, wanted to recruit the most outstanding direct disciple. It was said that the chosen direct disciple would become the next successor of the island master of Half Moon Island. Gasp! After Fong Wen explained the reason, the entire place was in an uproar. Half Moon Island was the leader of the 4 extraterritorial Saint Islands. The other 3 extraterritorial Saint Islands had to look up to them. However, it was this extraterritorial Saint Island that the island master was in a hurry to recruit a direct disciple to be his successor. Unlike the other people who were looking forward to it, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. That island master of Half Moon Island is really strange. He has been managing Half Moon Island for so many years. Don't tell me he doesn't have any outstanding direct disciples under him? Moreover, he just recruited a direct disciple to be his successor to control the entire Half Moon Island? Compared to the others, Duan Lingtian was calmer and more thoughtful. Just from the information Fong Wen gave him, he could tell that it was full of loopholes. It did not make sense at all. He thought about it from a different perspective. If he were the island master of Half Moon Island, he would never allow a new disciple to be the successor of Half Moon Island. In order to select a successor, he must observe him for many years and get to know his character. Only then would he be able to hand over the entire Half Moon Island to him. That island master of Half Moon Island is too careless. It's because of his carelessness that he exposed that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai, who was beside him, and said to her through voice transmission, "No matter what his reason is, I'm quite interested." Han Xuanai replied. When he heard Han Xuanai's casual voice transmission, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This little devil really wants to see the world burn. Among the 90 people selected by the 3 overseas Saint Islands, only one of them can become Master Diyong's direct disciple and become the next successor of Half Moon Island. Fong Wen continued, however, although those who are ranked at the top can't become Master Diyong's direct disciple, they'll still be rewarded handsomely by him. Among the 30 people selected from the Hidden Fog Martial Competition held by our Hidden Fog Island, those who are willing to go to Half Moon Island can stay. Those who are unwilling can leave now. The Hidden Fog Island won't force you to stay. Fong Wen looked around and said slowly as he reached this point in his sentence. However, apart from Zhou Yi, who was not present, none of the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition left. Very good. Fong Wen nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. He then continued, "Since one of them is not here, there's a vacancy. Now I'll pick another person." Han Xuanai obtained the last vacancy easily because she was interested in it. As for the method she used to obtain it, it was clean and efficient. She directly found 2 of the top 30 people in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition and defeated them in just one blow. From the beginning until the end, Fong Wen did not have the time to explain how he would pick the last person, including our hidden Fog Island, the 90 people from the 3 overseas Saint Islands who are going to the central Saint Island. Half Moon Island must be people whose age can be measured by the age measuring pearl. In other words, they must be below 70 years old. No matter if you're Emperor Wu or a demon emperor, you must meet this condition. Fong Wen looked at Han Shuanai when he reached the end of his sentence. 70 years old? Upon hearing this, Han Shuanai snorted softly. Do you think I'm that old? How dare you? The moment Han Shuanai's words left her mouth, Lung Yun, who was standing behind Fong Wen, had a gloomy expression on her face. Her eyes that were glaring at Han Shuanai gleamed coldly. Humph! Han Shuanai snorted softly. Lung Yun flew out like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, even though she did not make any movements. She flew out, leaving behind a sky full of red roses that fell. The red roses came from the blood that was spurting out of Lung Yun's mouth. That's fast. Fong Wen's pupils shrunk. He was shocked when he recalled Han Shuanai's movements. In terms of ability, I'm afraid she's not inferior to that Duan Lingtian. If Fong Wen knew that Han Shuanai had held back when she attacked earlier, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. Apart from Duan Lingtian and the rest, Qing Xian Emperor Wu was the only one who did not show any reaction when Han Shuanai attacked at lightning speed. Nobody noticed that when Qing Xian Emperor Wu looked at Han Shuanai, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. It was respect that came from the bottom of his heart and was not fake at all. Little girl, don't you think you've crossed the line? Fong Wen said in a deep voice. No matter what, Lung Yin was his direct disciple. His personal disciple was heavily injured and blasted flying right in front of him. As the master, if he didn't stand out and say a few words, then it wouldn't be justifiable. As soon as Fong Wen finished his sentence, he took a step forward. A vast aura swept out in an attempt to oppress Han Shuanai. However, Han Shuanai did not seem to notice it. She turned around and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. She chuckled and said, Brother Lingtian, I can compete with you to become the direct disciple of the island master of Half Moon Island. In reality, Han Shuanai was not interested in becoming the direct disciple of the island master of Half Moon Island. She took the spot of the dead Zhou Yi because it was fun. You, Fong Wen glared at Han Shuanai furiously. His face turned green and white, but he did not do anything in the end. There were so many people watching, and he had to consider the Hidden Fog Island's reputation. He was the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island after all. Get ready. We'll depart to Half Moon Island in a month's time. Fong Wen said again and left with his men. The group of Hidden Fog Island's disciples, or to be more precise, the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, left one after another. At this moment, only the people from Cloud Continent, including Duan Lingtian and the rest, were left at the scene. Naturally, Han Shuanai was not considered to be from Cloud Continent. Apart from that, she was not from Cloud Continent, nor was she from the overseas Saint Island. The other 2 continents. Dao Cultivator? I'm looking forward to it. Someone could not help but say, according to what the 3rd island master said, the Dao Cultivator's technique is completely different from the martial Cultivator's technique. They can mobilize the heaven and earth energy to fight their enemies. It's amazing, someone said. At this moment, many people had anticipation on their faces. Duan Lingtian was one of them. I've heard of Dao cultivators more than once. Although I've used a Dao talisman inscribed by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator before. But until now, I have never seen how a Dao cultivator looks like when he attacks an enemy. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing how a Dao cultivator fought and how it was different from a martial cultivator like them. The group of people from Cloud Continent left one after another. However, before they left, they more or less glanced at Han Shuanai. Han Xuanai's performance earlier was just too shocking. Lang Yin, the direct disciple of Fong Wen, the third island master of Hidden Fog Island, was ranked in the top 3 of the Hidden Fog Martial competition 10 days ago. However, she was sent flying by this yellow-clad young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. This was just too shocking. Soon after, apart from Duan Lingtian and the rest, Qing Xian's Emperor Wu was the only one who stayed after instructing his disciples to leave. Long time no see, little Xuanzi. Chapter 13:15. Xiao, Xuanzi? Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words and looking at Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, Duan, Lingtian, Ke, Li Fei, and the people from Lingxian Peak, they were stunned. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu was the most powerful person on Cloud Continent. Of course, that was only on the surface. There were many powerhouses in the 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent. It would not be surprising if there were people who were more powerful than Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. However, since the powerhouses of the 2 ancient clans kept a low profile, not many people knew about their existence. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still shocked. Xuan Nai addressed Qing Xian's Emperor Wu as Xiao Xuanzi. Instantly, all kinds of ancient palace dramas on earth appeared in his mind. Xiao Xuanzi seemed to be the way the nobles addressed eunuchs. The corner of his mouth twitched unnoticeably when he thought of this. Miss Xuanai. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu came before Han Xuanai and bowed respectfully. Xiao Xuanzi, don't tell me you don't know about the huge commotion I caused in Cloud Continent. You had just left when I went to look for you. It seems like the Hidden Fog Martial Arts competition is much more important than me to you. Han Xuanai looked deeply at Qing Xian's Emperor Wu and said. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian awkwardly when he heard this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could guess the reason behind this. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu must have heard that Han Xuanai was looking for him. Since the Hidden Fog Martial Arts competition was imminent, he did not help and came to Hidden Fog Island instead. Humph. When I return, I'll definitely tell Qing Nu. I'll tell her that you, Xiao Xuanzi, turned a deaf ear to my words. Han Xuanai snorted. Miss Xuanai. The Emperor Wu of Qing Xian had a bitter expression on his face. He looked even worse than if his parents had died. This matter, please don't tell the senior about it, right? There was a secret in the heart of the Emperor Wu of Qing Xian. The reason why he was where he was today was not only because of his own efforts, but also because of the guidance of a mysterious senior. Ever since the first time he met that senior, she had the appearance of an old woman. At that time, she had given him a lot of help, which was why he could reach where he was today. After so many years, when he met the old woman again, she was already in existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. He originally thought that he could catch up to his benefactor, but he discovered that in front of his benefactor, he was just like before, just a small ant. The second time he saw the old woman was the first time he saw the young girl in front of him. The senior he respected the most addressed this young girl as Miss. This young woman addressed that senior as Qing Nu. Only then did he know. It turned out that the senior he respected the most was only a servant in this young girl's family. It was also at that time he learned that in this world, apart from Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands, there was another vast world that was filled with powerhouses, the Tao Martial Saint Land. All these years, although he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, he did not dare to slack off. The reason was that he wanted to go to the Tao Martial Saint Land to pursue a higher goal. It's fine if you don't tell her. However, I heard that you obtained a lot of saint stones 10 days ago. Han Xuanai smiled slyly. Give me 2, and I'll forget about this matter. Miss Xuanai, do you still lack saint stones? The Emperor Wu of Qing Xian smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew that Han Xuanai wanted to let him bleed. However, he still obediently handed over 2 saint stones. When he handed over the saint stones, his heart was bleeding. He was prepared to use these saint stones to break through to the 9th level Emperor Wu stage, or even the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. I heard from Brother Ling Tian that you're a good person. I'll give these 2 saint stones to you. After Han Shu and I obtained the 2 saint stones, she casually tossed them to Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of Spirit Profound Realm, as though she was throwing trash. Yang Hui hurriedly reached out to catch them. His face was filled with surprise and fear. Although he knew that Han Shu and I was Duan Lingtian's friend and had witnessed Han Shu and I's powerful ability earlier, he did not expect that his idol, the Emperor Wu of Qingxian, would be as docile as a cat in front of this girl. At this moment, he felt as though he was dreaming. Sensing the burning gaze of the Emperor Wu of Spirit Profound Realm, Yang Hui only felt that the 2 saint stones in his hand were like hot potatoes. His heart was filled with helplessness and fear. Qingxian Emperor Wu won't hold a grudge against me because of this, right? His heart was very uneasy. And Miss Xuan Nai, Brother Ling Tian, has already given me saint stones. Should I return these 2 saint stones to Sir Qingxian? Yang Hui looked at Han Shu and I. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Han Shu and I's glare. Why? You think it's too little? And no, of course not. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Han Shu and I's tone, Yang Hui panicked. Even the Emperor Wu of Qingxian did not dare to offend this young lady. He did not dare to offend her. Brother Yang, this is Xuan Nai's token of appreciation. Take it, Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui. Yang Hui nodded and looked at Han Shu and I. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Miss Xuan Nai. Saint stones? At this moment, the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples who followed them were puzzled. It was their first time hearing about the saint stones. However, they could tell. The saint stones were definitely very precious. What a joke! How could something that even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu valued be ordinary? After this incident, the people from Ling Xian Peak, including Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of Ling Xian Peak, were extremely respectful to Han Shu and I. They did not dare to slight her and treated her as their young lady. 10 days later, they set off for Half Moon Island, the head of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. For the next 10 days, other than cultivating, Duan Lingtian exchanged martial arts with Han Shu and I. During this period, he also witnessed the saint-grade martial tactic that Han Shu and I cultivated, the dragon elephant breaking sky palm. The palm broke through the air and contained the power of the dragon elephant. It could kill the enemy without leaving a trace. The dragon elephant breaking sky palm was the same as the colossal aerolite arrow that he cultivated. They were both human rank upper grade, saint grade martial tactics with great power. In terms of close combat ability, it was even more powerful than Duan Lingtian's colossal aerolite arrow. I can only cultivate human rank saint grade martial tactics after I've entered the innate void restoration stage. At most, I can only cultivate human rank saint grade martial tactics. I can't cultivate saint grade martial tactics that are of a higher rank. Duan Lingtian learned something else from Han Shu and I. The saint grade martial tactics had a cultivation base requirement. If one's cultivation base was low, they could only cultivate low-level saint grade martial tactics. If one's cultivation base was high, they could only cultivate high-level saint grade martial tactics. No wonder my cheapskate father only left me human rank upper grade saint grade martial tactics. It turns out that I can only cultivate this level of saint grade martial tactics at most. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Not only that, according to Xuan Nai, even those on the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage can only cultivate human rank saint grade martial tactics. Only those who have entered the saint stage can cultivate saint grade martial tactics that are of a higher rank. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. Then, does this mean the colossal aerolite arrow will be with me for a long time? Also, I originally thought that the Saint-grade martial tactic is similar to the martial skills on Cloud Continent, which are divided into offensive martial skills, defensive martial skills, and movement martial skills. It's divided into offensive martial skills, defensive martial skills, and movement martial skills. Now that I've learned more about the colossal aerolite arrow and talked to Xuanai, I finally found out that the Saint-grade martial tactics include offensive, defensive, and movement techniques. For example, the colossal aerolite arrow that I've cultivated not only has offensive techniques, but it also has defensive techniques and movement techniques as well. Currently, I've only learned about offensive techniques and have only grasped the surface of it. As expected of the Dao Martial Saintland's Saint-grade martial tactic. It's really amazing, Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian would often spar with Han Xuanai. Of course, Han Xuanai had suppressed her strength. Otherwise, she would have easily defeated him. However, even so, he still witnessed how terrifying Han Xuanai's dragon elephant shattering palm was. Xuanai, the ancient Han clan on Cloud Continent, can be considered as a branch of your clan on Cloud Continent. They've also mastered the Saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes, Han Xuanai nodded. The ancestor of the Han clan on Cloud Continent is a branch disciple of our clan. He passed down a Saint-grade martial tactic that originated from the dragon elephant shattering palm. That Saint-grade martial tactic is called the Shadowless Air Palm. It's a human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. Han Xuanai said, compared to the dragon elephant shattering palm, it's still a lot weaker. Almost all of the strongest people in the Han clan have cultivated the Shadowless Air Palm. This is also the reason why Little Gold was no match for the old man from the Han clan. Little Gold's cultivation base was slightly weaker than him. Although the Saint-grade martial tactic she cultivated was more powerful than him, her attainment in the Saint-grade martial tactic was far from his. After all, Little Gold has only cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic for a short period of time. Han Xuanai continued. Little Gold has cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic as well. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Not only Little Gold, but Little Black and Little White have also cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, since they've only been in contact with it for a short period of time, their attainment in the Saint-grade martial tactic isn't deep. Han Xuanai added. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. He had only been in contact with the Saint-grade martial tactic for a short period of time, so his attainment in the Saint-grade martial tactic was not deep. If that was not the case, he was confident he could defeat Emperor Wu of Yuhan in one fell swoop with his cultivation base at the second-level Emperor Wu stage. After interacting with Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the Saint-grade martial tactic. He began to spend more time studying the Saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. The colossal aerolite arrow was a human rank, primitive Saint-grade martial tactic left behind by his cheapskate father. It was divided into 6 forms. Among them, 3 forms focused on offense, 2 forms focused on movement, and 1 form focused on defense. From this, it could be seen that the colossal aerolite arrow was a Saint-grade martial tactic that leaned toward offense, followed by movement and defense. Aerolite strike, aerolite shower, and sound of death. Chapter 1316. Duan Lingtian was currently cultivating the aerolite strike. The aerolite strike was a single-target attack recorded in the colossal aerolite arrow. It was extremely powerful, and it was extremely effective when facing a small number of opponents. 1 arrow would kill 1 person. Since there was a single-target attack, there was naturally a group attack. The aerolite shower was the group attack of the colossal aerolite arrow. Once it was performed, it was like a rain of arrows. However, due to the fact that the power was dispersed, it was not as powerful as the aerolite strike. However, it was extremely effective in certain situations. The last attack, the Sound of Death, was a close-range attack. It could make up for the colossal aerolite arrow's shortcoming as a long-range attack, Saint grade martial tactic. The Sound of Death mainly relied on the bowstring to perform. When the bowstring vibrated, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of the enemies close to it. During this time, the sound of the bowstring contrasted with the dead enemies. It was like the sound of death. That was how this attack got its name. The first movement technique of the colossal aerolite arrow is the body and arrow synchronization. The second movement technique is the body and arrow transformation. Duan Lingtian had already mastered a little of the body and arrow synchronization. For example, when Duan Lingtian attacked earlier, he had landed on the arrow with his body and moved with the arrow. This was the movement technique of the colossal aerolite arrow, the body and arrow synchronization. As for the body and arrow transformation, Duan Lingtian had not cultivated it yet. The defensive technique is called the colossal arrow bell. It's also the most difficult technique to cultivate in the colossal aerolite arrow. If I want to cultivate the colossal arrow bell, I must first cultivate the aerolite shower to the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian learned all of this from the information about the colossal aerolite arrow that was recorded in his mind. Impeccable stage? What does that mean? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was puzzled. Since he was puzzled, he went to look for Han Xuanai and asked the question in his mind. Xuanai, in the colossal aerolite arrow that I cultivate, there's a defensive technique that requires an attack technique to be cultivated to the impeccable stage before I can start cultivating it. Perfection. What does that mean? Duan Lingtian asked. This, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Xuanai turned pale with fright. Is there something wrong? Duan Lingtian was startled. He felt that something was wrong. Brother Lingtian, it seems like the colossal aerolite arrow that you've cultivated is a saint grade martial tactic that's not inferior to the dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated. You must know that the dragon elephant destruction palm is the most powerful human rank saint grade martial tactic in our clan. Those who are not of the direct line of descent are not allowed to cultivate. Han Xuanai sighed. You mean the colossal aerolite arrow that I practice is very powerful? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Han Xuanai nodded. The dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated has an attack technique that requires a movement technique to be cultivated to the impeccable stage before I can start cultivating it. Once the movement technique is cultivated to the impeccable stage, the power of the attack technique that's cultivated on top of this foundation will be even more powerful. It's even comparable to the attack technique contained in the Earth Rank Saint grade martial tactic. Brother Lingtian, do you think it's powerful or not? Han Xuanai asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard that. The Earth Rank Saint grade martial tactic was a powerful martial tactic that was above the human rank Saint grade martial tactic. Previously, he had heard from Han Xuanai that the Earth Rank Saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by a true Saint stage powerhouse. Its power was far from what the human rank Saint grade martial tactic could compare to. Now he found out that the human rank Saint grade martial tactic, the dragon elephant destruction palm, that Han Xuanai cultivated, had an attack technique that was comparable to the attack technique in the Earth Rank Saint grade martial tactic. How could he not be shocked? Xuanai, based on what you said, does that mean the defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow that I have cultivated is comparable to the defensive technique in the Earth Rank Saint grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian quickly regained his senses. One of the defensive techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow that he cultivated also required him to cultivate an offensive technique to the point of perfection before he could start cultivating it. It was similar to the attack technique in the dragon elephant destruction palm that Han Xuanai cultivated. That's right. Han Xuanai nodded. That's why I'm surprised by the colossal aerolite arrow that you've cultivated, Brother Ling Tian. Your colossal aerolite arrow is a human rank saint grade martial tactic that's on the same level as my dragon elephant destruction palm. It's even more powerful than ordinary human rank prominent saint grade martial tactics. Even in our clan, there's only one set of human rank saint grade martial tactic of this level, and that's the dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated. Such a saint grade martial tactic is the most powerful saint grade martial tactic that martial cultivators below the saint stage can cultivate. Han Xuanai finished her sentence in one breath. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the colossal aerolite arrow that I've cultivated is extremely precious? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It's not just precious, it's priceless. If you're willing to sell the saint token that contains this set of saint grade martial tactic, there'll be people willing to exchange the saint token that contains an earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactic with you. Of course, it's only the saint token that contains an ordinary earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactic. Among the earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactics, there are some that are similar to the saint grade martial tactic that we've cultivated. They're even more precious. For example, in our clan, we have a few sets of ordinary earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactics. However, there's only one set of human rank prominent martial tactics like your colossal aerolite arrow, and that's the dragon elephant destruction palm that I've cultivated. Han Xuanai said, a saint token that could be exchanged for an earth rank prominent saint grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened involuntarily. At this moment, he finally realized how precious the saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow in his hand was. Even the powerful force behind Shui Nai only had one set of saint grade martial tactic like that. Brother Ling Tian, it's fine for you to reveal the profundity of the colossal aerolite arrow in front of others. However, you must keep the saint token that contains the colossal aerolite arrow a secret no matter what. You can't let anyone know about it. Han Xuanai changed from her mischievous attitude as she said, solemnly, otherwise, even a saint stage powerhouse would be interested in the saint token that contains the colossal aerolite arrow in your hand. For the sake of the saint token, they might not even care about their identity and directly kill you to take the saint token for themselves. Han Xuanai said, I understand. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he nodded heavily. It would not be a big deal if other people only knew about the profundity of the colossal aerolite arrow. Without the saint token, he could not pass the saint grade martial tactic to others, even if he wanted to. However, if other people knew he had the saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow, it would be completely different. As long as one obtained the saint token, one would be able to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic recorded in the saint token. Perhaps a saint stage powerhouse would not bother to cultivate a human rank saint grade martial tactic. But what about their descendants? What about their juniors? For the sake of their descendants and juniors, they would do everything they could to obtain the saint token that contained a top human rank saint grade martial tactic like the colossal aerolite arrow. Boy, I didn't hear you mention this before. I can't believe the colossal aerolite arrow that you're cultivating is a top human rank saint grade martial tactic. At this moment, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Wang Ba's voice. A hint of surprise could be heard in Wang Ba's voice. You should know that even before I made a breakthrough to become a saint stage powerhouse, I've never come into contact with a human rank saint grade martial tactic like this before. You're really lucky. With this human rank saint grade martial tactic, before you make a breakthrough to the saint stage, you'll be invincible among martial cultivators and Dao cultivators of the same level as you as long as you don't encounter someone who has cultivated a similar martial tactic or Tao method like you. When Wang Ba reached the end of his sentence, he said enviously. Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked again. Even Wang Ba, a former Saint Stage powerhouse, said the colossal aerolite arrow was a good thing. It must be true then. Brother Lingtian, it seems like your father isn't an ordinary person in the Tao martial saint land. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to take out a saint grade martial tactic like this. Han Xuanai said, even if it's my father, he wouldn't let me run around with the dragon elephant shattering sky palm because he was afraid of losing it. However, your father gave you the colossal aerolite arrows saint token a long time ago. It was better if he was not. Even Han Xuanai felt that her father was stingy when she compared herself to him. Not an ordinary person? Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. A strange yet familiar figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. From the moment Duan Rufeng returned until the moment he left, he was always so mysterious to Duan Lingtian. He could not figure him out at all. Perhaps. In the end, Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Han Xuanai. Brother Lingtian, your father must have left you on the Cloud Continent to train you. Training on the Cloud Continent is much better than training in the Tao martial saint land. Han Xuanai said, in the Tao martial saint land, the natives of the Tao martial saint land are mostly weaker than the martial and Tao cultivators from the 3 great mortal continents with the same cultivation base. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Han Xuanai's words. The natives of the Tao martial saint land have a better cultivation environment and more cultivation resources. Shouldn't they be stronger? Boy, the cultivation environment in the Tao martial saint land is good, and there are more cultivation resources. However, it's also because of this that the natives of the Tao martial saint land are more like spoiled seedlings. Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind again. What Han Xuanai said next was similar to what Wang Ba had said. Unlike the natives of the Tao martial saint land, the martial and Tao cultivators from the 3 great mortal continents grow slower, even though their cultivation environment and cultivation resources are worse. Their foundation is more solid. Chapter 13:17. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand. Sometimes it was not necessarily a good thing to have a fast cultivation speed. If one's foundation was not stable, they would not have enough combat strength or even suffer from qi deviation. Xuanai, what does the impeccable stage mean in the colossal aerolite arrow that I'm cultivating? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this. According to the colossal aerolite arrow, only when he had cultivated the aerolite shower to the impeccable stage would he be able to officially cultivate the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell. However, he had no idea what the impeccable stage meant. Brother Lingtian, when the martial skills on Cloud Continent are cultivated to a certain level, they're divided into stages. Rudiment, initial stage, mastery, and perfection. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian. The techniques in the Saint grade martial tactic are also divided into stages. You mean? The impeccable stage means that the techniques in the Saint grade martial tactic have been cultivated to a certain level? Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. The techniques in the Saint grade martial tactic are different from the martial skills on Cloud Continent. They're divided into 5 stages. The 5 stages are novice initiation, intermediate, higher level, familiar, and impeccable. The impeccable stage is also the peak of the techniques in the Saint grade martial tactic. Han Xuanai finished speaking in one breath. Novice initiation, intermediate, higher level, familiar, and impeccable. The impeccable stage is the peak of the techniques in the Saint grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. As he muttered to himself, he remembered the 5 stages that represented the saint, grade, martial, tactic techniques. It seems like I won't be able to cultivate the colossal arrow bell for the time being. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The colossal arrow bell was the only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow. It had a very strict requirement to practice it. One had to practice the other attack to the point of perfection. Shooting star arrow hail. I haven't even started practicing it yet. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Bastard. The meteor strike that I've been practicing should be considered as a beginner, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba. It's novice insight. Wang Ba replied. However, the movement technique, body, and arrow synchronization has yet to reach the novice realm. If you cultivate it to the novice realm, your speed will be further increased. That kind of improvement is very obvious. It's just like the improvement that the meteor strike gave you before. Wang Ba said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian cultivated the colossal aerolite arrow even more diligently. Before this, he had the intention to ask Han Shuanai about the Tao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method. On Cloud Continent, a person's cultivation speed was closely related to the cultivation method they cultivated. For example, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated could be considered as the top cultivation method on Cloud Continent. It was even comparable to the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Emperor Wu cultivated back then. Brother Lingtian, the effect of the Tao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method on martial cultivators is completely different from the effect of the cultivation method on Cloud Continent's martial artists. There's no higher grade cultivation method in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Han Shuanai shook her head and said, not only that, the Tao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method might not even be comparable to the Cloud Continent's cultivation method. The Tao Martial Saint Land's cultivation method might not be comparable to the Cloud Continent's cultivation method? One had to admit that Han Shuanai's words shocked Duan Lingtian. How's that possible? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. Boy, this little girl is telling the truth. At this moment, Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. Really? After receiving Wang Ba's confirmation, Duan Lingtian calmed down immediately. However, he still found it hard to believe. Why do you say so? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. Brother Lingtian, I've told you before. Martial artists who grew up on the mortal continent, like the Cloud Continent, are usually stronger than the natives of the Tao Martial Saint Land when they reach the Tao Martial Saint Land. Han Shuanai said, apart from the difference in cultivation environment and cultivation resources, the reason for this is mostly because of the cultivation method. The native cultivation method in the Tao Martial Saint Land was created by our ancestors based on the cultivation environment and cultivation resources in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although it's fast to raise one's cultivation level, there are many drawbacks. On the other hand, although the cultivation method in the mortal continent is slow to raise one's cultivation level, it has the advantage of having a strong foundation. The reason why the cultivation method exists is to help one absorb the energy from heaven and earth and integrate it into one's body to circulate the energy in one's body. This is also the foundation of the cultivation method. The cultivation method in the Cloud Continent that can be cultivated to the Emperor Wu stage is much better than the native cultivation method in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Just like the cultivation method I cultivate, it's not a native cultivation method in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It's a cultivation method from another mortal continent. Han Shuanai continued. But how do the martial artists on the Cloud Continent cultivate once they break through to the mortal shedding stage? After all, the limit of our cultivation method is the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian frowned. His face was filled with confusion. He could understand Han Xuanai's words, but it was difficult for him to understand. In his opinion, even if they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, it was nothing in the Tao martial saint land. After the mortal shedding stage, there was still the saint rudiment stage and the saint stage. After breaking through to the mortal shedding stage, they still had to continue cultivating. At this time, the cultivation method they cultivated on the cloud continent seemed to be useless, right? Brother Ling Tian, the cultivation in the Tao martial saint land is not as complicated as you think. As long as the cultivation method that can be cultivated to the innate void restoration stage on the mortal continent, it can be cultivated continuously in the Tao martial saint land. Of course, during this process, due to the difference in the cultivation method, it has a different effect on everyone. Moreover, after breaking through to the mortal shedding stage and opening the saint veins, the cultivation method will change passively. Han Xuanai said, the innate void restoration stage was the Emperor Wu stage on the cloud continent. Han Xuanai's words shocked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, it also made him realize that the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique that he cultivated could continue cultivating even after he had broken through to the mortal shedding stage. Saint Veins? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was his first time hearing this term. All martial and Tao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage will reach the mortal shedding stage once they break through. After breaking through to the mortal shedding stage, they'll open saint veins in their bodies. Saint veins are related to the foundation of a martial and Tao cultivator. The more saint veins are opened, the stronger their ability will be. Usually, martial and Tao cultivators from the mortal continent will open more saint veins than the natives of the Tao martial saint land due to the difference in cultivation environment, cultivation resources, and cultivation method. Han Xuanai said, this is the reason why I said the natives of the Tao martial saint land are inferior to the martial and Tao cultivators from the mortal continent. Saint veins. It was the foundation of a martial and Tao cultivator. It would affect one's ability. Duan Lingtian nodded. The process of opening saint veins is also called the mortal shedding stage. This is where the mortal shedding stage comes from. No matter if it's a martial or Tao cultivator, the more saint veins you open when you're at the mortal shedding stage, the stronger your ability will be. This is because once you break through to the saint rudiment stage, you won't be able to continue opening saint veins. Han Xuanai explained. How many saint veins are there in total? Duan Lingtian asked. Since ancient times, the number of saint veins hidden in a person's body is as many as 81. However, in the history of the Tao martial saint land, there are only a handful of powerhouses who managed to open 81 saint veins. In the history of the Tao martial saint land for the past 10,000 years, there's only one person who managed to open 81 saint veins. When Han Xuanai reached this point, her eyes were burning with eagerness. Opened 81 saint veins? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Did that not mean that person had opened all the hidden saint veins in his body? Earlier, Xuanai had said that the more saint veins one opened, the stronger one's ability would be. Would it not be heaven-defying to open 81 saint veins? Yes, Han Xuanai nodded. I really didn't expect that such a heaven-defying person would appear during the time I was sealed by the Devil Seal tablet. At the same time, Wang Ba's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's mind. You've never heard of that person? Duan Lingtian was stunned. No, Wang Ba replied. Xuanai, how many saint veins can an ordinary person open when they're at the mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian asked. An ordinary person is considered to be talented if they can open 30 saint veins. Those at the mortal shedding stage who can open 30 saint veins can enter the saint rudiment stage. However, only those who have opened 50 saint veins or more can enter the saint rudiment stage. Han Xuanai explained. Those who open 50 saint veins can enter the saint rudiment stage and become a saint stage powerhouse? Duan Lingtian gasped. At this moment, he could feel how heaven-defying the powerhouse who had opened 81 St. Veins was. Bastard! How many St. Veins did you open back then? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba. 59, Wang Ba replied after a moment of hesitation. Only 59? Duan Lingtian frowned. Humph. Boy, you're considered to be extremely talented to be able to open 59 St. Veins. In my era, the person who opened the most St. Veins only opened 67 St. Veins. Wang Ba snorted. 67 St. Veins? That's quite far from 81 St. Veins. Duan Lingtian muttered. 81 St. Veins. That's a legend. In my era, there were only 2 people who had opened 81 St. Veins in the known history of the Dao Martial Saint Land for almost 100,000 years. Including the person the little girl mentioned, there were only 3 people who had opened 81 St. Veins in the Dao Martial Saint Land for more than 100,000 years. Chapter 1318. Xuanai, what happened to the powerhouse who opened 81 St. Veins that you mentioned earlier? Is there any news about him in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian was curious about the powerhouse who opened 81 St. Veins that Han Xuanai mentioned. According to Wang Ba, the powerhouse was a powerhouse. He was a legend in the martial Dao. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. Her face was tense. After that powerhouse grew up, he swept through the Dao Martial Saint Land. No one was his match. At that time, he was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He once challenged 9 powerhouses, ranked 2nd to 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He fought all 9 of them alone. That great battle also became a legend in the Dao Martial Saint Land. There was a hint of admiration in Han Xuanai's eyes when she reached the end of her sentence. Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Supreme Saint ranking is the ranking of the strongest Saint stage powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It represents the strongest people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The person ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking is also the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. Han Xuanai also introduced the ranking to him at the same time. The Supreme Saint ranking is the ranking of the strongest Saint stage powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Wang Ba, in your era, what was your rank on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Wang Ba said with a hint of pride in his tone. 99th. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He asked curiously how many people were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. 100 people. Wang Ba replied. How long were you on the ranking? Duan Lingtian asked again. Kid, I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Wang Ba changed the topic and remained silent. Duan Lingtian laughed inwardly. It seemed like Wang Ba had not been on the Supreme Saint ranking for long. Although he had guessed that Wang Ba had not stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for long, he had never expected that Wang Ba had stayed on the Supreme Saint ranking for less than an hour. Back then, Wang Ba was laughed at by many because of this. He only stayed for a short time because when Wang Ba challenged the Saint Stage expert, ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking, there were 2 other Saint Stage experts who were also there to challenge the Saint Stage expert ranked behind him. When he defeated his opponent and replaced him, he was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, a Saint Realm powerhouse behind him defeated him. At that time, he was ranked 100th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, when another Saint Stage powerhouse challenged him and defeated him, he was kicked out of the Supreme Saint ranking. From then on, he had never been on the Supreme Saint ranking again. That senior was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking for 30 years. Nobody could shake his position. When he ascended and could no longer fight, his name was removed from the supreme saint ranking. Han Xuanai continued. Ascended? When Duan Lingtian heard Han Xuanai's words, a scene from his hometown appeared in his mind. The remote canyon with the word sword carved on it was still vivid in his mind. Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword, the guy who called himself the Sword Saint, seemed to have mentioned ascending as well. When he thought about this, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Xuan Ai, what's the name of that powerhouse? Everyone calls him Sword Saint. As for his real name, not many people know of it. Han Xuanai replied, Sword Saint. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Could it be such a coincidence? Both of them were called Sword Saints, and both of them had ascended as well. It could be a coincidence. It's not strange for a powerful sword cultivator to be called a Sword Saint. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to Xuanai, the cultivation method on Cloud Continent that can be cultivated to the Emperor Wu stage is not inferior to the cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that I cultivate can be said to be the top cultivation method on Cloud Continent. I wonder how many saint veins I can open after I break through to the mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian yearned to reach the mortal shedding stage and open the 81 hidden saint veins in his body. However, he knew that he could not rush it. Right now, I'm only at the 2nd level of the Emperor Wu stage. There's still a long way to go before I reach the mortal shedding stage. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, it was as though he was splashed with cold water, waking him up completely. 10 days passed by quickly. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian and the rest, as well as Yang Hui and the rest from Lingxian Peak, followed the people from the Hidden Fog Island to the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island. Apart from them, the other Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors from Cloud Continent also brought their people along. Some of their subordinates were ranked in the top 30 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Of course, there were also some subordinates of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors who were not ranked in the top 30, but they still tagged along to join in the fun. It was a rare opportunity to go to the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island. It was a rare opportunity. Half Moon Island was located in the north of the Hidden Fog Island. In the depths of the sea in the north, there were even more terrifying underwater demon beasts. Many of them were at the 4th level Demon Emperor stage and above. Everyone gathered, and the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island personally led the team to Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian had seen the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island once before. However, it was only his innate illusion. Now that he was standing in front of the real person, it gave him a sense of pressure. Xuanai, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, is at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. He's also at the peak of the innate stage. Do you have the confidence to fight him? After they departed, Duan Lingtian asked Han Xuanai through voice transmission, if he doesn't cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, it'll be a piece of cake to defeat him. However, if he cultivates the saint grade martial tactic, it'll be hard to say. Han Xuanai replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had cultivated the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, he naturally knew that whether or not the saint grade martial tactic was very important to an Emperor Wu powerhouse. The group of Emperor stage powerhouses from the Cloud Continent who were heading to Half Moon Island was missing Shi, Emperor Wu, Lei Ming, and Zhou Yi. However, the group of people from Thundercloud Peak still followed them under Lan Bai's lead. Yuhan Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian could sense the Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze sweeping over from time to time. However, he did not care. His current strength was no longer inferior to the Yuhan Emperor Wu. If they were to fight, the Yuhan Emperor Wu would at most come to a draw with him. Want to defeat him? Impossible. It's a pity that the aerolite strike and body and aerosynchronization haven't improved. Otherwise, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat the Yuhan Emperor Wu as long as any one of them has a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If other people knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at that moment, they would definitely think that he was a man whose heart was never content. It was already unbelievable that a mere level 2 Emperor Wu could come to a draw with a level 5 Emperor Wu. Perhaps it was because of Han Xuanai's order. The Qing Xian Emperor Wu did not take the initiative to greet her when he saw Han Xuanai again. The group of people left the Hidden Fog Island and headed to Half Moon Island. Apart from the first island master, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island followed behind them to guard the rear. Only the second island master stayed behind to guard the Hidden Fog Island. It's a pity. If the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Chen Bei, came with us, I'll just have to find an opportunity to lure him to kill me. He would definitely kill me immediately, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he thought to himself. Right now, he was no longer as fearful of Chen Bei as before. This was because Xuan Nai and the three little fellows were by his side. Even if the three little fellows were not killed by Chen Bei, Han Xuanai could easily defeat or even kill Chen Bei. He was very confident about this. On the way to Half Moon Island, they encountered some ignorant demon beasts. However, the moment these demon beasts left the ocean, they were killed before they could even see who they were going to attack. The dead bodies that fell dyed the ocean red. So powerful. Every time a demon beast died in such a bizarre manner, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island in unison. They knew that it was the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island who did it. He cultivated the saint grade martial tactic. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Through the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island's attacks several times, Han Xuanai could see some clues and confirmed that he had cultivated the saint grade martial tactic. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. However, he did not seem to be surprised by this. After all, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island was the true owner of the Hidden Fog Island, one of the 4 great overseas saint islands. It was not strange for someone like him to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic. It would be strange if he did not cultivate it. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. That's Half Moon Island. It was unknown who cried out in a low voice, but it woke Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked over. With just a glance, he saw a small black dot in front of him that was constantly enlarging. Unlike the Hidden Fog Island that was shrouded in layers of fog, the island that was gradually becoming clearer entered his sight. Half Moon Island. I've finally arrived, Duan Lingtian mumbled softly. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian was brought along by Yang Hui while he devoted himself to cultivating. At the same time, he tried his best to comprehend and improve his 2 profundities. His strength was increasing with every passing moment. The group of people from the Hidden Fog Island, including Duan Lingtian, successfully entered Half Moon Island under the lead of the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Half Moon Island looked like a half moon from afar. Perhaps that was why it was called Half Moon Island. When we arrive at Half Moon Island, we'll be able to see the Tao cultivators from the other 2 mortal continents. Chapter 1319. After Duan Lingtian and the rest followed the first island master of Hidden Fog Island into Half Moon Island, they headed straight to the center of Half Moon Island. The heaven and earth origin energy that filled Half Moon Island was denser the closer they were to the center of the island. It seems like the supreme grade origin stone mine in Half Moon Island is buried in the center of the island. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. As they flew, All they could see was a lush forest. The air was filled with a fresh scent that entered their noses and mouths, making them feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Earth in my previous life was very industrialized. It's rare to have such an environment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Earth in his previous life. He thought of the days he spent on Earth. It felt like a lifetime ago. Unknowingly, it's been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. More than 10 years. I wonder if that fellow is dead or not. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought of the fellow who betrayed him. In this world, I can see the stars when I look up at the sky at night. This means the land I'm standing on might be a planet as well. Duan Lingtian's thoughts could not help but drift away. They're all planets. I wonder if the Saint Stage powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land can leave the planet and fly in space with their bodies. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he thought of this. If it was possible, perhaps he could go to another planet and return to Earth. Although Duan Lingtian had nothing to worry about on Earth, he felt a lump in his throat whenever he thought of the fellow who betrayed him. He wished he could tear that fellow into pieces. That fellow's survival would always be a knot in his heart. Perhaps I'll feel better when I think that fellow has died of natural causes after 100 years have passed. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, as long as the humans in this world broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, it would not be difficult for them to live up to 200 years old. As for returning to Earth, Duan Lingtian merely thought about it. It was too unrealistic. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang mentioned White Sun Ascension before. Xuan Nai also mentioned White Sun Ascension before. In my previous life on Earth, my hometown, ancient myths and legends also mentioned White Sun Ascension. According to ancient myths and legends, when a mortal cultivates the celestial method to the peak, they'll be able to ascend to the celestial realm and become a celestial. I wonder if the ascension of the people in this world is similar to the ascension of the white feather in ancient myths and legends. Thousands of thoughts of heavenly legends and legends of heavenly legends. Xuanai, you mentioned before that the powerhouse who opened up 81 saint veins and was known as the Sword Saint had ascended to the heavens. Do you know what White Sun Ascension means? Unable to conceal his curiosity, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Han Xuanai. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai frowned. Her mischievous eyes gleamed as she said, I'm not too sure what it means. However, since ancient times, there's a rumor in the Tao Martial Saint Land that ascension also means leaving the Tao Martial Saint Land. Leaving the Tao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian frowned. What does that mean? Is he dead? Or has he gone to another world? In the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life, ascension meant leaving Earth and reaching the celestial realm to become a celestial. However, he did not know what this world was like. I've never heard of this before. However, he shouldn't be dead. After all, the life of a saint stage powerhouse is extremely long. Han Xuanai said, a powerful saint stage powerhouse even has an endless life. Life as long as heaven and earth. Boom! Han Xuanai's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck down and shocked Duan Lingtian to the point he was dumbstruck. Life as long as heaven and earth? Isn't that the legendary immortality? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel his heart beating faster and faster. In the end, it felt as though his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Immortality. That was everyone's dream. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still on Earth, he had only heard of ancient myths and legends that celestials could live forever and live as long as heaven and earth. However, legends were only legends after all. Before this, immortality was only a legend in Duan Lingtian's heart. However, Xuanai said a powerful saint stage powerhouse could live forever. How could he not be shocked? Xuanai, is what you said true? Can a powerful saint stage powerhouse really have an endless life and live as long as heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian asked after he took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement. It's true. Han, Shu and I nodded. This is not a rare thing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, not every Saint Stage powerhouse can live as long as heaven and earth. A powerhouse who has just entered the Saint Stage can only live for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Although he was shocked, Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his composure since he knew about immortality. As long as I enter the Saint Stage, I can live for 1,000 years? A powerful Saint Stage powerhouse can live forever? The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with longing. He longed to break through to the Saint Stage and become a Saint Stage powerhouse one day. Boy, as long as you break through to the mortal shedding stage, your lifespan will be increased to 300 years. If you break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, your lifespan will be increased to 500 years. At this moment, Wang Ba's voice sounded in a timely manner. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Even if he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage and became an Emperor Wu powerhouse, his lifespan would only be close to 200 years. He could live for 300 years on the mortal shedding stage. At this moment, apart from yearning for the saint bloodline, Duan Lingtian was also yearning for longevity. He was eager to elevate his cultivation base and break through to the mortal shedding stage. Ha! Tang Zhen, long time no see. Not knowing when, a hearty laugh came and woke Duan Lingtian up. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and realized they had arrived at the center of Half Moon Island. They were hovering in the air above a group of buildings. In front of them, an old man had just stopped moving. Behind him were two other old men and a middle-aged man. Whether it was the old man or the three people behind him, all of them wore the same uniform. There was a half moon embroidered on their chests. This half moon was similar to the shape of Half Moon Island. It was obvious they were wearing Half Moon Island's uniform. However, unlike the blue half moon embroidered on the old man's chest, the half moon embroidered on the other three people's chests was green. It seems like the color of the half moon represents their position on Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian figured it out with just a glance. At the same time, whispers came into Duan Lingtian's ears. It's the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island and the three elders of Half Moon Island. How do you know their identities? Just look at the symbol on their chests. There's a clear hierarchy in Half Moon Island. It's divided by the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Among them, the red moon symbol has the lowest status. It's just an ordinary outer island disciple. The purple moon symbol has the highest status. It represents the island master of Half Moon Island. I've heard about it too. Under the purple moon symbol is the blue moon symbol. It's exclusive to the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island. Under the blue moon symbol is the blue moon symbol. It's the inner island elder of Half Moon Island. Most of the people whispering were the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. As people from the overseas Saint Islands, they had heard about Half Moon Island long ago. Xiao Kuan, you're still alive. Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, responded to the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island's greeting with a smile. Many people from Hidden Fog Island, including Duan Lingtian, were shocked when they heard this. Compared to Duan Lingtian and the rest, the 3 elders of Half Moon Island were much calmer. They did not seem to be surprised by this at all. At the same time, Xiao Kuan, the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, looked at Tang Zhen with a smile. How can I be dead when you're still alive? Don't forget that you're a few years older than me. Xiao Kuan was a little proud when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, the group of people from the Hidden Fog Island, including Duan Lingtian, noticed something was amiss. The first island master of Hidden Fog Island and the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island must have known each other for a long time. Otherwise, they would not be so casual with each other. Old man, don't you have anything else to say other than this? Tang Zhen snorted and said in annoyance. He was always at a disadvantage in front of Xiao Kuan because of this. Ha! That's enough. Xiao Kuan laughed proudly. After he was done laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the rest. All of you must be tired from following this old man all the way here. I'll bring all of you to rest. After he finished speaking, he and the 3 elders of Half Moon Island turned around and led the way. At this moment, apart from the hidden Fog Island's disciples, even Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people from Cloud Continent did not follow them directly. Instead, they looked at Tang Zhen in unison. They did not dare to walk in front of the first island master of Hidden Fog Island due to his powerful strength. If he was displeased, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. Of course, there were also some people who were not afraid of Tang Zhen. Han Shu and I did not follow them because she saw Duan Lingtian did not move. It was not because she was afraid of Tang Zhen. As Tang Zhen moved, Duan Lingtian and the rest followed him. Under the arrangement of Xiao Kuan, the vice island master of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian and the rest stayed in the central building complex of Half Moon Island, which was also the main building complex of Half Moon Island. This was where the vice island masters, the inner island elders, core disciples, and inner island disciples of Half Moon Island lived under Dion, the island master of Half Moon Island. The vice island master of Half Moon Island is a Dao cultivator. In the spacious courtyard, Han Shu and I looked at Xiao Kuan, who was flying away, and muttered to herself, Dao cultivator? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He immediately followed Han Shu and I's gaze. Chapter 1320. To the east of Half Moon Island, near the sea, one could hear the continuous sound of waves. Smack, smack, smack. The waves rolled, one after another, slapping against the reefs, producing different sounds. Whoosh! A black light flashed. It was an arrow that was as black as ink that was shot towards the sea. Almost at the same time the arrow was shot out, a purple figure landed on top of it and stepped on the arrow. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the seaside. A majestic power spread out and dispersed the waves that came crashing over. He stepped on the arrow and flew a few rounds around the sea and the coast before the purple figure slowed down and revealed himself. The person who revealed himself was a purple-clad young man. He was Duan Lingtian, Yu Han Emperor Wu. Looking at the lady standing in the air not far away, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put away the arrow that he was stepping on. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. It seemed like this was the only way he could feel safe. This lady was the owner of Yu Han Valley on Cloud Continent, Yu Han Emperor Wu. She was not here earlier. It was obvious that she had just shown herself. Duan Lingtian, you're really bold. You actually dare to come out and cultivate by yourself in this unfamiliar environment. Yu Han Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian calmly and said slowly, I'm not sure if I'm brave or not. However, Yu Han Emperor Wu, you're really patient. 13 days. You only showed yourself after 13 days. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Han Emperor Wu and clicked his tongue. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian was done speaking, Yu Han Emperor Wu's expression changed completely. 13 days ago, she noticed that Duan Lingtian had left the residence that the vice island master of Half Moon Island had arranged for him and came here to cultivate his martial skill. He had cultivated for an entire day. At first, she only dared to hide at the side, fearing that it was a trap. After that, day after day, she hid in the dark, secretly observing Duan Lingtian. She also searched everywhere, but she didn't find anyone following Duan Lingtian or protecting Duan Lingtian. Today was the 13th day of her following Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, she searched the surrounding area again, but did not find a third person. At this time, the cautious her finally made a decision. Kill the Duan Lingtian and seize the Duan Lingtian's wealth, which originated from the Emperor Wu of Samsara. Sucking in a breath of cold air, the cold Emperor Wu looked around, thinking that there was a powerful warrior hiding in the dark, warning Duan Lingtian. "There's no need to look. I'm the only one here," Duan Lingtian said lightly. "Just you? You can find me?" The cold Emperor Wu asked in a deep voice as a gleam flashed in her eyes. "Do you think you can hide well?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "I almost forgot. You're the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It's not surprising that you have some special techniques." The cold Emperor Wu sized up Duan Lingtian, and her expression softened. "Someone saved you on the Hidden Fog Island the last time. You won't be so lucky on Half Moon Island this time." The cold Emperor Wu took out her spirit weapon as she spoke. It was a 3-foot-long spirit sword, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. She was prepared to attack with all her might and kill Duan Lingtian in the shortest time possible. She was afraid that something would happen if she delayed. "It seems like you're very confident in killing me, Emperor Wu." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Martial Emperor Yuhan and said unhurriedly, "Stop trying to be mysterious." The cold Emperor Wu sneered. Her robe fluttered, and she disappeared from where she was. She dashed out with her sword as though she had transformed into a gigantic sword that flew across the sky. The gigantic sword exuded a bone-chilling aura that caused the surrounding air to stagnate. The airflow seemed to have solidified. "You'll definitely die today." As the cold Emperor Wu spoke, the spirit sword in her hand vibrated, and the surrounding aura became even colder. Heaven and earth wipe out. The cold Emperor Wu performed the most powerful sword skill in the Hanbing's divine sword technique. She attacked with a killer move and aimed for Duan Lingtian's vital point. She wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. "I'll definitely die," he sneered in response. In the face of the cold Emperor Wu's ferocious sword move, he pulled the bowstring on the strong bow in his hand into a full moon. Just as the cold Emperor Wu performed the heaven and earth wipeout, a small of light appeared on the tip of the sword and was about to explode with a terrifying chill that froze everything into an ice sculpture and shattered it. Clang! A sound that sounded like muffled thunder resonated. It was Duan Lingtian releasing the hand that was on the bowstring and pinching the end of the arrow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the air. Its speed was much faster than when he was cultivating alone. Comparing the two, it was obvious that he had been holding back. Body and arrow synchronization. At the same time, Duan Lingtian dashed out and landed on the arrow. The arrow's speed increased, and so did his speed. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian shot out the arrow, the small dot of light on the tip of the cold Emperor Wu's sword exploded silently and turned into light dust that filled the air. It whistled and emitted a bone-piercing chill. Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrow and barely dodged the cold Emperor Wu's attack. The air in the void where Duan Lingtian was just now froze and emitted an extremely cold aura. Oh no! The cold Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically. She could see that Duan Lingtian's current speed was much faster than hers. Even if she used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and performed her movement martial skill to run at full speed, her speed was not as fast as Duan Lingtian's current speed. When she thought about how Duan Lingtian had been hiding in front of her for the past 13 days, and how Duan Lingtian seemed to have known that she was hiding in the dark for the past 13 days, she finally had an ominous feeling in her heart. Since Duan Lingtian already knew that she was hiding in the dark, how could he still maintain his composure? She did not think much about it before, but now that she thought about it, she broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat me? When she thought of this possibility, the cold Emperor only felt a chill rising from the bottom of her feet to her head. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Run! The thought continued to grow in her mind. She was so frightened that she no longer dared to hesitate and wanted to escape at the first moment. However, was she able to leave just because she wanted to now? Aerolite strike. A cold voice sounded, accompanied by a short-lived whistling sound. Before she could react, the cold Emperor Wu's body trembled and she let out a muffled groan. From the beginning until the end, the cold Emperor Wu only saw a black light that flashed like lightning. In the next moment, she felt a heart-wrenching pain from the hand that held the sword. A hideous bloody hole appeared on her wrist. The spirit sword in her hand almost fell. Fortunately, she caught it in time with her other hand. Whoosh! Another whistling sound was heard. Before she could react, another bloody hole appeared on the other wrist of the cold Emperor Wu. The spirit sword finally fell from the sky. You were the one who broke my heaven and earth wipeout and saved the profound spirit Emperor Wu that day? Although she had stopped the bleeding on both her wrists, the cold Emperor Wu's face was pale, and she did not feel good. She looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief as she questioned him. This person, who should have been weak in her eyes, was actually more powerful than her? She could not accept this cruel fact. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It is already your good fortune that the Yuhan Valley could inherit the Frost Emperor Wu's legacy. It is a pity that you did not cherish it. Duan Lingtian said coldly. In his opinion, from the moment the cold Emperor Wu set her eyes on him and tried to plot against him, the cold Emperor Wu's tragedy was destined. At the same time, he placed the arrow in his hand on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into a full moon again, aiming at the cold Emperor Wu. At this moment, the cold Emperor Wu felt as though she was locked in by something. There was no way out. I'm very curious. Why is there such a huge difference between you when you used your spirit weapon and when you did not? The cold Emperor Wu seemed to have realized that she was going to die today. However, she still asked the question in her heart. Even if she was going to die, she wanted to die knowing why. That day I tested your strength, and that day you took out your spirit weapon bow and arrow and broke my heaven and earth wipeout. Although I did not use my spirit weapon, the attack power of your arrow was not something that you could have. Because of that, the cold Emperor Wu had never thought that the arrow was shot by Duan Lingtian. Saint grade martial tactic, Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. The moment his words left his mouth, Martial Emperor Yu Han's eyes shrunk all of a sudden. Shock filled her face as a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her lips. I see. You've actually cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic. The cold Emperor Wu had heard of the Saint grade martial tactic before. It was an existence that was above heaven-class advanced martial skills. It was extremely powerful. My defeat is not unjustified. The cold Emperor Wu gasped. Last question. What's your cultivation base now? Emperor Wu Stage 3. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the arrow in his hand. Not only did he release the arrow, but he also released the bowstring that held the arrow, granting the arrow absolute freedom. Aerolite strike. The arrow shot out again. Blood spurted out and pierced through the cold Emperor Wu's chest, killing him instantly. The cold Emperor Wu, one of the top 3 Emperor Wu on the surface of Cloud Continent, had died just like that. First, it was the Thunder Emperor Wu. Then it was the Cold Emperor Wu. 2 of the top 3 Emperor Wu on the surface of Cloud Continent had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. After the body and arrow synchronization entered the fundamental awareness stage, my speed has indeed increased to another level. With the Emperor Wu's cultivation base at the 3rd level realm and the sword concept that had broken through again, it was not difficult for me to kill the cold Emperor Wu. After putting away the cold Emperor Wu's spatial ring and profundity fragment, Duan Lingtian stood in the air and recalled the earlier scene as he muttered to himself. Half a month later, it'll be time for me to meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Dion. Soon, Duan Lingtian snapped back to his senses. It had been 2.5 months since he arrived at Half Moon Island. When he first arrived, he knew that he would only be able to meet the island master of Half Moon Island, Diom, after 3 months. Chapter 13:21. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had already stayed on Half Moon Island for 2 months. He did not slack off at all during these 2 months. Apart from his cultivation base that had successfully entered the 3rd level of Emperor Wu stage and comprehended the 6th level Emperor stage Sword Profundity, he had also successfully cultivated the body and arrow synchronization from the Saint grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow to the beginner stage. He had also made great progress in the Aerolite Strike. According to Wang Ba's estimation, he was not far from the elementary stage. The Saint grade martial tactics techniques were divided into 5 stages. First glimpse at the door, slight accomplishment, next level mastery, familiarity, perfection. The difference between each stage was like heaven and earth. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian tried to cultivate the other 2 offensive techniques in Colossal Aerolite Arrow, Aerolite Shower, and Sound of Death. Although he had not cultivated the 2 to the beginner stage, he could already use them. With his current ability, Duan Lingtian easily killed Yuhan Emperor Wu, the owner of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent. He was ranked in the top 3 among the Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. After killing Yuhan Emperor Wu and collecting his loot, Duan Lingtian did not continue cultivating and was ready to return. However, he heard a series of noises coming from afar as he was on his way back. It seemed like someone was fighting. Let's go take a look. Since he had nothing to do, Duan Lingtian went to the source of the noises to watch the show. I wonder who's fighting. It's quite a commotion. The noises were getting closer and closer. Soon, 2 people appeared before Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, forming a lightning net that enveloped them, causing one of them to be in an extremely sorry state. Many parts of his robe were charred by the lightning. Wang Yu. With just one look, Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the battered figure. It was the direct disciple of Qin Xian's Emperor Wu, Wang Yu, that alien who possessed the innate ability to attack souls. He still remembered. Previously, when they were on the Hidden Fog Island, he and Wang Yu had competed for the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition. At that time, he had relied on the Saint grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, and his spiritual energy to break through Wang Yu's innate divine ability and defeat Wang Yu. In that battle, until now, no one could figure out how he was able to break Wang Yu's innate ability with one arrow. Is that a Dao cultivator? Soon, Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on Wang Yu's opponent. It was a young man in green. He stood there with his hands wide open. As he moved, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, using the power of heaven and earth and the power of nature against the enemy. Is this the technique of a Dao cultivator? Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Wang Yu is finally not holding back. When he saw a black lotus appearing and heading straight for the young man in green, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Wang Yu had finally used his trump card. Until now, Duan Lingtian could tell. Wang Yu was completely restrained by the lightning bolts that his opponent had attracted. He could not find a chance to attack his opponent at close range. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Boom! However, when the Black Lotus was still halfway, it was blocked by a golden light that swept past at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, the Black Lotus destroyed the golden light and continued to sweep toward the young man in green without slowing down. At this moment, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th golden lights appeared one after another. They swept across the sky and headed straight for the Black Lotus. It was as though they would not stop until they destroyed it. Spiritual energy attack. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the spiritual energy attack that the Tao cultivator had cast. It was also a soul attack. Although it could not destroy Wang Yu's innate ability, the Black Lotus, the continuous soul attack, had depleted most of the Black Lotus's energy. It was no longer as powerful as before. In the end, the Black Lotus entered his body. However, his body merely trembled, and he was not affected. This Tao cultivator's spiritual energy is very strong. He's at least at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian could tell what was going on. It was because of this that the Tao cultivator could continuously use his spiritual energy attack to offset most of the energy from the Black Lotus, causing the Black Lotus to be unable to enter his body. At this moment, the Black Lotus was no longer able to harm his soul, let alone destroy it. How's this possible? Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that his innate divine ability, which had always been successful in the past, would fail twice in a row. First, it was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Today, it was destroyed by this Tao cultivator. Invincible innate ability? That's all there is to it. If I'm not mistaken, you're the most outstanding direct disciple of the strongest person on Cloud Continent? The Tao cultivator of unknown origin said disdainfully, "It seems like you people from Cloud Continent are all a bunch of trash." Huh. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his expression darkened. Seeing that Wang Yu's aura was weakening and that he would die in this Tao cultivator's hand soon, Duan Lingtian was finally prepared to intervene. Putting aside the fact that Wang Yu was the direct disciple of Qing Xian's Emperor Wu and that Xuan Nai was acquainted with Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, he could not just stand by and watch. Even the words of this Tao cultivator had enraged him. People from Cloud Continent? Trash? He, Duan Lingtian, was from Cloud Continent. Trash? Let's see. Whoosh! A short-lived, ear-piercing sound of wind whistling tore through the sky and alerted Wang Yu and the green-clad young man. Before the two of them could react, the air vibrated and streaks of light swept down from all directions, emitting a piercing sound. Whoosh! 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 The sky was filled with arrows raining down like a meteor shower. Everywhere they passed, the void vibrated. At the same time, they destroyed the streaks of lightning. Puff! The destruction of the lightning also meant that the green-clad young man's Tao technique was destroyed. As expected, he suffered a backlash. His body trembled, and his face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who's there?" The green-clad young man's expression changed drastically. He shouted sternly as he stared in Wang Yu's direction. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Wang Yu. He looked at the green-clad young man calmly and said nonchalantly, "Tao cultivator? That's all there is to it." Duan Lingtian. Wang Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. He immediately thanked him. At the same time, he sighed in relief. He knew that his life was saved. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the Tao cultivator also heard Wang Yu's words. His eyes narrowed. You're the person who won first place in the hidden fog martial competition? It was obvious that he had heard of Duan Lingtian's name. Not only did he win first place in the hidden fog martial competition, but he's also from Cloud Continent, the trash that you mentioned. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Wang Yu had already mocked him. Since you said that people from Cloud Continent are trash, I'm sure you don't mind fighting with trash like me, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes remained calm. However, if you lose, you're worse than trash. The green-clad young man's face turned pale as Duan Lingtian stared at him. He recalled the scene earlier. The arrows that rained down from the sky had easily broken his Tao technique. He knew very well that the person before him was more powerful than him. Humph. The green-clad young man snorted coldly. He wanted to retreat. However, before he left, he took a good look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the first place in the hidden fog martial competition. Your opponent should be the first place in our choral martial competition. When I return, I'll tell Senior Brother Luo about your provocation to our coral island. Just you wait. It won't be long before Senior Brother Luo comes to visit you. The green-clad young man emphasized the word visit when he reached the end of a sentence. It was obvious that he was trying to create a conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Senior Brother Luo he mentioned. The Senior Brother Luo you mentioned is the first place in the choral martial competition. Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. He did not care if the green-clad young man was trying to create a conflict. That's right. The green-clad young man looked proud. Is he a Dao cultivator like you? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Why do you ask? The green-clad young man asked with a frown. If he's not a Dao cultivator, I'll have to make you stay and ask for advice. There are no Dao cultivators on Cloud Continent, and I've long wanted to find a Dao cultivator to spar with. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he grinned. However, since the Senior Brother Luo you mentioned is also a Dao cultivator, I'm not interested in you anymore. After all, you're too weak. I won't feel any sense of accomplishment if I defeat you. The green-clad young man's expression changed when he was looked down upon by Duan Lingtian. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Senior Brother Luo will fulfill your wish. I only hope that you'll still be able to smile by then." After the green-clad young man finished speaking, he turned around and left. When he left, his figure was faintly discernible. His surroundings were filled with gusts of green wind, as though he was walking with the wind. First, it's the thunder summoning technique, and now it's the wind riding technique. Dao techniques are really different from martial skills. Duan Lingtian muttered when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of the person who ranked first in the Coral Island martial competition. His name is Luo Fengzhu, and he's the direct disciple of the first island master of Coral Island. His strength is not inferior to most of the Coral Island elders. Wang Yu said, moreover, apart from the Coral Island disciples, many people from the Red Lotus continent near Coral Island also participated in the martial competition that was held on Coral Island. You can imagine Luo Fengzhu's strength if he's able to obtain first place in the martial competition. You must be prepared. Wang Yu reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw the battle intent in his eyes. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded as his eyes gleamed brightly. Chapter 13:22. Duan Lingtian, what martial skill did you use earlier? Although it's not as good as the arrow you used to break my innate ability, it's still much more powerful than the heaven rank advanced offensive martial skill that I cultivated. You must know that my martial skill has already been cultivated to the perfection stage. On the way back, Wang Yu could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. Just now, the arrows that fell like a meteor shower, his heart was still filled with shock when he thought about it. He felt that the martial skill that Duan Lingtian cultivated was much more powerful than the martial skill that he cultivated. The two of them were not on the same level at all. In the face of Wang Yu's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and said nothing. He knew very well. The reason why Wang Yu asked this was because he did not know about the existence of the Saint grade martial tactic. Even though I haven't cultivated the aerolite shower to the fundamental awareness stage, it's still quite powerful. With the help of the royal grade spirit archery set and my current strength, I was able to easily break through the Dao technique of the Dao cultivator who is at the 4th level martial emperor stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled the scene earlier. The only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow, the colossal arrow bell, requires me to cultivate the aerolite shower to the impeccable stage before I can start cultivating it. I must not fall behind on the aerolite shower when I cultivate it in the future. Duan Lingtian secretly made up his mind. The conversation with Han Shuanai earlier made him realize that the most powerful technique in the colossal aerolite arrow that he cultivated was the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell. After all, he needed to cultivate the other technique to the impeccable stage before he could cultivate the colossal arrow bell. The impeccable stage was the highest stage of the saint grade martial tactic. The technique that was cultivated on this foundation would naturally be extraordinary. According to Han Shuanai, it could even be compared to the techniques in the Earth rank saint grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian parted ways with Wang Yu when they returned to Half Moon Island, where the people from Hidden Fog Island were staying. When they parted ways, Wang Yu once again expressed his gratitude to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had not appeared in time, he would have died in the hands of the Dao cultivator from the Coral Island. The people from the Hidden Fog Island stayed in a huge mansion that occupied a vast area. Duan Lingtian stayed in a mansion within the huge mansion. He was not the only one who lived in the residence. In addition to the 2 little girls, Han Shuanai and the 3 little guys also lived here. When he returned, Duan Lingtian found that they were all cultivating, so he did not disturb them. He went back to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, divine dragon transformation. While he was cultivating, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. I heard from Xuan Nai that once I break through to the mortal shedding stage, there'll be some changes to my cultivation method. I wonder what kind of changes will happen to my 9 dragons, war sovereign technique at that time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Xue Nai also said, apart from innate talent, the cultivation method is also important for martial and Dao cultivators on the mortal shedding stage to open the hidden saint veins in their bodies. I wonder how many saint meridians my 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, can help me open. As he thought about this, Duan Lingtian looked forward to the day he would break through to the mortal shedding stage. He wanted to know how many saint veins he could open. Duan Lingtian. After closing his eyes to cultivate for a while, Duan Lingtian heard a voice coming from outside before he had even sat down for a while. You're here so soon? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and revealed a surprised expression. He could tell who it was. The voice belonged to the Coral Island Dao cultivator who almost killed Wang Yu earlier. After he walked out of the room, Duan Lingtian noticed that Ker, Li Fei, Han Shuanai, and the 3 little fellows had also been awakened by the voice. They walked out of the room one by one. Young master, scoundrel, brother. The 2 little girls and the 3 little fellows looked at Duan Lingtian in unison with expressions of worry. Brother Lingtian, do you know who's calling you? Judging from the voice, it seems like he's not friendly. Why don't I go and kill him? Han Shuanai said to Duan Lingtian. The little devil's elegance was apparent at a glance. There's no need for that. He's just a small fry. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rose into the air, heading toward the source of the voice. Han Shuanai immediately followed. She loved to join in the fun. The 2 girls and the 3 little fellows followed as well. Duan Lingtian came to a halt in the sky as he faced the 2 young men. The one standing in front of the 2 young men was dressed in green. His long brown hair fluttered in the wind like tiny pythons that kept twisting. As he stood there, he gave off a cold and sinister aura, as if he was a venomous snake lying dormant in the dark. Behind him was another young man in green. The young man in green was the person who almost killed Wang Yu not long ago. He was the Coral Island Dao cultivator. The identity of the young man in green was obvious. Luo Fengzhu. He was the person who won first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition not long ago. He was a powerful Dao cultivator. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Wang Yu arrived as well. The people from the Hidden Fog Island appeared one after another. Soon, apart from the first and third island masters of the Hidden Fog Island, almost everyone had arrived. First place in the Hidden Fog martial arts competition, Duan Lingtian, Luo Fengzhu finally spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. First place in the Coral Island martial arts competition, Luo Fengzhu. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he faced Luo Fengzhu. He asked in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Luo Fengzhu?" "He's Luo Fengzhu." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples had a slight change in their expressions. "Do you know him?" The people from the Cloud Continent looked at the group of Hidden Fog Island's disciples in confusion. Luo Fengzhu is the direct disciple of the first island master of the Coral Island. His ability is stronger than most of the Coral Island's elders. According to Duan Lingtian, he must have won first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition not long ago. With Luo Fengzhu's ability, it's not strange for him to win first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition. However, Duan Lingtian is from the Cloud Continent, while Luo Fengzhu is from the Coral Island. Why would they have a conflict? Many of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples whispered among themselves. At this moment, the people from the Cloud Continent finally regained their senses and found out about Luo Fengzhu's identity. He was the direct disciple of the first island master of the Coral Island. He won first place in the Coral Island martial arts competition. As for the Coral Island, most of them had never heard of it before. However, it was easy for them to guess that it was one of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. According to Lin Tai, you said that the Coral Island's disciples are trash? Luo Fengzhu stared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed coldly. The Lin Tai he mentioned was obviously the green-clad young man behind him, the Coral Island's Dao cultivator who had fled from Duan Lingtian not long ago. An uproar broke out as soon as Luo Fengzhu was done speaking. Duan Lingtian dares to provoke the Coral Island like that? No wonder Luo Fengzhu came with ill intentions. Many people discussed among themselves. Only a minority of them believed Duan Lingtian. They thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to say something like that. Wang Yu's expression changed. Although he was prepared for Lin Tai's intention to create a conflict between Duan Lingtian and Luo Fengzhu, he did not expect Lin Tai to accuse him. It was Lin Tai who looked down on the people from the Cloud Continent and said they were trash. Now, he actually said that Duan Lingtian said the Coral Island's disciples were trash. Everything that was white was black because of him. When Wang Yu was about to explain himself, Duan Lingtian stopped him. After stopping Wang Yu, Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Fengzhu and said nonchalantly, "So what if I did?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those who did not believe Duan Lingtian were stunned. "Since you've admitted it, I'd like to see what you're capable of. What right do you have to say my Coral Island's disciples are trash?" Luo Fengzhu's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted. At the same time, his body moved as though he was being blown by the wind toward Duan Lingtian. He was using his Dao technique to travel with the wind. His speed was not inferior to Gloomy Emperor Wu, who was killed by Duan Lingtian not long ago. When Luo Fengzhu made his move, everyone's eyes focused on him. Brother Lingtian. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu had a grave expression on his face. Based on Luo Fengzhu's speed, he could tell he was no match for Luo Fengzhu. Although he wanted to help Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. If he went up now, he would only be a burden to Duan Lingtian. Qing Xian Emperor Wu originally wanted to help Duan Lingtian. However, when he saw Han Xuanai's calm expression, he dismissed the idea. Does Miss Xue Nai have confidence in Duan Lingtian? Qing Xian Emperor Wu thought to himself. He could tell Luo Fengzhu's speed was not inferior to Thunder Emperor Wu and Gloomy Emperor Wu, who were ranked below him in terms of strength on Cloud Continent. With such speed, Luo Fengzhu's strength was definitely not weak. He might even be stronger than Thunder Emperor Wu and Gloomy Emperor Wu. Would Duan Lingtian be a match for such an existence? He was deeply skeptical. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian took out a bow and an arrow at lightning speed, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian stepping on the arrow as he shot out. How is this possible? His speed is actually... Qing Xian Emperor Wu realized that Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to Luo Fengzhu's. Body and arrow synchronization. In the face of Luo Fengzhu, who was rushing toward him, Duan Lingtian immediately used a movement technique from the colossal aerolite arrow to avoid him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's speed, Luo Fengzhu's eyes were filled with surprise. His arms suddenly shook and swept out like a dragon, shaking the void. In an instant, blue water dragons appeared out of thin air around Duan Lingtian, who was dozens of meters away. The divine dragons that were completely made of water swept over from all directions toward Duan Lingtian. They forced Duan Lingtian to the point that he had no choice but to face them head-on. However, would Duan Lingtian let Luo Fengzhu lead him by the nose? The answer was no. Aerolite strike. Chapter 13:23. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a falling meteor and collided with one of the water dragons. From the beginning to the end, it shattered the water dragon as though it was breaking a dead branch. For a moment, a gap appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Body and arrow synchronization. Another arrow was shot out. Duan Lingtian landed on the arrow and escaped through the gap. Boom! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian escaped, the water dragons that filled the sky rushed toward the place where he was standing. They collided with each other and created a series of deafening noises. At the same time, waves of shockwaves swept out and spread out, sending those with a lower cultivation base flying. Shooting star arrow hail. After Duan Lingtian escaped, he looked at Luo Fengzhu coldly. With a raise of his hand, the bowstring was drawn to a full moon before another arrow was shot out. This time, the arrow was aimed at the top of Luo Fengzhu's head. In a flash, the arrows that filled the sky fell like a meteor shower. Luo Fengzhu had nowhere to hide. Shooting star arrow hail. Insignificant skill. Luo Fengzhu shouted in a low voice. The green robe on his body shook, and solidified arrows that were completely made of water appeared in the air. Go! Following Luo Fengzhu's shout, arrows made of water flew out and blocked the arrows that were falling from the sky. One arrow against one arrow. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Fengzhu had blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. I was wondering, how is it possible for him to cast such a powerful attack and display such a fast speed without using any external force? As it turns out, the green robe on his body is a spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could tell that the green robe on Luo Fengzhu was not simple. Luo Fengzhu's strength and speed were boosted by the green robe. No wonder you dare to say that the Coral Islands' disciples are trash. You do have some strength. However, it's time for this to end. As Luo Fengzhu spoke unhurriedly, his eyes flashed. Then he disappeared from where he stood. Whoosh! Luo Fengzhu was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was near Duan Lingtian. However, he did not rush towards the Duan Lingtian. Instead, he circled around the Duan Lingtian and moved faster and faster, dazzling the onlookers. What is he trying to do? Many people present were at a loss. They did not know what Luo Fengzhu was up to. Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of it all, had a grave expression on his face. This was Luo Fengzhu's goal. At this moment, he could clearly sense the instability of the airflow in the air. Traces of sharp aura were constantly growing stronger. It's wind. Soon, Duan Lingtian guessed what Luo Fengzhu was doing. He's borrowing the wind. After guessing Luo Fengzhu's intention, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and shot another arrow. He used body and arrow synchronization in an attempt to escape from Luo Fengzhu's encirclement. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved with the arrow at a very fast speed. From afar, Duan Lingtian should have been happy that he was about to break out of the encirclement. However, his expression changed abruptly. Oh no! Almost in an instant, numerous solidified green wind blades appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian. They tore through the sky and headed straight for him. The numerous wind blades seemed as if they wanted to mince Duan Lingtian to death. This Dao technique is too strange. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply felt the terror of a Dao cultivator. The Dao technique cast by a Dao cultivator was impossible to guard against. The wind blades that filled the sky swept toward Duan Lingtian and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not have time to retrieve his arrow. Oh no! Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. He could see that Duan Lingtian was in danger. Ke and Li Fei's expressions changed as well. Brother Ling Tian. Han Shu and I, who originally wanted to make a move, dismissed the idea when she saw Duan Lingtian's expression had calmed down. She believed in her brother Ling Tian. Clang, 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 clang. Almost everyone's hearts were in their mouths when they thought Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by the wind blades controlled by Luo Fengzhu. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound that was unpleasant to the ear resonated in the air. The sound was deafening and sounded almost at the same time. Pooh! Barf! Instantly, some spectators with low cultivations were shaken to the point their internal organs trembled, and a sweetness arose from their throats, causing them to be unable to refrain from spitting out mouthfuls of dazzling and resplendent blood. Sound of the yellow springs. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. With a flick of his fingers, the bowstring in his hand vibrated. It sounded like the sound of a zither. However, the sound of the zither was unpleasant to the ears. Although the sound was unpleasant to the ears, it was not weak at all. In just a blink of an eye, the bowstring in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out a solid arc of light with every flick of his fingers. Duan Lingtian's movements were very fast. The arcs of light shot out one after another toward the wind blades that were coming at him. In just a blink of an eye, a series of dull sounds that were accompanied by waves of air swept out. The arcs of light shot out from Duan Lingtian's bowstring with every flick of his fingers blocked the wind blades that were coming at him. How's this possible? Luo Fengzhu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this to happen at all. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian was adept in long-range attacks with the bow and arrow, then by right, close combat should be his weakness. Due to this reason, he decided to cast a Dao art to condense wind blades and launch a surprise attack. He believed Duan Lingtian would not be able to use the bow and arrow in his hand in time under his attack. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian was not only strong in long-range attacks, but he was also strong in close combat. With the help of the bowstring, it was as though he had the help of God. You're right. It's time for all of this to end. Luo Fengzhu's expression changed drastically as he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's close combat ability. At this moment, the arrow that appeared out of nowhere in his hand shot out again. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian shot out with the arrow at an increasing speed. In just a blink of an eye, he was close to Luo Fengzhu. At this moment, Luo Fengzhu finally regained his senses. Water wall. Luo Fengzhu grunted with a solemn expression. A wall appeared out of thin air in front of him. To be more precise, it was a water wall. The water wall was completely made of water. It formed a layer of defense in front of Luo Fengzhu. Boom! Duan Lingtian crashed into the water wall with the arrow. However, the water wall only trembled slightly. It was not destroyed. Interesting. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he stepped on the arrow and shot up into the sky. At the same time, another arrow appeared in his hand. He knocked the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian looked down at his feet. He only let go of the arrow after the arrowhead was aimed at Luo Feng Zhu's head. Falling star strike. In an instant, the arrow fell from the sky like a falling meteorite. It rolled with a vast force. When Duan Lingtian shot out the arrow, the water wall in front of Luo Feng Zhu had already shifted to the void above his head to protect him. Whoosh! The arrow fell and crashed into the water wall in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the water wall shook. Ripples appeared on the water wall. It was a mess. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. This time, the power of the arrow shattered the water wall as if it was made of rotten wood. Then it continued to pierce Luo Feng Zhu's head without slowing down at all. Luo Feng Zhu would definitely die if the arrow hit him. Although the water wall had blocked most of the arrow's force, it would not be difficult for it to kill Luo Feng Zhu. Just when Luo Feng Zhu's expression changed drastically and despair appeared in his eyes. At the critical moment, when the arrow was only a few feet away from Luo Feng Zhu, a layer of fiery red barrier appeared above his head out of nowhere. This layer of barrier was formed by flames. It emitted a scorching aura as though it could burn everything. Chi! 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 The arrow fell and slammed into the barrier formed by the flames. However, it only created sparks on the barrier. It didn't even shake the barrier in the slightest. Who's that? Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew the arrow that had completely exhausted its strength within the inscription formation, and his eyes were suffused with dense coldness. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a gray-clad old man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as though a gust of wind had blown past. He looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. "Young man, you should be lenient when possible." The gray-clad old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly. From the beginning until the end, the gray-clad old man's expression did not change at all. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. It was a disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. "Master! First Island Master!" Just when Han Shu and I and the others' expressions changed, Luo Feng Zhu and Lin Tai bowed the old man one after another. Their tone was extremely respectful. The gray-clad old man's identity was obvious. The first island master of Coral Island. The old one came after the young one. Interesting. When Duan Lingtian saw the first island master of Coral Island, he knew he would not be able to kill Luo Feng Zhu today. He could not help but mock in a deep voice. "Feng Zhu, what's going on?" The first island master of Coral Island asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. He had rushed over when he heard that Luo Feng Zhu was here. He had no idea what had happened in between. "First island master," he said, "our Coral Island's disciples are trash." Senior brother Luo was so angry that he came to settle the score with him. Before Luo Feng Zhu could speak, Lin Tai hurriedly said, "He said our Coral Island's disciples are trash?" Upon hearing Lin Tai's words, the first island master of Coral Island's expression changed. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was cold. It was extremely cold. "You're slandering us." Duan Lingtian never said that. Wang Yu, who was watching from the side, realized the severity of the situation. He glared at Lin Tai and shouted. However, Lin Tai ignored him. The first island master of Coral Island ignored him even more. On one hand, it was a stranger. On the other hand, it was his Coral Island's disciples. Naturally, he was more inclined to believe the latter. What? The great first island master of Coral Island wants to make a move on me? Chapter 1324. With your strength, It won't be difficult for you to kill Fengzhu. Since you showed mercy in the beginning, I'll give you a chance. The first island master of Coral Island looked at Duan Lingtian calmly as he spoke slowly. However, he paused when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, he was like a judge of life and death looking down at a person whose life and death he could judge. Show mercy? When Duan Lingtian heard the first island master of Coral Island's words, he sneered inwardly. In the beginning, the reason he did not use his full strength was because he wanted to compete with the Tao cultivator. He did not intend to show mercy. If he was not curious about the Tao cultivator, Luo Fengzhu would have been a corpse. Although Luo Fengzhu was powerful and was not inferior to the spirit Orchid Emperor Wu, he was easily killed by the spirit Orchid Emperor. However, not long ago, Martial Emperor Yulan had been easily killed by him. This Coral Island disciple, Luo Fengzhu, who was not much stronger than Martial Emperor Yulan, naturally could not withstand more than a few moves from him. Naturally, he would have to use his full strength without holding back. When he fought with Luo Fengzhu earlier, he was not in a hurry to use his full strength because he wanted to gain a better understanding of the Tao cultivator's Tao technique. It was only later when he shot up into the sky that he unleashed his full strength with the last arrow. When he unleashed his full strength with the meteorite strike from the colossal aerolite arrow, he easily destroyed the defensive Tao technique that Luo Fengzhu cast. He was only a hair's breadth away from killing Luo Fengzhu. This was because the first island master of Coral Island appeared at the critical moment and saved Luo Fengzhu. You kill yourself. The first island master of Coral Island paused for a moment before he continued. This way, you'll still have a complete corpse. Otherwise, once I make my move, you'll definitely die without a complete corpse. It was apparent that the chance he mentioned was for Duan Lingtian to kill himself. The moment the first island master of Coral Island finished speaking, apart from Han Shuanai and the three little fellows, the people from the Hidden Fog Island who were watching, including Kerr and Li Fei, had a change of expression. Suicide? Those who were close to Duan Lingtian had a grave expression on their faces. Suicide. Hearing the words of the Coral Island's first island master, Duan Lingtian was taken aback at first, but then he could not help but smile brilliantly. What are you laughing at? The Coral Island's first island master's face sank, killing intent bursting out from his eyes. His robes fluttered despite the absence of wind, as if he could attack at any moment. I am laughing at your naivety. You even interfered when I killed Luo Fengzhu, the person who ranked first in the Coral Martial competition. Do you think Island Master Tang won't interfere if you try to kill me, the person who ranked first in the Hidden Fog Martial competition? Now, Duan Lingtian was looking at the first Island Master as if he was looking at an idiot. After arriving at Half Moon Island, the person who was most likely to become the direct disciple of the Island Master of Half Moon Island, Diong, was undoubtedly the champion of the three overseas Saint Islands martial competition. He was one of them. On the other hand, the three overseas Saint Islands were so eager to help Diong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island, find a suitable candidate for his personal disciple. They had even paid a lot of Saint Stones for this. He definitely wouldn't believe that they wouldn't get any benefits. Tang Zhen, the first Island Master of Coral Island, frowned. He just remembered that he was currently in the sky above the Hidden Fog Island people's lodging that Half Moon Island had arranged for them. At that moment, a cold gleam shot out from his eyes. He made up his mind. He had to kill Duan Lingtian before Tang Zhen, the Island Master of Hidden Fog Island, appeared. Whoosh! Just as the first Island Master of Coral Island made up his mind, a gust of wind blew past. A figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was an old figure, Lu Zhong. The person who appeared was none other than Tang Zhen, the Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. After he appeared, he stared coldly at the first Island Master of Coral Island, Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong's face darkened when he saw Tang Jin appearing at this moment. He knew that since Tang Jin had appeared, he could no longer kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. Lu Zhong snorted coldly and called out to Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai, "Let's go!" As he spoke, he brought Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai with him and prepared to leave. From the beginning until the end, Tang Jin did not say anything. He only appeared to protect Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian was fine, there was no need for him to get into a conflict with Lu Zhong. Both of their strengths were on par with each other. It would not benefit anyone if they got into a conflict. Stop right there. However, although Tang Jin was willing to let Lu Zhong leave, someone else was not. As an indifferent voice resonated, Lu Zhong brought Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai to a halt. The three of them turned around in unison and looked in the direction of the voice. A young girl was standing there. She was dressed in yellow and looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. "Xuanai." Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and said to her through voice transmission, "Xuanai, let him go. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to Tang Jin's. If he cultivates a saint-grade martial tactic, you might not be a match for him." Although he wanted to tear Lu Zhong into pieces, he knew he did not have the strength to do so yet. He would remember today's incident in his heart. If he was stronger than Lu Zhong one day in the future, he would look for Lu Zhong to settle today's score. 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Due to this reason, he was very calm. Han Xuanai did not reply to Duan Lingtian. She slowly stepped forward and faced Lu Zhong and the other two people. "Little girl, don't think you can act presumptuously in front of me just because Tang Jin is backing you up. If you anger me, even Tang Jin won't be able to protect you," Lu Zhong said in a deep voice as he looked at Han Xuanai. His tone was cold as he spoke. Tang Jin's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Zhong. Han Xuanai glanced at Lu Zhong indifferently and said coldly, "You're thinking too much. I don't need anyone to back me up." "You don't need anyone to back you up?" Lu Zhong was stunned before he sneered, "I'm curious. Where did you get your confidence from? How dare you provoke me? I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't have a complete corpse." Han Xuanai spoke slowly and repeated the words that Lu Zhong said to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that she wanted to stand up for Duan Lingtian. "You want me to kill myself? Otherwise, you'll make sure I don't have a complete corpse?" Lu Zhong was stunned when he heard Han Xuanai's words. Then he could not help but laugh. Even Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai, who were following behind Lu Zhong, looked at Han Xuanai with a mocking smile. They thought that Han Xuanai was crazy. In their opinion, only a lunatic could say such things to the first island master of Coral Island. As soon as Han Xuanai said that, apart from Duan Lingtian, Ker, Li Fei, the three little ones, and Qingxian's Emperor Wu, the rest of them thought that Han Xuanai was purposely provoking Lu Zhong. They did not think that Han Xuanai had the ability to make Lu Zhong die without a complete corpse. They thought that Han Xuanai said that to stand up for Duan Lingtian. Even Tang Jin, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, thought the same. "From now on, I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. Kill yourself or die without a complete corpse," Han Xuanai continued. Her voice was as cold as before. 3 breaths of time? Very good. Now there are only 2 breaths of time left. I, Lu Zhong, would like to see how a little girl like you is going to make sure I don't have a complete corpse. Lu Zhong looked at Han Xuanai from head to toe. Other than disdain, there was only contempt in his eyes. In his eyes, Han Xuanai was just a little girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was not a threat to him at all. There's still 1 breath of time left. Another breath of time passed. Lu Zhong took the initiative to remind Han Xuanai. His eyes were filled with mockery. He was waiting for Han Xuanai to slap herself in the face after this breath of time. You're overestimating yourself. Lin Tai, who was standing behind Lu Zhong, mocked. Time's up. Han Xuanai finally spoke. When her voice was heard, it was still fine when it entered the ears of others. However, when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like the sound of death. Duan Lingtian knew Han Xuanai very well. If she was not completely confident, she would not have said what she said earlier. This Lu Zhong is finished. Although he did not know why Han Xuanai was so confident that she could kill Lu Zhong, he did not doubt Han Xuanai's words at all. If Han Xuanai said that she wanted Lu Zhong dead, it was impossible for Lu Zhong to live. Soon, Duan Lingtian got his answer. Han Xuanai raised her hand and shot something out as soon as she finished speaking. Upon closer inspection, it was a piece of paper. A piece of paper that was light as a feather. It was a piece of yellow paper that was filled with scribbles. Doubt talisman. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw the familiar yellow paper and the familiar scribbles. His face was filled with astonishment. Lin. Just as Duan Lingtian was horrified, Han Xuanai had already shouted in a low voice. Her voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone present. Then, everyone present saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As Han Xuanai said the word Lin, the scribbles on the yellow paper turned into dust instantly. At the same time, Lu Zhong's body exploded and turned into flesh and blood that filled the air. Not a single piece of him was intact. Before Lu Zhong's body exploded, everyone present saw a disdainful smile on his face. Lu Zhong was smiling as he exploded into flesh and blood that filled the air. Master! First Island Master! The flesh and blood that filled the air splashed onto Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai, who were the closest to Lu Zhong. However, they did not seem to feel anything. After exclaiming in shock, they were stunned. The scene just now had left them completely dumbfounded. Soon, Han Xuanai made her move. As she raised her hand, cold air condensed and turned the flesh and blood in the air into ice sculptures. The ice sculptures then turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. Apart from the three little fellows, everyone present, including Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, stared blankly at the yellow-clad girl not far away. At this moment, they felt a gush of cold air rising from the soles of their feet to their heads. It's a Tao talisman, although it's different from the 3 Tao talismans my cheapskate father gave me. The one she used earlier was indeed a Tao talisman. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally knew why Han Xuanai was so confident. It turned out that she had a Tao talisman with her. Chapter 13:25. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're digging your own grave. Han Xuanai snorted. At that moment, the crowd's eyes were filled with fear as they looked at her. If they did not witness it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to imagine that such a harmless-looking young girl could kill Lu Zhong, the first island master of Coral Island, in just a blink of an eye. At that moment, in their eyes, this yellow-clad young girl was a little devil that they could not afford to offend. What's that yellow paper she threw out earlier? I don't know. All I saw was her throwing out the yellow paper and shouting a peer. The first island master of Coral Island died just like that. That yellow paper is too scary. She's the scary one. She even has something like that. The crowd whispered to each other. The yellow paper that was filled with scribbles was deeply imprinted in their minds. It was unforgettable. Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, gasped. His gaze was extremely complicated. He did not expect the yellow-clad young girl who followed him all the way to Half Moon Island would have such a technique. Lu Zhong's ability was not inferior to his. In other words, as long as this yellow-clad young girl wanted to, she could still kill him. After killing Lu Zhong, Han Shuanai's gaze landed on Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai. Both of their expressions changed drastically. Humph! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Shuanai snorted softly. As she lifted her hand, a gust of bone-piercing, cold wind swept out. Before Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Smack! Smack! Subsequently, the two ice sculptures trembled all of a sudden. Ferocious cracks appeared on them before they eventually turned into a pile of ice shards and fell from the sky. They crashed onto the ground and turned into a fine powder. At that moment, most of the people present could not help but gasp. When they looked at Han Shuanai again, their gazes were filled with fear and dread. In the sky, two silhouettes stood there. It was a middle-aged man who was tall and muscular like a bull. The other two were three old men. The fact that the three old men were standing behind him was enough to show that the middle-aged man's status was higher than theirs. The middle-aged man was dressed in black armor. He looked like a mighty general. However, his pair of bright and spirited eyes were now mixed with a bit of fear. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Fear that came from the soul. Who is she? If one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the slight tremble in his voice. Lord Island Master. She was brought here by the first island master of the hidden fog island, Tangjin. One of the old men said, "If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize that the old man who was speaking now was the vice island master of Half Moon Island, who had arranged accommodation for them 2.5 months ago. Xiao Kuan." Even Xiao Kuan had to respectfully address the middle-aged man as Lord Island Master, so his identity was naturally obvious. The island master of Half Moon Island, Diyong. Diyong had a sturdy body and looked like an ox from afar. His eyes shone with a wise luster. It was obvious that he was not a simple-minded, brawny man. That made sense. As the island master of Half Moon Island, the head of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, how could he be an ordinary person? She actually has a Dao talisman. She must be from the Dao Martial Saint Land, Diyong said solemnly. Dao talisman? The 3 old men were shocked when they heard Diyong's words. Lord Island Master, did you say she used a Dao talisman earlier? Xiao Kuan inhaled sharply, disbelief written all over his face. There's no way I'm mistaken. Although it's my first time seeing a Dao talisman, I've read about it in some ancient books. The way to use a Dao talisman is to throw it out and shout, "Activate." Diyong said, Dao talisman. Only Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage can draw it. Moreover, not all Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage can draw Dao talismans. It's said that one must be gifted in this aspect to draw Dao talismans. Otherwise, even a Saint stage Dao cultivator won't be able to draw it. The other 2 old men said hurriedly. Their faces were extremely solemn. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's very difficult for anyone below the Saint Rudiment stage to get a Dao talisman unless they have a powerful background. Diyong took a deep breath. There's either a powerhouse above the Saint Rudiment stage behind this girl, or a powerful force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. No matter which one it is, she's not someone Half Moon Island can afford to offend. Lord Island Master, should we continue with the plan? If we offend the powerhouse or force behind this girl, our Half Moon Island. Although Xiao Kuan did not finish his sentence, Diyong and the other 2 old men knew what he was going to say next. The other 2 old men were the vice island masters of Half Moon Island, just like Xiao Kuan. The plan is still the same. When the plan starts, we'll just send her away. Even if we can't afford to offend her, can't we just hide from her? Diyong said with a gleam in his eyes. As long as the plan comes to fruition, Lord Island Master's ability will definitely rise to another level. At that time, with Lord Island Master's ability, you'll definitely be able to take over a remote place in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's nothing even if you have to give up Half Moon Island. Another Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island said. That's right. The last Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island agreed. If that's the case, we'll continue with the plan. However, it's a pity that Luo Fengzhu died, Xiao Kuan said. Indeed, it's a pity. De Yong nodded. Although the plan is still the same, we'll have to make more preparations for this girl. We'll be busier in the next 2 weeks. Soon after, De Yong and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island left. From the beginning until the end, nobody noticed their arrival. The news of Han Xuanai killing Lu Zhong, the first Island Master of Coral Island, and Luo Fengzhu, the number 1 of the Coral Martial Competition, spread quickly to the entire Half Moon Island. Everyone on Half Moon Island knew that a female fiend had come to the Hidden Fog Island. She killed Lu Zhong, the first Island Master of Coral Island, in just 1 move. Even Tang Zhen, the first Island Master of Hidden Fog Island, was only evenly matched with Lu Zhong. It was impossible for him to do that. After this battle, most of the people from Hidden Fog Island were like mice that saw a cat when they saw Han Xuanai. Only Duan Lingtian and the rest who were familiar with Han Xuanai were not affected. However, the technique that Han Xuanai displayed still shocked Ke, Li Fei, and Qing Xian Zemperwu, who were familiar with Han Xuanai. Young Master. Ke passed something to Duan Lingtian. A saint token. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that the thing that Ke passed to him was the saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow. Ke, you don't have to return it to me in a hurry. I don't need it now. You and little Fei can't leave the colossal aerolite arrow until you've cultivated it to its peak, Duan Lingtian said. Just like the others, the 2 girls had to rely on the saint token to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic that was stored in it. This was because they could only see part of the information in the saint token. They were unlike him who could read the saint grade martial tactic in the saint token in 1 go and store it in his mind. They could only see the rest of the information after they had comprehended part of the information and cultivated it to a certain level. They could only see all the information in it after they had cultivated all the techniques in it to the stage of mastery. Mastery was the 4th stage of the techniques in the saint grade martial tactic. After that was the immaculate refinement, which was also the 5th stage and the highest stage. Young Master, Sister Fei, and I have tried many times during this period of time. We don't have any talent in archery. We're going to continue using swords, Ke said, so it's useless for us to keep it. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He could understand Ke's words. If he was not an outstanding sniper in his previous life, he would not have mastered and familiarized himself with archery so quickly in this life. Everybody knew how to shoot archery. However, it wasn't a simple matter to ensure that all of his shots hit the target without missing a single time. Not to mention killing 2 birds with 1 stone, 3 birds with 1 stone, 4 birds with 1 stone, 5 birds with 1 stone. If we're going to use swords, I've thought of a good place. Duan Lingtian smiled after he put the saint token away. What place? Ke's eyes lit up. After we're done here on Half Moon Island, I'll bring you and little Fei to that place. At that time, you can pay your respects to senior sister Yang Shui along the way. You can also visit Peak Master Qin Xiang in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Ku nodded, and her pair of beautiful and moving eyes turned completely red when she heard Duan Lingtian mention Yang Shui. Time passed by quietly. In the next half a month, apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the comprehension of the 2 profundities. At the same time, he did not forget to cultivate the techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow. Other than the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell, which he could not cultivate for the time being, he had dabbled in the other techniques. However, he mainly cultivated 2 of the techniques, the aerolite strike and body, and arrow synchronization. These two techniques were also the techniques that he had cultivated to the fundamental insight stage. Kid, your aerolite strike should be at the elementary stage in a few days. Half a month later, Wang Ba's voice came into Duan Lingtian's mind. I'm confident I can break through in 10 days. Unfortunately, the island master of Half Moon Island is going to select his direct disciple soon. I don't have much time, Duan Lingtian said. With your current ability, as long as that girl doesn't compete with you, it won't be difficult for you to become the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple. Wang Ba said, Xuanai, she's not interested in becoming the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple. She just wants to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. What about you? Are you interested in becoming the island master of Half Moon Island's direct disciple? Wang Ba asked Duan Lingtian as he said in disdain, According to my speculation, the island master of Half Moon Island is at the mortal shedding stage at most. Moreover, he's only at the lowest mortal shedding stage. Are you really going to acknowledge such an ant as your master? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.